Chapter 1. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo opened his sore eyes. His whole body ached terribly, and his brain hurt even more. It was as if he had a severe migraine, and his brain seemed to be filled with a mess of things. He looked around. The surroundings were dusky. Piles of ghastly white bones were scattered messily in all directions. In the distance, there were some strange black substances that emitted a strong stench that made people want to vomit. Sigh, I'm really dead. This must be the underworld. Han Shuo's heart was like dead ashes. He thought to himself, I'm really unlucky to have died at such a young age. I was crippled in my previous life. I should quickly reincarnate and try to be different in my next life. Just as Han Shuo was thinking about this, his brain suddenly hurt terribly. After holding his headache and crying for a while, he felt as if he had learned a lot of things. Brian. Brian, who is Brian? Half an hour later, Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, how could such a bizarre thing as reincarnation happen to me? Moreover, I actually reincarnate into a foreigner's body. What kind of magic did that old lunatic Chu Kanglin do? Did he make a mistake? Han Shuo's eyes had slowly adapted to the darkness. He moved his limbs and brought his right arm in front of his eyes to take a look. The black mole on his wrist was gone. What was left were hideous scars that looked like earthworms wriggling on his arm. It made Han Shuo shudder with just a glance. This body wasn't his. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. Then, he realized that he had really reincarnated in another person's body. Although Brian was dead, Han Shuo didn't know why, but he actually knew about Brian's past. Then, Han Shuo knew that not only had he reincarnated in another person's body, but he hadn't reincarnated in America, England, or any other Western country. In a strange world called the Profound Continent, in a strange country called the Lancelot Empire. This was a bizarre continent where swords, magic, and alien races ran rampant. Brian's parents died when he was young, and when he was only 10, he was sold by his uncle to a slave trader. The slave trader then sold Brian to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Brian's life was filled with darkness from then on. Brian had been 16 years old before his death. He'd been assigned to the weakest necromancy major in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, an errand boy. Over the past 6 years, his job had been to help necromancy students move the skeletons, zombies, and other waste products from failed necromancy magic experiments into this graveyard. In addition to this main job, he was also in charge of making tea, pouring water, sweeping the floor, and getting rid of insects. Also, the necromancy students would use him to test the combat abilities of skeletons or ghouls, or experiment with necromancy spells on him. The cowardly Brian had lived a life worse than death in these 6 years. His entire body was riddled with scars. Eating the disgusting bread and doing endless things, the necromancy students would always find Brian to practice their skills whenever they lost a magic competition with other majors. A 16-year-old youth, 6 years of torture. What kind of cruel treatment was this for a child? There were many times when Brian wanted to end his life by committing suicide, but his cowardly self didn't even have the courage to do so. Just like that, he endured the pain in silence for 6 years. Finally, the day before yesterday, his soul was invaded by a vengeful spirit summoned by the little witch of the necromancy major, Lisa, and he died. At the moment of his death, Brian didn't feel a trace of pain. He only felt the joy of being freed from the pain of his heart. Brian had been moving corpses and broken skeletons for 6 years. In the end, he was also thrown into a grave by another odd-job worker, the one that he often threw into the same place as trash. Han Shuo had already felt that his life had been dark enough, but when compared to Brian, Han Shuo suddenly felt a lump in his throat. For the first time, he thought that he'd been very happy all these years. After understanding Brian's past, Han Shuo felt a lump in his throat. His voice choked with emotion as he sighed, "How can there be such a foolish and cowardly youth in this world? Brian, I've taken over your body. What should I do for you? Han Shuo suddenly felt a trace of something like liquid in his body. At this moment, Han Shuo felt a pain in his head as some memory fragments suddenly appeared. The trace of liquid slowly flowed around Han Shuo's body. At this moment, Han Shuo became a bit sluggish as his mind passively learned many things, from the inexplicable old psycho Chu Kanglin. There were 9 levels of demonic cultivation: solid, meridian opening, molded spirit, true demon, bloodlust, separate demon, carnal, 9 changes, and omen. Demonic practitioners were bloodthirsty and could do whatever they wanted. They didn't care about any morals or laws, and pursued absolute strength. Once they became demonic, they would possess the peerless ability to move mountains and drain seas. After sitting for who knew how long, Han Shuo learned many things that he'd never imagined in the past. Moreover, Han Shuo was sure that something must have gone wrong with Chu Kanglin's last magic trick. Chu Kanglin's own soul was gone, but he had left behind all the memories of that demonic cultivation technique. That trace of something flowing in his body should be the most basic and important demonic yuan, the foundation of all demonic cultivation techniques. According to Chu Tsonglan's memories, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for a demonic cultivator to condense demonic yuan. However, Han Shuo didn't know anything about it and didn't do anything. However, there was a trace of demonic yuan in his body. Although it was pitifully weak, Han Shuo knew that it was indeed demonic yuan. Han Shuo thought to himself, Chu Kanglin, that old psycho, although he wanted me to be his scapegoat, he didn't expect that he would send me to such an unfamiliar time and space. The messy demonic cultivation techniques in his head must have been left behind by Chu Kanglin before he died. Although Han Shuo knew a little about this unfamiliar world through poor Brian, Brian was only a cowardly errand slave of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. His knowledge was very limited. Han Shuo began to let his imagination run wild for the rest of his life. Brian was dead, and Han Shuo had taken over his body. Han Shuo was Brian now, and Brian had been sold to the Academy of Magic and Force. This was an eternal mark of identity. In this unfamiliar world, the punishment for slaves who ran away was cruel and terrifying. Therefore, Han Shuo couldn't run, and he might not be able to. Moreover, Han Shuo had no money, not even a copper coin. After careful consideration for a long time, Han Shuo finally decided to return to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. That was the only place where he could change his identity as a slave, and also do something for the poor dead Brian. Han Shuo's entire body was in excruciating pain. He was just about to stand up when he felt his entire body aching. He couldn't help but cry out loudly and sit down on his butt. Han Shuo didn't have a single good impression of Chu Kanglin, who had forcefully taken him away. The world that Chu Kanglin lived in was also foreign to Han Shuo. However, from the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind, Han Shuo knew that practicing demonic arts could strengthen one's body from the start. Towards the end, one could even fly in the sky and move mountains and drain the seas. There was nothing one couldn't do. Although Han Shuo felt that Chu Kanglin was a little crazy, just the fact that he could fly directly to the moon with Han Shuo was enough for Han Shuo to vaguely believe that the description of flying in the sky and earth in the demonic arts was true. There was a weak trace of magical yuan in Han Shuo's body. He held the thought of giving it a try in order to increase his chances of survival. Han Shuo recalled the difficult incantations of the demonic arts and began to focus his mental strength as hard as he could according to the first, solid, incantation. He wanted to control that weak trace of magical yuan. Han Shuo focused his mind and began to control that weak strand of magical yuan according to the solid incantation. As a result, he found that the weak strand of magical yuan was just as Chu Kanglin had said, wherever the mind wanted, the magical yuan would go. Delighted, Han Shuo thought to himself that although Chu Kanglin seemed a little crazy, he didn't expect that the demonic arts he had left behind would actually have some effect. Thinking of this, he began to focus his mind and began to circulate that weak strand of magical yuan in his body according to the solid incantation. When Han Shua's stomach growled, he woke up from his cultivation. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating, but Han Shua felt that the pain in his body had lessened significantly, and his body had regained some strength. He had only been cultivating for a short while, and there were already such results. Who knew how long that crazy old Chu Kanglin had been cultivating? No wonder he had dared to go to the moon. Han Shua could imagine how strong he had been when he was still alive. As soon as he stopped cultivating, Han Shua noticed something strange. That strand of magical yuan no longer circulated according to the solid incantations rules when Han Shua stopped cultivating. Instead, it wandered through Han Shua's flesh, bones, hands, feet, head, and every part of his body. The first solid realm was a kind of forging of the body. It was a process of strengthening the muscles, skin, and bones. In this solid realm, in addition to slowly refining magical yuan, some perverted masters who were obsessed with demonic arts would also use all sorts of methods to constantly beat their bodies, causing them to be constantly damaged and then tempered with magical yuan. Only by working both inside and outside of the body could one cultivate faster. This demonic cultivation method is simply self-torture. But Brian has always been doing this. Perhaps I'll be able to cultivate the solid realm even faster when I return to the academy. It looks like being Brian isn't without its benefits. Han Shua sighed inwardly and decided to leave this place first. When he thought of this, Han Shua suddenly felt that he was an idiot for staying in this tomb all this time. He couldn't bear the stench any longer. The dim light came from above. According to Brian's memories, Han Shua knew that there was a large hole above where broken bones and skeletons had been tossed. He felt sore all over as he stood up, his body riddled with scars. 6 years of torture had long since weakened Brian's body. He had also been eating poor quality food, so it was only natural that he was all skin and bones. He was also only 1.6 meters tall. Stepping on the moss, Han Shua dragged his frail body up with all his might. After climbing for a while and falling 5 or 6 times, Han Shua finally crawled out of the tomb. When he saw the full moon illuminating the earth and the silver splendor of the cemetery, Han Shua felt the joy of being reborn as a human from the bottom of his heart. Feeling the magical essence still roaming through his body, Han Shua comforted himself that he would definitely have good fortune after surviving this calamity. Moreover, he still had something to rely on this time. The secret demonic cultivation method that Chu Kanglin had left behind for him might be able to help him realize a dream that he had never dared to dream of in the past. But what Han Shua didn't know was that the trace of magical essence that Chu Kanglin had left in his body not only helped him solidify, but was also a seed. As this seed changed his body, it also changed many of his thoughts. His mind had been filled with evil thoughts that he hadn't dared to carry out before, but this seed of evil now made it so that he couldn't control himself even if he wanted to. Chapter 2. Lancelot Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force occupied an extremely large area and was renowned within the empire. It was the most important nurturing ground for the empire's mages and knights. The school of magic was divided into the light, dark, fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, summoning, and space majors. Each major had its own school building, library, laboratory, training field, and living quarters. The entire academy was like a small city. The necromancy major that Brian was an errand boy belonged to the dark major. Because the necromancy major had to deal with dark creatures such as skeletons and zombies, in addition to the fact that necromancy magic had been on the decline for many years, the necromancy major was not only the least popular among the other majors, but it was also the weakest. Even the other students of the dark major looked down on the necromancy major and disdained to be associated with the students of the necromancy major. During his 6 years as an errand boy in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Brian was in the weakest and most unpopular major. Add to that his special job, and he had suffered endless disdain and humiliation. Not a single day went by that he didn't live in agony. Han Shua followed Brian's memories and returned from the small path in the mountain behind the academy. It was a dark and windy night, and he returned from the small door used for errand boys. Because it was late at night, the students had all gone to bed early. Add to that the fact that the path Han Shua took was quite remote. Han Shua didn't run into anyone along the way. Han Shua observed his surroundings along the way and discovered that the layout of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force resembled the style of some Western European countries on Earth. After a while, Han Shua finally returned to the necromancy major. Brian lived in a warehouse. This was completely in line with his errand boy status. The warehouse was filled with a messy assortment of items. Most of them were discarded junk or materials from experiments. Many of the items here were waiting to be disposed of, waiting for Brian to throw them away. The necromancy students would throw their unwanted items here through the windows, waiting for Brian to dispose of them. The hybrid library wasn't big to begin with. Other than some rubbish, there was only a small wooden bed. Even this small bed was filled with rubbish every day because the students didn't pay attention to it when they threw it. Brian worked until night every day. The first thing he did when he came back was to sort out the rubbish on his small bed. Early the next morning, he would throw away the rubbish that had to be dealt with before anyone woke up. When Han Shua arrived at the hut and saw the junkyard warehouse, he felt a lump in his throat. He deeply sympathized with the poor boy. How did he get through these 6 years? The air in the hut was extremely foul. Even if the windows were opened, it would not be of much use. This was because the foul smell was emitted from the abandoned things. There was still a lot of rubbish on the small bed. It looked like even though Brian had died, others continued to throw rubbish here out of habit. Dragging his tired feet, Han Shua found it difficult to take even a few steps. He finally arrived at the small bed and planned to clean it up like Brian and have a good sleep. However, Han Shua wasn't Brian after all. When he was halfway through cleaning, Han Shua's heart rippled with anger. This anger was only sporadic at first, but the trace of magical energy in his body circulated rapidly when Han Shua was angry, causing the anger in Han Shua's heart to burn like a spark. Finally, Han Shua abruptly stopped what he was doing and said fiercely, "I'm not Brian, I won't suffer like this. Brian, oh Brian, since I've taken over your body, let me help you punish that little witch Lisa." Han Shua didn't know that according to his original personality, although he would have the intention, he definitely wouldn't have acted so impulsively. In the past, he only had evil thoughts, but he didn't have the courage to turn them into reality. Walking out from the warehouse, Han Shua walked towards the dormitory where the female students lived. In the dead of night, Han Shua sneakily came to the dormitory. Brian often came here to clean and was very familiar with the place. He was very clear where Lisa lived. There were far fewer male and female students in the necromancy major than in the other majors. Therefore, every female student had their own individual room. It was spacious inside and had all the amenities one could wish for. Compared to the garbage warehouse that Brian lived in, this was heaven. Lisa lived on the second floor and Han Shua couldn't enter at night. But it was a good thing that there was a large tree behind Lisa's room. Han Shua shrunk his body and climbed up the tree like a skinny monkey. He was just able to tiptoe and approach Lisa's window. The window wasn't closed. Han Shua was secretly delighted. He stood on his tiptoes and moved his skinny body next to Lisa's window. Peering inside, he saw that the little witch Lisa's room was decorated in pink and looked very cute. There were some cute furry toys hanging on the table and walls inside. A faint fragrance flowed into Han Shua's nose and mouth. Han Shua wrinkled his nose. He hadn't thought that the ruthless and vicious Lisa would actually make her room so cute. Han Shua knew that he couldn't beat her. He moved closer to the window and took another look. He discovered that there was a hazy pink curtain in the corner. Lisa's bed was there. He took out a small bottle from his bag and smeared some of the blood used for the experiment on his eyes, nostrils, and the corners of his lips. He looked at a broken and abandoned mirror and messed up his brown hair a little. When he looked at the mirror again, he saw a horrifying and gloomy face with bloodstains all over it. "Heh heh, even if I can't beat you, I'll scare you to death." Han Shuo was very satisfied with his current appearance. He nodded and laughed darkly in a low voice. After everything was in place, he stepped on the tree trunk and moved closer to Lisa's window. His body swayed along with the tree trunk as he extended his skinny right hand and knocked on Lisa's window. Knock knock, knock knock. Lisa seemed to be still dreaming. She was woken up by the knock knock on the window. She sleepily opened the pink curtain and walked out barefoot from inside. The carpet was also pink. Her jade-white feet landed on the carpet. Under the quiet moonlight, her 5 toes were pink and tender, appearing somewhat cute and moving. Lisa was a little younger than Brian and was a young lady of a noble family. Disregarding the way she treated Brian, Lisa was still an out-and-out little beauty. She had a head of soft golden hair, a height of 1.62 meters, and looked a little taller than Brian. She had slender eyebrows, a straight nose, and lovely red lips. Lisa, who was wearing pink pajamas, didn't seem to be completely awake. After walking out of the pink bed, she instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. A familiar face covered in blood. There were bloodstains on his eyes, nostrils, and the corners of his mouth. The long face looked sinister and terrifying. His thin and small body swayed left and right at the window as if he was weightless. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stared at her. Wah! A startled cry rang through the entire female students' residential area. Han Shuo laughed darkly in his heart. He thought to himself, "I'll scare you to death this time, or at least make you faint." As he thought this, Han Shuo's expression became more and more terrifying. His empty eyes rolled back and his eyeballs rolled back and forth. His body swayed even more violently on the tree branches. Because his eyes were rolling back, Han Shuo couldn't see Lisa anymore. After the frightened cry and Han Shuo's expression became more and more terrifying, he suddenly didn't hear Lisa's voice anymore. She must have fainted from fright, Han Shuo thought. Hearing the curses of the necromancy major female students coming from all around, Han Shuo thought it was about time to retreat. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble if he was caught. Just as he was about to restore his eyes to normal and flee, he suddenly felt a tremendous pain on the bridge of his nose, followed by another wave of pain on his head. His body involuntarily fell from the tree, his entire body aching and his head spinning. Attacks like raindrops then landed on Han Shuo's body with pitter-patter sounds. A voice scolded as it hit, "Brian, I didn't think you'd have a future. You didn't die last time, but is there something wrong with your brain? I cultivate necromancy magic and spend every day with skeletons and zombies. You idiot actually pretended to be a corpse to scare me. I really admire your idiotic behavior. Could it be that the future Grand Magus of the necromancy major, Lisa, can't even tell if a soul is in a body or not?" His body hurt greatly, but his heart hurt even more. This idiot Brian had stayed in the necromancy major as an errand boy for 6 years. How could he not know this bit of common sense? He had caused him to have the courage to do something bad for the first time, but he hadn't thought he would end up like this. Necromancy magic. This miraculous necromancy magic was actually able to tell even this kind of thing apart. It did have some skill. It looked like there were many things that he needed to learn in this foreign world. Otherwise, today's tragedy would have played out again. As the pain in his body intensified, Han Shuo's thoughts ran wild as he cried out in pain. He inwardly thought that Chu Tsang-ming's demonic magic had the word demonic in it, and necromancy magic didn't sound like a good path just from the name. If he cultivated the two together, would there be a conflict? Or would it be stronger? Chapter 3. As Han Shuo's thoughts ran wild, he felt pain all over his body. That little witch Lisa was still madly beating him up. Poor Han Shua's body was so weak that tears had flowed uncontrollably from his eyes when he'd been hit on the bridge of his nose. After falling down from the tree, the pain had made him dizzy and disoriented. He could only roll into a ball on the ground and expose the most fleshy parts for Lisa to hit, such as his buttocks. After a while, Han Shua suddenly discovered something miraculous. A trace of magical yuan in his body just happened to travel to his buttocks at this moment. When Lisa's foot landed on the area where the magical yuan had flowed through, his buttocks didn't feel as much pain anymore. After the magical yuan had passed through the originally burning area, the pain had greatly decreased, and there seemed to be a very comfortable feeling. Han Shua was baffled and thought to himself that the solid realm of magical yuan was truly a form of self-torture. As his thoughts ran wild, the trace of magical yuan had traveled to his right buttocks. Lisa's kick just so happened to land on Han Shua's right buttocks where the magical yuan was. Ah! Wah! Two cries, one high and one low, suddenly sounded from Han Shua and Lisa's mouths. Lisa suddenly felt that Han Shua's right buttocks were harder than iron and stone. Her little foot couldn't bear the immense pain and she immediately shrank her foot back and cried out. Han Shua, on the other hand, felt that the place where Lisa had kicked not only didn't hurt at all, but instead felt very comfortable. His entire body was hurting, and this sudden comfortable feeling from that place made Han Shua involuntarily cry out softly. This soft, ah, was also indescribably obscene, as if, "Brian, you idiot, why do you have rocks in your pants?" Lisa rubbed her jade-like little feet as she yelled angrily. Several female necromancy students also appeared around Han Shua and Lisa at this time. All of them had sleepy eyes as they looked coldly at Han Shua. His nose was no longer hurting, and his tears were no longer flowing uncontrollably. Han Shua moved his body and sat up on the grass. He looked around and saw that Amy, Athena, and Bella, who was also a novice magic caster, were all glaring at him angrily. Killing intent, compared to Lisa, Amy, Athena, and Bella were a lot less good-looking. They were all 16 or 17 years old and weren't very pretty to begin with. Having their sleep disturbed would affect their beauty, so it was only natural that the three girls were in a very bad mood. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Tell me, why do you have rocks in your pants? You've kicked this lady's beautiful feet until they're purple. Ugh, it hurts." The little witch Lisa looked coldly at Han Shua and put her hands on her hips as she spoke arrogantly. Her left foot was tiptoeing and looked a bit odd. What an idiot. Han Shua laughed coldly in his heart and then crawled up with some difficulty with a face full of bewilderment. He laughed dumbly and said, "No, I don't have any rocks in my pants." Turning around, Han Shua faced the four necromancy girls with his buttocks. He undid his pants as he spoke, but before he could pull them down, for screams pierced through the air, followed by the sound of panicked footsteps. "Brian, you idiot, put your pants back on right now or I'll kill you." Lisa hurriedly yelled loudly, but there was an obvious sense of panic in her voice. "Oh." Han Shua responded dumbly, but he was laughing sinisterly in his heart. "Do you think I can't handle a few tender little daisies?" When the man and four girls stood face to face again, Lisa looked closely at Han Shua a few times and said indignantly, "I'll let you off the hook for hiding rocks in your pants. What were you planning to do by climbing up the tree by my window in the middle of the night?" "Heh heh." Laughing dumbly, Han Shua pointed at a tattered bag on the tree and said matter-of-factly, "Take that tattered bag down." "What are you doing in the middle of the night, taking a trash bag?" Lisa felt like she was about to go mad with anger as she roared angrily. Beginner Mage Bella sighed lightly at this moment and said to Lisa, Lisa, can't you see by now that this Brian has gone mad? It looks like your wraith didn't kill him, but made him mad. Why should we bicker with a madman?" She covered her mouth and yawned, saying, "Oh. I still have class tomorrow, so I'm going back to sleep. Senior Lisa, do as you see fit. Amy seemed to sympathize with Han Shuo a bit and looked silently at Han Shuo. She shook her head lightly and sighed. She didn't say much and also turned to leave with Bella. If Han Shuo hadn't acted so crazily, apart from Lisa, he would likely have to suffer the wrath of the three girls. However, since he was a mentally unstable person, the three girls naturally wouldn't bicker with a madman. They let Han Shuo off just like that and went back to their sweet dreams. After the three girls left, only Lisa and Hu Shuo were left. Lisa glared fiercely at Han Shuo and said coldly, "Go do what you need to do, I'll deal with you in a couple of days. I'm tired today, if you dare disturb my sleep again, I won't just punch and kick you, I'll use magic to make you go crazy again." Lisa glared at Han Shuo again after she'd finished speaking and left with a bit of an unnatural gait. She even cried out softly as she walked through the door, "That hurts, that idiot had rocks in his pants. My wraith has indeed driven him mad." The place resumed its silence after Lisa had gone in. Han Shuo also felt a bit of lingering fear when he saw her go in. It was a good thing that Lisa hadn't used necromancy magic. Otherwise, with her magical powers as a beginner mage, Han Shuo would have really gone mad if she'd shot another wraith at him. When the song had ended and everyone had dispersed, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay here. He cursed lowly as he dragged his weak and frail body back to his warehouse in a sorry state. When he returned to the warehouse, he carelessly pulled out the mess of trash on his little bed and lay down to sleep. The next day, Han Shuo was sleeping soundly when the door to the warehouse was suddenly pushed open, followed by a loud "wah" cry. Opening his drowsy eyes, Han Shuo turned around and saw a little fatty with short golden hair and a dark green left eye, wearing the same rough clothes as Han Shuo. He pointed at Han Shuo with a face full of panic, You. He couldn't form a complete sentence. "Oh, it's Jack. What are you doing in my room?" Little fatty Jack was the same age as Brian. Perhaps it was because they were in the same boat, but Jack was one of the few in the necromancy major who treated Brian rather well. Little fatty Jack came from a poor family. 2 years ago, his father, Old Jack, had sent him to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to work as an errand boy, earning a few silver coins every month. Although Jack and Brian were both errand boys, he wasn't sold to the Babylon Academy. Therefore, he had his own freedom, unlike Brian who had been sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as a slave. This was because Jack wasn't a slave. Although he was also an errand boy and would be bullied by the necromancy major students, the necromancy major students wouldn't treat him like Brian. They would beat and scold him, and occasionally use him for small experiments. However, they wouldn't treat him like a slave without regard for his life or death. Brian had always been quite envious of little fatty Jack, because little fatty Jack could eat his fill with every meal and didn't have to endure those inhuman tortures. As for little fatty Jack, he could only find a bit of confidence in Brian. Hence, the two of them were very close. "Huff, huff, that scared me to death." "Brian, you didn't die, that's great." "What's great about that? I'm starving to death." "Jack, do you have anything to eat? If you do, give it to me and I'll return it to you later." Han Shuo discovered that little fatty Jack wasn't saying anything after he'd finished speaking, and was looking at him foolishly. His two small eyes, the size of soybeans, were quite odd on his chubby face. Han Shuo creased his brow and asked impatiently, "What is it, do I look good?" Jack stared blankly, then looked at Han Shuo even more strangely. "You've never asked me for food all these years. You only eat when I give it to you. You also don't talk to me like you did just now. Brian, I've discovered that you're a bit different." Startled, Han Shuo thought to himself that Lisa and the others hadn't noticed anything different about him. He hadn't thought that the dumb fatty Jack would be able to sense it from the first sentence he'd spoken. Thinking about it later and recalling Brian's memories, Han Shuo discovered that Brian didn't talk to the necromancy major students at all. He did whatever they told him to do and didn't interact with them at all. However, Brian and Jack would talk from time to time. Although it was Jack talking and Brian listening most of the time, the two had spent a lot of time together. It was no wonder that Jack could so quickly sense that he was different. Laughing out loud, Han Shua smiled faintly. I was hit by Lisa's wraith and almost died. After this incident, I feel that I've been living the wrong way and want to change myself. Jack breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and nodded, so that's how it is. I thought you'd become stupid after being hit by the wraith. Han Shua didn't know what to say. Here, this is the black bread I've hidden. Take it and eat it. It's great that you didn't die. Everyone thought you were dead and couldn't find a new errand boy, so they gave your job to me. I had to wake up early in the morning and run over to you. I was in a hurry and accidentally bumped into Bach and got beaten up by him. Even my left eye is black now. Little fatty Jack spoke happily as he handed a piece of black bread to Han Shua. It looked like Jack was quite happy that he didn't have to do Brian's job anymore. Han Shua fiercely bit into the black bread when he saw the black eye around Jack's left eye. He said furiously, Bach hit you again. He's too arrogant. Come, let's go get revenge. Jack jumped up in fright and grabbed onto Han Shua, using his body weight to hold onto Han Shua. He said hastily with surprise, Brian, are you crazy? Aren't we used to this a long time ago? Bach is a magic apprentice in the necromancy major, and it's not the first time we've been beaten up. We should be happy that he's not looking for trouble with us. What revenge do we need from him? Snorting coldly, Han Shua said, don't worry, I naturally have a way. I'm crazy, and all the students in the necromancy major should know that I'm crazy by now. I'm fucking crazy, who am I afraid of? Yelling, Han Shua dragged Brian and walked out of the warehouse with his head held high. The magical yuan within Han Shua's body seemed to be circulating even faster. Chapter 4. Early in the morning, the necromancy students all hastily got up and made their way to the Dark Major's school building. Jack was panic-stricken and had an unwilling expression on his face. But when he heard Han Shua's plan and thought of how Han Shua was taking revenge for him, how could he be less than Brian if he wasn't afraid of someone as weak and cowardly as him? Jack finally agreed. There were many stone statues of the past top students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on a bluestone path. These stone statues were incomparably tall and lifelike. These stone figures were the pride of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. One of Brian's jobs was to clean the dust off these enormous stone statues. Brian had been doing this since he was 10 years old. Brian was even shorter at that time and had to carry a small ladder in order to complete his tasks with great difficulty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any food to eat every day. Standing next to a stone statue of a bearded Grand Magus, Han Shua wiped the dust off the chest of this Grand Magus named Claire. He said to Jack, I say, Jack, when can our stone statues be placed here as well? Brian, don't let your imagination run wild. We're just errand slaves. As long as we can eat our fill and not be beaten up every day, how can we become mages? Oh. Brian, you're really a bit different now. You'd never let your imagination run wild before, and you definitely wouldn't come up with such a bad idea. Why not? If you want to become a magician, not only do you need to have great talent, you also need to enter a magic academy. You need to pay a lot of gold coins to the academy and go through layers of training. Even the children of nobles need to have great talent to become a magician. Commoners like us shouldn't even think about it. Oh, I forgot, you're still an errand slave without freedom. You're even worse off, there's no hope at all. We're in a magic academy right now, and we don't even need to pay any tuition fees. Heh, we're truly blessed by the heavens. If we don't learn some magic, how will we have the face to say that we're from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Brian, you don't have to act so confident. We're not magic students, we're just servants. I can still leave the Academy of Magic in the future, but you, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Little Fatty Jack saw that Han Shoa was absent-mindedly wiping Grand Magus Claire's statue. Jack didn't have his usual focus on work and only had a face full of ambition. He felt that Han Shoa was a bit strange and honestly spoke his mind. Let's not talk about this. Look at that little witch Lisa, she's finally here. Let's get down to business. Han Shoa saw the little witch Lisa from afar and stumbled over a bit. He thought to himself that Brian's 6 years as an errand boy at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had some use to him. At least he knew the routine of some people's lives. Lisa always woke up later than usual. Most of the time, she would walk slowly to the Magic Academy by herself. Today was no exception. The little witch Lisa was wearing a black mage robe this time. Her soft golden hair draped lazily over her shoulders. She didn't seem to have slept well last night and kept yawning as she walked. Lisa was very beautiful, but because she was only 16, her breasts didn't seem full enough, perhaps because she hadn't fully developed yet. It was said that Lisa was very dissatisfied with her flat breasts and had been thinking of ways to solve this problem recently. Han Shoa and Jack watched as Lisa walked over and continued wiping the dust off Grand Magus Claire's statue with a straight face. They seemed to be completely unaware that Lisa was walking in their direction as they murmured softly. How is this possible? Did you hear wrong, Brian? Why would Bach say that about Lisa? Suddenly, Jack, who had been mumbling in a low voice, suddenly raised his voice and shouted out in surprise. Lisa, who had been walking absent-mindedly, immediately focused all her attention when she heard someone mention her. She looked ahead vigilantly. Every girl wanted to know what others said about them behind their backs, and the little witch Lisa was naturally no exception. In addition, in order to prevent the two in front of her from seeing her and not daring to continue speaking, Lisa cleverly hid behind another statue and pricked up her ears with a face full of gossip, her eyes sneakily looking in that direction. So it was this half-crazy, half-stupid Brian. Lisa was infuriated and prepared to settle the score with him later. But before that, she wanted to hear what Bach had to say about her. Han Shoa had a silly smile on his face as he said dumbly, I didn't hear wrong. Bach said to the other students on the way here that Lisa's breasts were as flat as a piece of bread that had been stepped on. Jack fiercely stifled his laughter as soon as these words left his mouth. His chubby face flushed red and his body trembled. On the other side, Lisa's ruddy face suddenly turned green as a fierce light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Her adorable lips slowly twitched as she ground her teeth so hard that they made crunching noises. She trembled behind the statue for a few seconds, and then walked quickly towards the school building with a murderous aura. She'd even forgotten that she'd originally planned to settle the score with Brian. Jack finally couldn't hold it in any longer as he watched the little witch Lisa leave the other way with a green face and a murderous aura. Wah-ha! He exploded with laughter, feeling indescribably carefree in his heart. He said as he laughed, Brian, you're just too evil. Even an errand boy like me knows that Bach likes Lisa. Lisa also hates it when people say that her breasts are small. Judging from her current appearance, Bach is sure to be in big trouble. Han Shoa chuckled sinisterly and immediately put away the brush in his hand. He urged Jack, let's not brush this Claire anymore, let's go take a look first. Little Fatty Jack was egged on by Han Shoa and also heroically put the brush into the cloth bag at his waist. He laughed heartily and said, let's go, I want to see how Bach gets beaten up by Lisa. Damn it, I want him to beat me up this morning. The two little necromancy errand boys followed behind Lisa in high spirits as they quickly ran towards the necromancy major's school building. Some of the necromancy students were baffled along the way, wondering why the two most timid errand boys had taken the wrong medicine today. The necromancy major belonged to the Babylon Magic Academy and was a branch of the Dark Major. They shared the same school building with the Dark Major students, and there were teachers guiding the students in their magic studies every day. One had to admire the little she-devil Lisa's speed of action. When Han Shuo and Jack arrived, they discovered that Lisa had already flipped out and started fighting with Bach. "Lisa, even the errand boys of the necromancy major know my feelings for you. How could I speak ill of you? Who did you hear this from?" Bach's left eye was already swollen and bruised as he dodged a bone arrow shot. He hurriedly took the time to yell loudly and looked extremely aggrieved. Bach had been knocked into by Jack on the way and had given Jack a good beating. Brian naturally suffered even more at his hands. Bach was the son of a minor noble and was 17 years old this year. He was only a mage apprentice of the lowest rank and naturally had no advantage over Lisa, who was already a novice necromancer. In addition, Bach liked Lisa and was even more cautious when he attacked. It was no wonder that he'd fallen for Lisa's trick in a short while when faced with the furious Lisa. "Humph, don't worry about that. He said it unintentionally, so there's no way he's wrong. Since you're so vicious, then take this." Han Shuo and Jack had indeed said it unintentionally, and Han Shuo was a half-crazy, half-stupid person. Logically speaking, this kind of person would never fabricate a lie, much less an errand boy. He wouldn't dare to make something up. Because it involved Lisa's taboo and there were many people watching, Lisa naturally wouldn't say it out loud in case others made fun of her. She was going all out this time to teach Bach a lesson. "Fallen warriors of the dead, answer the Dark Herald's call and reveal your existence." Lisa raised her slender arms high into the air as she chanted an incantation. As soon as her voice faded, two ghastly white skeletal warriors appeared in front of her, wielding similarly snow-white bone blades. She pointed her finger at them, and they raised their blades and charged at Bach with a crunching sound. Off to the side, Han Shuo was flabbergasted. This was the first time he'd seen this mysterious necromancy magic with his own eyes. The curiosity and excitement in his heart had been raised to the peak as he watched with rapt attention. Lisa's mental strength isn't weak, to actually be able to summon two skeletal warriors. Humph, the necromancy major is weak as hell to begin with, and they're not united. No wonder the necromancy major is the weakest major in the Academy of Magic. What a disgrace to the Dark Major. After Lisa summoned the two skeletal warriors, some of the Dark Major students who were watching from the sidelines began to discuss it one by one. From their conversation, Han Shuo knew that the same spell could be divided into 5 levels due to the difference in mental strength. If this necromancy magic that summoned skeletons was summoned by an archmage necromancer with a strong mental strength, they would be able to summon even more skeletal warriors. Bach had a dejected look on his face as he cursed the rumormonger a few hundred times in his heart. If Bach had practiced the Dark Major's curses and his mental strength was strong enough, then Han Shuo and Jack would likely be watching a joke right now. Frantically being chased around by the two skeletal warriors, Bach had no choice but to use the same spell and summon a little skull. One man and one skeleton fought against Lisa's two little skulls. When some of the Dark Major students saw Barker in such a sorry state, they all loudly mocked him. Barker was affected by the mockery and became even more flustered in his distraught state. He was kicked in the stomach by one of Lisa's skeletal warriors, and his face immediately turned purple from the pain. He slowly crouched down. Lisa saw that Bach had been hit by the little skull and saw that the little skull had raised its ghastly white bone dagger. She hurriedly stopped it and sent the two summoned little skulls to another dimension. After all, this wasn't a battle of life and death, and the School of Magic strictly forbade students from fighting to the death. Lisa naturally didn't dare make a move. Her anger had mostly dissipated when she saw that Bach was injured. After Bach stood up, he also sent the little skull that he had summoned back to another dimension. He swept his eyes around and saw that Han Shuo and Jack were laughing heartily at him in front of him. Bach was in a bad mood and immediately ran over in a rage, cursing as he ran, "You two lowly servants, you dare make fun of me?" Bach didn't dare vent his anger on Lisa, and even less on the Dark Major seniors nearby. There were only two errand boys, Han Shuo and Jack, that he could vent his anger on. Not to mention that the two were laughing heartily, which naturally provoked Bach. Lisa's anger had been about to subside when she saw Bach arrogantly run off in front of her, but when she saw that Bach was ignoring her like this, her temper flared up again. She chanted with a cold face, "Endless darkness, grant me the power of death. Inflict the agony of the soul upon him, the agony of the soul." As soon as Lisa finished her incantation, a dark mass of air flew towards Bach. That dark mass of air floated in the air, constantly twisting and changing until it finally became a pulsating dark flame. Bach's expression changed again when he heard Lisa chant the incantation and turned to see the magical flames of the agony of the soul shooting towards him. Then, he suddenly thought of something and charged fiercely towards Han Shuo and Jack. He suddenly rolled on the ground just as the agony of the soul was about to hit him. Han Shuo, who'd been laughing heartily after his scheme had succeeded, wasn't the slightest bit on guard. He could only watch as Bach suddenly rolled away and the agony of the soul smashed into his body. Han Shuo's eyes rolled back as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He fell backward stiffly, still laughing heartily. Chapter 5. When Han Shuo woke up, he discovered that he was lying on a small wooden bed in the warehouse. His body was drenched in cold water. Across from him, little fatty Jack was holding a small wooden bucket in his hand. He was laboriously stepping on a stool, intending to pour the cold water out of the bucket. The weather was a bit cold to begin with, and Han Shuo was completely drenched from the cold. When he saw that little fatty Jack was about to pour the bucket of water on him, he suddenly yelled, "Jack, what are you doing?" The stool that little fatty Jack was stepping on was also a discarded product, and it was already wobbly to begin with. When he was startled by Han Shuo's yell, his heart skipped a beat, and his hand shook. The cold water in the small wooden bucket was once again poured onto Han Shuo's head. Even the small wooden bucket flew out of his hand and smashed onto Han Shuo's chest. "Ugh! I say, Jack, are you trying to play me to death?" Han Shuo's entire body was shivering from the cold when he was splashed with the second bucket of cold water. His chest was smashed by the small wooden bucket again, and the pain was unbearable. He immediately grimaced in pain and screamed. "I'm sorry, Brian, I thought I didn't wake you up with the first bucket. Your stool was already wobbling, and you screamed. I was so frightened by you that my hand shook, and I poured the water in the wooden bucket on you." Little fatty Jack's face was full of embarrassment as he picked up a piece of ragged cloth from the side and wiped it on Han Shuo's body. He wanted to clean up the water on Han Shuo's neck first. Who knew that Han Shuo would squeal like a pig being slaughtered again, and stumbled away in a panic. He hurriedly said, "Jack, there's bone powder on the ragged cloth in your hand that's gone bad from necromancy magic experiments. This stuff pricks people like little needles. You're not trying to stab me to death, are you?" "Ah. I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't do it on purpose, I really didn't do it on purpose." Jack was also a little panicked. He hurriedly threw the rag in his hand far away. He was glad that there was no bone powder on the side he was holding. "Achoo, achoo, forget it, forget it. Jack, why am I here? I remember that I was used as a shield by that bastard Barker and was struck by that little witch Lisa's agony of the soul." Han Shuo sneezed and his neck turned red. He hurriedly took off his wet clothes and found the black towel that Brian used to wipe off the cold water droplets on his body. "Brian, you have so many scars on your body." When he heard Jack's words, Han Shuo couldn't help but take a serious look at his own body for the first time. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't have scars. Han Shuo sighed inwardly and once again felt sad for Brian's misfortune. Scars are a man's memories and medals. What do you know? Hurry up and tell me what happened after I fainted. Class just happened to start at the Dark Academy after you fainted from the agony of the soul. Lisa said a few words and hurried off to class. I called Uncle Sel and the two of us carried you back. So it was Uncle Sel who came. Oh right, what did Lisa say before she left? Han Shua nodded as he wiped his body. Uncle Sel was the oldest errand boy in the necromancy major. He was over 50 years old and was usually quite nice to Brian and Jack. Ever since Brian came to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as an errand boy, Sel had been an errand boy for more than 10 years. Lisa said that you were unlucky. If the agony of the soul had been inflicted on Barker, he would have only needed 3 days of pain with his mental strength as a magic apprentice. But you're not a student of the necromancy major and don't have any mental strength. You'll probably be in pain for a month. She said that you disturbed her sleep last night and even put rocks in your pants, hurting her feet when you kicked her. She won't help you relieve the agony of the soul. Damn it, this Lisa dares to treat me like this. I'll deal with her sooner or later. Han Shua's face immediately grew cold when he heard Jack's words and he cursed aloud, giving Jack quite a fright. It wasn't the first time that Lisa had treated him like this, but he hadn't seen him do anything to her. When Han Shua had finished cursing, he thought for a moment and said, Barker is a magic apprentice and can feel the pain for 3 days with mental strength, but I'll be in pain for a month. Heh, my potential is extraordinary. If I learn necromancy magic, maybe I'll be fine in 3 days. Brian, you're an errand boy, how can you learn magic? Then how do magic students learn magic? First meditate and sense the magical elements. When I have mental strength, then study the knowledge in the books and practice magic according to the incantations. If there's anything I don't understand, ask the magic teacher. Jack thought for a moment and said matter-of-factly. Then isn't that fine? I can meditate too. When I have mental strength, can't I learn the incantations from the books and practice magic? But you don't have any books. At this point in the conversation, Han Shua walked up to little fatty Jack in a very friendly manner and suddenly put his arm around Jack. He smiled merrily at Jack, don't I still have you? Aren't you cleaning the library? Jack jumped in fright and hurriedly moved away from Han Shua. He said with a face full of panic, Brian, you want me to steal books for you? Vulgar. How can this be called stealing? I'm only asking you to borrow books. You can just put them back when I'm done. Not many people read those books on the foundations of magic anyways. No one will know about this. Jack, I'm so unlucky today because I helped you. Shouldn't you help me too? Han Shua stared at little fatty Jack and said righteously. Jack's face was full of hesitation when he heard Han Shua's words, but under Han Shua's emotional assault, he finally reluctantly agreed to borrow the books for Han Shua. Jack stealthily found Han Shua at night and pulled out the Foundations of Necromancy and a magical dictionary from his fat belly. He handed them to Han Shua and exhorted him for a long time before sneaking away. With Brian's status as an errand slave, he didn't have the right to learn how to read. However, because he had to do everything, he did learn quite a bit over the past 6 years due to the demands of his work. He passed all of this knowledge to Han Shua, so Han Shua was able to understand the words on these 2 books. Han Shua closed the little wooden door to the warehouse after Jack left and flipped open the first light yellow page of The Foundations of Necromancy, reading with great interest. Magic was a method of using the mental strength to communicate with the magical elements in this world. There were 4 ways to use magic: incantations, magic scrolls, hand gestures, and magic matrices. Necromancy magic had once been extremely prosperous. When necromancy magic was at its peak, all dark magic was classified as necromancy magic. It was a pity that necromancy magic had declined, and necromancy magic had become a branch of dark magic. In the beginning, necromancy magic was only used to control souls and bones. In the process of development, predecessors continuously experimented and improved, causing the number of spells in necromancy magic to increase. It slowly formed a system and finally became the representative of dark magic. The basis of any magic was mental strength, and the way to obtain mental strength was to meditate and feel the magical elements that ordinary people couldn't. Only when one had developed mental strength through meditation could one be considered a magic apprentice. Therefore, when Han Shuo was studying the foundations of necromancy, the first thing he did was to meditate to feel his mental strength. However, Han Shuo meditated for 7 days straight and gained nothing. He couldn't form a trace of mental strength at all. Therefore, during these 7 days, Han Shuo only meditated and trained at night. During the day, he still diligently played the role of Brian, cleaning, removing bugs, and taking out the trash. Because if he didn't do this, Han Shuo, as an errand slave, wouldn't be able to eat anything in the academy, and wouldn't be able to continue staying in the academy. Because of the agony of the soul, Han Shuo's brain would suddenly hurt a few times every day. The first 2 times, Han Shuo immediately fainted again, but later on, although it would still hurt from time to time, Han Shuo didn't faint again, perhaps due to his adaptability. During this period of time, Han Shuo's reputation of being half crazy and half foolish had also spread. However, although Han Shuo looked crazy and foolish, he still did what he was supposed to do every day. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force didn't chase him out of the academy when they saw that Han Shuo still did what he was supposed to do despite looking crazy and foolish. The necromancy students all agreed that Han Shuo's strange behavior was that Han Shuo had been doing this for 6 years and had formed the habit. Therefore, although he was a bit crazy, this habit couldn't be changed, and he still did what he was supposed to do every day. However, during these days, whenever the students who wanted to find Han Shuo to experiment with magic found him, Han Shuo would suddenly have a headache at the right time. When he had a headache, he would go even crazier. Sometimes, Han Shuo would mess up the experiment. The students all knew that Han Shuo had been hit by Lisa's agony of the soul, and that he was a bit crazy and foolish, so they couldn't do much to him. No one knew why Lisa had beaten Bach up, but Bach had been quite depressed during this time and would find excuses to beat Han Shuo up. Bach was a magic apprentice, and his body was stronger than Han Shuo's. Even when Han Shuo pretended to be crazy and fought with him, he was still beaten up quite a bit. When he returned to the warehouse at night, Han Shuo immediately cursed as soon as he walked in, "Bach, you scum, just you wait, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't recognize you." Today, Han Shuo had been beaten up by Bach again. Bach and a little skull were fighting Han Shuo alone, so Han Shuo naturally couldn't beat them. He was covered in bruises all over his body. But these days, Han Shuo felt that his strength was increasing, and his appetite had also increased greatly. Every time he didn't have enough food to eat, he would have to ask Jack for more. And every time he was beaten up by Bach, although it was painful, Han Shuo only needed to practice the solid method of magical yuan after returning to the warehouse. Not only would his body not hurt at all when he woke up the next day, he would even be in very good spirits. When he fought Bach again, he discovered that the pain on his body was getting lighter and lighter. Therefore, every time Han Shuo was beaten up, he would immediately return to the warehouse and start practicing magical yuan. That bit of magical yuan in his body had also unknowingly grown a little during this period of time. It seemed that every time Han Shuo was beaten up and returned to practice magical yuan, his body was slowly being forged, and his magical yuan had gradually grown from the size of a fingernail to the size of a thumb. This made Han Shuo both excited and afraid. He was excited that the magical yuan was growing stronger, and that his body and spirit were getting better and better. He was afraid that because the magical yuan was slowly growing, Han Shuo would sometimes find it harder and harder to control his temper, and would easily do things that he was afraid of and would regret later on. Han Shuo pulled out The Foundations of Necromancy from under the little wooden bed. After reading it for a while, Han Shuo once again started meditating out of habit. The magical yuan in his body also continued to roam around every part of his body irregularly. Han Shuo felt very comfortable after the magical yuan flowed past the areas that hurt. As Han Shuo meditated, that strand of magical yuan slowly flowed from his neck to Han Shuo's brain. It was at this moment that a familiar pain suddenly radiated from Han Shuo's brain. At this moment, Han Shuo knew that the agony of the soul that Lisa had released was acting up again. Suddenly, that strand of magical yuan seemed to have entered the center of Han Shuo's pain just as his brain was in pain. This was the first time that the agony of the soul had acted up, and the magical yuan had just so happened to enter his brain. Han Shuo felt as if a cannon had been set off in his brain, and then his head ached again as he fainted. Chapter 6. When Han Shuo woke up, he discovered that it was already late at night. The magical yuan in his body was still flowing irregularly, but there seemed to be something more in his mind. Everything around him seemed to be much clearer. A thought struck him as Han Shuo once again held his breath and focused his mind into meditation. Han Shuo carefully sensed his body according to the basics of necromancy, and finally confirmed that the magical yuan had flowed into his brain when the agony of the soul had flared up, and that he'd inexplicably cultivated mental strength. Waha, looks like I'm a genius, to be able to cultivate mental strength so quickly. Heh, maybe I should try out the lowest level of necromancy magic and see if I can summon a skeletal warrior. He hurriedly took out the basics of necromancy from his bed and flipped through it for a long time, but he couldn't find the incantation to summon a skeletal warrior. It was then that Han Shuo discovered that this book only recorded the basics of necromancy magic, and didn't contain any incantations or magic spells. Han Shuo frowned as he thought for a while, and remembered Lisa's summoning incantation from back then. He immediately raised his hands high and focused all of his mental strength, chanting the summoning incantation for necromancy magic. Fallen warrior of the dead, heed the dark emissary's call and reveal your existence. When Han Shuo finished reciting the incantation, he suddenly felt the weak mental strength in his brain rapidly drain away. It was all sucked away in an instant. He vaguely felt something, and then his head hurt. His body collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. As Han Shuo sat down weakly, a black light flashed in his small warehouse, and a ghastly white little skull that was half the size of the one Lisa had summoned last time appeared. Han Shuo was wild with joy as he looked at this snow-white little skull that held a dagger-like bone knife in its hand, and its two empty eyes facing him. Although this little skull was a size smaller than the one Lisa had summoned, it was still a little skull. This also meant that his necromancy magic had succeeded. His body collapsed and his mind felt groggy. Han Shuo knew through the basics of necromancy that his mental strength was too weak. Even summoning this little skull had exhausted all of his mental strength. Looking at the little skull in front of him, Han Shuo felt that he had an inexplicable connection with it. However, Han Shuo's mental strength was pitifully weak, and he couldn't even send a command with his mental strength, let alone send the little skull back to the other dimension. The man and skeleton looked at each other for a while. Han Shuo thought to himself that no one would come to this warehouse anyway. This little skull wouldn't run around without Han Shuo's orders, so it didn't matter. It was already the middle of the night. Han Shuo had been tossing and turning for so long and was exhausted. After the surprise just now, Han Shuo felt a little tired and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, before the sky was completely bright, Han Shuo had already woken up. During this period of time, Han Shuo had gotten used to disposing of the garbage piled up in the warehouse before anyone else woke up. After waking up today, he was about to do the same thing when he suddenly saw the little skull next to the pile of garbage. After a nap, Han Shuo's mental strength had recovered a little. He definitely didn't have enough mental strength to send the little skull back to the other dimension, but if he gave it a command, it would be enough. Thinking of this, Han Shuo gathered his mental strength and sent the first command to the little skull, help him dispose of the garbage. After the command, the little skull's leg bones straightened, slowly stretched out 5 white bone fingers, grabbed a pile of garbage next to it, opened the door and walked out. No wonder everyone wants to learn magic. Magic really saves a lot of trouble. In the future, this little skull will help me dispose of the garbage early in the morning. Han Shuo looked at the sky and saw that it was still early. He suddenly fell back to the small bed and continued to sleep. This was the first time in days that Han Shoa slept in the morning. After taking a nap, when Han Shoa opened his eyes, he found that the little skull had returned. It seemed that the garbage had been disposed of according to his order. Climbing down from the small bed, when Han Shoa washed his face, he noticed that the purplish color on his face yesterday had magically disappeared today. Even some of the scars on his left and right hands seemed to be molting and fading. Apart from feeling a bit dizzy because he'd used up all of his mental strength yesterday, Han Shoa's physical condition was quite good. The solid stage of magical yuan would transform the entire body. When he passed the solid stage, all of the scars on his body would definitely disappear, and the strength and flexibility of his body would greatly increase. At that time, whether it was Bach or Lisa, they'd likely lose for sure if they used skeletons to fight him one-on-one. Han Shoa thought as he washed his face. He looked at the necromancy students on the road and saw that they were all heading to the Dark Academy to attend classes. He also hurriedly picked up his tools and ran to the road to clean the statues of the top students from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Athena, I went to the toilet before the sun rose this morning and saw a very small skeleton outside the window. It was clutching 2 garbage bags in its hands and slowly walking in the direction of the garbage dump. How strange. Magic apprentice Amy said to Athena beside her as they walked towards the Dark Major's teaching block. Crazy, what student would be so bored as to summon a little skull to take out the garbage? Isn't this all done by that half-crazy, half-idiot Brian? It's true, I really did see a very small skeleton clutching 2 garbage bags. Also, I feel that Brian is so pitiful. He was already very miserable, and now he's been turned into this by Lisa. He's even been beaten up by Bach every day. You must be dreaming and seeing things. Brian is an errand slave, and he was sold to the academy. He's a slave, it's good enough that he's still alive. You're too kind, what are you worrying about him for? The 2 female students walked further and further away, and Brian couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. Jack came back after a while and wiped off the dust with Han Shoa. Jack wiped for a while and looked dazedly at Han Shoa. Brian, I've noticed that you seem to have put on a bit of flesh. Also, weren't you beaten up by Bach yesterday? I saw that your face was green and purple last night, why can't I see any of that now? Bach must have done too much exercise recently. Look at his dull eyes and he looks very weak. Where would he have any strength left? If this goes on, he probably won't be able to beat me. At this point, Han Shoa felt that his stomach was empty and immediately said to Jack, my appetite has been a bit large recently, give me some of the things you're hiding on you. How did you know that I'm hiding bread on me? All the students and errand slaves of the Major know that you have the habit of hiding food on you, but you insist that it's a secret. Stop blabbering and give me the bread. I'll return it to you in the future. Jack took out a piece of bread unwillingly when he heard Han Shoa say this. He looked at the bread in his hand and broke off a piece before handing it to Han Shoa. Jack suddenly said when Han Shoa stopped what he was doing and was furiously devouring the bread, hush. Bach's here. And Lisa. Bach held 2 exquisite white boxes in his hands and followed behind Lisa with a fawning smile on his face. He said fawningly, Lisa, these are snacks that my family specially sent over for me. They're very delicious. You definitely haven't had breakfast yet, have a taste. When Bach had beaten up Han Shoa yesterday, he'd accidentally received a punch on the right side of his face from Han Shoa. The right side of his face was still a bit bruised, and when he smiled and spoke, the right side of his face seemed to hurt a bit. He grimaced and twitched, making his smile appear a bit ugly. Humph, I'm not hungry. Don't give me that. I hate people like you the most, people who fawn on the surface and badmouth others behind their backs. Lisa didn't even look at Bach and only cared about walking forward. When she reached Brian and Jack's side, she looked coldly at Brian and said, Brian, when your agony of the soul ends in a month, I'll find you to properly practice with then. After hearing Lisa's words, Han Shuo finally remembered that the agony of the soul hadn't acted up since this morning. Han Shuo guessed that the agony of the soul magic must have dissipated after cultivating mental strength yesterday. Otherwise, it wouldn't have acted up until now. Lisa was about to leave after she finished speaking. However, after Buck glanced at Brian, he exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? I clearly remember that I beat you until your face turned purple yesterday. Why is it all gone today? Damn it, you remember it so well. Han Shuo looked foolishly at Bach and laughed like a lunatic. I've taken good care of myself. Lisa was about to leave when she heard Han Shuo's words and couldn't help but laugh softly. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, making her look exceedingly adorable. This idiot Brian's speech was quite interesting after he'd gone mad. He wasn't as silent as before. Lisa thought to herself and wasn't in a hurry to leave. Jack knew that Han Shuo wasn't an idiot and knew that Han Shuo was purposefully making fun of Bach when he heard Han Shuo's words. He wanted to stifle his laughter but failed and laughed lightly. By the time Jack realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Bach was inwardly angry and thought that the right side of my face hadn't recovered yet, but this idiot had. Bach didn't dare say anything when Lisa laughed, but Jack's laughter immediately enraged Bach. Bach quickly stomped over to Jack and cursed angrily, "You lowly servant, how dare you make fun of me? I'll beat you to death." Jack knew that the situation wasn't looking good. He stood where he was but didn't dare run away as he watched Bach charge over. He could only wait pitifully to be beaten. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly clutched his head and cried out, "Ouch!" He suddenly stood in front of Jack. Bach saw that it was Han Shuo and thought that he'd beat Han Shuo again. He raised his fist and threw a punch at Han Shuo's face. Bam! Han Shuo was hit, but he felt that Bach's punch was a bit lighter than yesterday. Han Shuo's thin body didn't even sway when the punch landed. However, Han Shuo still cried out, "Ouch!" He didn't even look as if he'd suddenly gone mad as his two hands wildly punched forward. Bach's left eye immediately turned black as he clutched his stomach and jumped up and down, "Lowly servant, how dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you with necromancy magic today." "Bach, you're bullying Brian again. Class has already started, go back to the classroom." A gentle and beautiful voice suddenly sounded from afar as a tall, slender, and beautiful girl with long, light purple hair slowly walked over from afar. She looked to be in her mid-20s with a straight nose, a goose-egg-shaped face, and rosy, sexy lips. Her wheat-colored skin looked quite healthy, and she wore a slightly tight mage robe with gold trimmings. The tight mage robe perfectly set off her full, towering breasts and long, slender legs. She held a few magic books in her left hand and an emerald-embedded magic staff in her right as she spoke to Brian. Master Fanny, you're not wearing your glasses today. You're talking about Brian." Lisa pouted and reminded her with a bit of exasperation. "Glasses are a fatal blow to a beauty's beauty. I don't want to wear that every day." Fanny smiled faintly and finally found Bach. She made a knocking motion with the magic staff in her right hand and said fiercely, "Go back to class immediately or you'll know the consequences." Fanny revealed a gentle smile again after speaking to Bach fiercely. She smiled at Lisa and said, "Lisa, you need to hurry to class as well. You're not a good student if you're always late. I still need to prepare for today's lesson, so I'll be leaving first." Fanny turned back to glare at Bach after she'd finished speaking. Her two long, slender, and beautiful legs lifted as she walked forward gracefully. Her two round, perky buttocks appeared indescribably captivating as she walked. Master Fanny, that's not the classroom building. You're going in the wrong direction. Oh my God, you'd better wear your glasses." Lisa exclaimed softly and was about to leave when she thought of something. She paused and swept a cold glance over Bach. She said disdainfully, "Useless fellow, you can't even beat an errand boy. Lisa then looked at Han Shuo and quickly chased after Fanny. Bok was seething with anger and pointed viciously at Han Shuo and Jack. You two lowly servants, just you wait. I'll get even with you. He then hurried off to class as well. It looked like Fanny's threat was quite effective. Han Shuo looked in the direction that Fanny had disappeared with a dazed expression and watched Fanny leave. He didn't take Bok's threat to heart and murmured when Fanny had completely disappeared, Master Fanny is quite interesting. No wonder that idiot Brian has a crush on her. To think that Brian's taste is about the same as mine. Brian, stop looking. I know that you've liked Master Fanny for a long time. Master Fanny has also told some students not to bully you. However, you're just an errand boy, and she's an adept mage of the academy. Do you know how strong adept mages are? Although Master Fanny is a bit short-sighted, there are too many people in the academy who have a crush on her. You should wake up soon. Jack's plump hands waved repeatedly in front of Han Shuo's face, reminding Han Shuo to face reality and wake up soon. I'm already drunk and can't wake up. Han Shuo said lecherously. He paused and added, I'll get her sooner or later. Chapter 7. Of course, these weren't things that Han Shuo could do at the moment. Han Shuo found the simplest way to refine it, and found 7 white bone spurs from an unknown magical beast in the warehouse. He then stuck them into the barrel according to the magical Yin concentration matrix. Han Shuo's heart suddenly relaxed when he saw the 7 whirlpools appear. He knew that his messing around had actually succeeded. Although he didn't know what would become of the little skull in the end, Han Shuo was already at ease. He meditated for a while and slowly fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, Han Shuo suddenly stood up with a loud ugh, and Carrie's right foot came flying over, kicking Han Shuo in the chest. Han Shuo cried out in pain and grabbed Carrie's right leg with both hands, lifting it up. Carrie cried out and fell to the side, his body crashing into another stone statue. He grimaced in pain. When Carrie and Borg came over, Han Shuo cried out in pain and flailed his arms and legs wildly. Although his body had taken a few punches and kicks, Carrie and Borg didn't have it easy either. They were also hit by Han Shuo's random attacks. Ah, my head hurts. Han Shuo hugged his head and squatted on the ground, his body shaking with a pained expression. Jack had originally wanted to go clean the lab, but when he saw Han Shuo doing this again, his heart skipped a beat. He stood there motionless, looking at Han Shuo expectantly. Han Shuo took advantage of the dead of night to sneakily return to the cabin. Carefully closing the door, Han Shuo put down the barrel and placed the little skull inside. He then tossed in some messy low-level magical beast blood, bone powder, lizard tail, and other materials. He then poured in a bucket of water. The contents of the wooden barrel were all mixed together and looked very ugly. Only the little skull's skull could be seen, and it was at a loss as to what was going on. After a long while, he suddenly remembered a method to refine demonic treasures. Han Shuo remembered that he had only been learning necromancy magic for a short time, and had only summoned a weak little skull. Since that was the case, he decided to test it out on the little skull first. Closing his eyes, Han Shuo thought for a while, slowly going through Chu Kanglin's knowledge on refining demonic treasures. Apart from various materials, special formations were needed to be set up in order to refine demonic treasures, as well as the most basic magical yuan of a demonic practitioner. It would take a few days or months to refine according to a special method. Some particularly powerful demonic treasures would even take years to refine. He stuck the 7 bone spurs into the barrel as a substitute for the Yin demon, then squatted down in the barrel and tried to circulate the magical yuan to his right middle finger. He abruptly stabbed his finger into the center of the 7 bone spurs. Although the 7 bone spurs were substitutes, they could actually absorb a bit of magical yuan if they were arranged in the right way. Some special demonic treasures required very demanding and complex materials, and no one knew if they existed in this world. Han Shuo didn't care. He randomly assembled the materials needed to refine demonic treasures and did as he thought. He got up and returned to the laboratory, where he took out a small barrel that no one was using, and some necromancy materials that the students hadn't finished using. Han Shuo didn't know the names of those materials. That night, when he returned to the small wooden hut and was about to habitually meditate, he suddenly remembered the mysterious records on refining demonic treasures that old lunatic Chu Kanglin had left in his mind. He thought to himself that although the demonic arts he practiced and the necromancy magic he was learning now belonged to two different worlds, they both belonged to the path of evil, and there seemed to be some similarities. He wondered if he could combine them. When Han Shuo began to seriously recall his memories with a frown, he discovered that although Chu Kanglin had left behind many memories, most of them felt hazy and indistinct when he tried to recall them. It was as if he was looking at something through a thin, blurry piece of paper, and couldn't see everything clearly. Han Shuo was used to being beaten up. Add to that the fact that the magical yuan had transformed his body through the solid circulation method, he was able to completely withstand the punches of Carrie and Borg. His physical strength had also improved, and Carrie and Borg's faces were red and blue when their fists danced in the air. They looked much more wretched than Han Shuo. After studying the foundations of necromancy, during this period of time, Han Shuo understood that his mental strength was very weak. He would focus on meditation every day when he returned to the small wooden hut. Little Skull was the weakest dark creature in the other dimension. Its intelligence was so low that it could only act according to the summoner's orders. Under Han Shuo's orders, Little Skull stayed in the small wooden hut during the day, and only went to dispose of the garbage bags late at night. "Brian, I didn't believe them when they said you were crazy, but now even I believe them." "You're really crazy." Jack twisted his chubby neck, shook his head, and sighed when he saw Han Shuo's face full of infatuation and his big talk about taking care of Fanny. In the next few days, Han Shuo's head didn't hurt anymore. For some reason, Bach didn't immediately seek revenge on Han Shuo. Han Shuo and Jack both gave up on Carrie and Borg's missions. Last time, they couldn't beat Han Shuo alone, so they didn't have anything to say now. They obediently did what they were supposed to do in the first place. He praised repeatedly as he ate, "Tisk tsk, it's delicious indeed. This fight wasn't for nothing. Here, I just borrowed half a loaf of bread from you, and now I'm returning you a box of exquisite pastries. You've earned big this time. I even dared to beat up Bach, not to mention you two idiots." Han Shuo still clutched his head in pain, but a hint of a grim smile appeared on his lips. After an indeterminate amount of time, 7 miniature whirlpools suddenly appeared in the water with the 7 bone spurs as the center. Those are the pastries that Bach used to curry favor with Lisa. Huh, we're so lucky, I haven't tasted the delicacies of nobles yet. Han Shuo saw that Bach was in a hurry to leave and didn't take the pastries with him. He immediately sprinted over and picked up the 2 boxes of exquisite pastries without another word. He started munching on them without a second thought. This was a great fight. Jack, we don't have to do Carrie and Borg's work anymore. If they dare bully you again, tell me, I'll beat them to death. Good, Brian, you actually dared to fight back. Borg, let's go together and teach this kid a good lesson today. Carrie crawled up with a pained cry and charged at Han Shuo again, yelling at Borg to attack together. To refine a Yin demon, one must first have a nether spirit. A person who died unjustly would be buried in a place of extreme Yin after death. Only if the soul was unwilling to leave could it become a nether spirit. Refining a nether spirit into a Yin demon required some special methods. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't do it at the moment. Borg smiled when he saw Carrie charge at Han Shuo. He thought that Han Shuo was courting death. Little did he know that Han Shuo had taken a kick, but it looked like Carrie was in an even worse state. Just as Han Shuo and Jack finished eating the exquisite pastries and couldn't help but sigh at the deliciousness of the taste, 2 slightly older servants suddenly walked over from behind. They were holding brooms in their hands and were shouting at Han Shuo and Jack, urging Han Shuo and Jack to hurry up and clean up the laboratory. The Yin Demon Concentration Matrix was a kind of magical cultivation matrix in Chu Kanglin's memories. The correct method was to first refine 7 Yin demons, and form a matrix with the 7 Yin demons. The magical essence of the refiner would be injected into the matrix, and the 7 Yin demons would firmly condense the magical essence of the refiner within the matrix according to the matrix. They would then slowly dissolve the materials used to refine the demonic treasure bit by bit and then infiltrate the main materials. The demonic treasure would be considered complete after 36 days of refining with the help of the magical yuan. I don't care if you're crazy or pretending to be crazy. If you dare disobey, I'll beat you until you do. Carrie's temper was even worse. He took 3 large strides over and raised his right leg to kick at Han Shuo's crouching body. Ha, you're not going. Brian, have you really gone mad? You even dare disobey Master Borg's words. Do you want me to beat you awake? Borg clenched his right hand into a fist and sneered at Han Shuo. I'm not going. Han Shuo ignored him. He'd long since wanted to give up. Now that his body felt sturdy and he hadn't suffered any losses in the fight with Bok just now, his confidence was greatly boosted. He inwardly thought that he'd just eaten and his stomach just so happened to be a bit bloated. If they didn't know what was good for them, another fight would help with digestion. At this moment, Han Shuo also felt a bit strange. He felt that after coming to the profound continent, his appetite had increased due to his training in demonic yuan. His personality seemed to have become a bit bolder. Not only did he dare to do things that he clearly didn't dare to do in the past, he even had more and more desires for them. These 2 errand boys were in their 20s and over 1.7 meters tall. They were called Borg and Carrie. Over the years, they'd often bullied Brian and Jack by relying on their greater strength. They'd even forcefully pushed some of the tasks that should have been theirs to do to Brian and Jack. For example, the task of cleaning the laboratory should have been theirs. But this is Bok's. I beat him up, so it's mine now. The 3 errand boys fought wildly at the intersection without any sort of strategy. As they fought, Carrie and Borg felt more and more pain all over their bodies, and their strength grew weaker and weaker. Han Shuo's body ached slightly, but he actually felt very comfortable, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. He actually fought more and more freely. In the end, it was actually Han Shuo who chased after Carrie and Borg, and then the 2 of them ran away in defeat. Jack, pointing at his chest, Han Shuo said cockily, because I have a brave heart. The first thing that was needed to refine a demonic treasure was materials. Since he was just experimenting for fun, Han Shuo used the little skull as the main material. The useless blood, bone powder, and lizard tails from the warehouse became the supplementary materials for the demonic treasure. At this moment, little fatty Jack looked at Han Shuo with adoration and tugged at Han Shuo, laughing heartily, Brian, you're so amazing now. You actually beat Carrie and Borg away by yourself. How did you do it? Brian, Jack, you 2 should be cleaning the laboratory at this time. You haven't even finished cleaning the statues yet. If you cause us to be punished, then you 2 brats are finished. Now that he had Little Skull to help him throw out the trash in the morning, and he didn't have to do much for Carrie and Borg, Han Shuo suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Han Shuo didn't continue to ask Jack to borrow other magic tomes during this time. He obediently studied the foundations of necromancy, and prepared to build a solid foundation first. Chapter 8. The next day. Han Shuo was still in a daze and hadn't fully woken up yet. The small door to the warehouse was pushed open with a bang. Little fatty Jack rushed over and shook Han Shuo violently as soon as he entered. After shaking Han Shuo awake, he yelled excitedly, "Wake up Brian, there's a good show to watch." Han Shuo was still drowsy. He'd just been dreaming that he'd sent Little Skull to beat up Lisa. He hadn't even finished his dream when he was woken up by Jack, who said with dissatisfaction, "It's early in the morning, what's the matter?" Jack's two soybean-sized eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily. "Brian, I don't know what that Lisa did, but she summoned a very strange little skull. That little skull isn't obedient, and I don't know what's going on, but it's been making a lot of noise in her room this early in the morning." The little skull then ran towards the Light Magic Academy with Lisa chasing after it with all her might. "Oh! I swear, I've never seen a little skull that can run so fast in all my years in Spectre Academy. He even has 7 bone spurs that look like wings." Han Shoa was quite pleased at first when he heard this, but when Jack finished speaking, Han Shoa's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of something and looked towards the small bucket. The water within the colorful bucket had turned inky black at some point. The 7 bone spurs and the little skull had all disappeared. It couldn't be, he'd just used the method of refining demonic treasures to refine it yesterday. In his hazy dreams, he seemed to have given Jack the order to teach Lisa a lesson. But didn't this demonic treasure require 36 days to refine? How could this be? Could it be that he'd used the bone spurs as a substitute for the Gene Devil and had run out of magical yuan? At this thought, Han Shoa felt a chill in his heart. He abruptly jumped out of bed. He didn't even care about cleaning the stone statues in the morning. He dragged Jack and ran towards the Light Magic Academy. Han Shoa was anxious as he ran. Han Shoa wasn't a pure necromancy major student and couldn't be as indifferent to his summoned creatures as they were, completely disregarding the life and death of the summoned creature. During this time, Little Skull had been helping Han Shoa throw out the trash, which saved Han Shoa a lot of effort. Han Shoa had unknowingly developed feelings for Little Skull, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. It wasn't just Han Shoa and Jack. Some of the necromancy students also had strange expressions on their faces as they hurried to the School of Light Magic, chattering non-stop along the way. "How strange, what a small skeleton. It's black, and there are 7 bone spurs on its back. I really don't know how Lisa managed to summon it," Amy said as she walked. "Yes, what's even stranger is that this little skull is running so fast. Oh my gosh, can it be that Lisa's mental strength is stronger than ours, so the skeletal warriors she summons are different from ours?" Athena also had a face full of surprise as she made a big fuss as she and Amy sped towards the School of Light Magic. Novice Mage Bella's brow furrowed slightly when she heard Athena's words. She snorted, "I'm also a novice mage, but I've never summoned such a strange skeleton. What's even stranger is that this little skull doesn't listen to its summoner. This doesn't make sense at all." Han Shoa listened to the conversations of the necromancy students as he ran with Jack. From their words, Han Shoa knew that this little skull of his, which had been refined using the method of refining magical treasures, was extremely unusual. Secretly anxious, Han Shoa tried to contact the little skeleton with his mental strength and discovered that he could contact it. However, he didn't know if it was because the little skeleton had been refined using demonic treasures before, but the little skeleton didn't seem to be able to receive his commands and was still running around in the distance. The School of Light Magic didn't have as few students as the Necromancy Major. The Light Major was a large major in the Babylon Academy of Magic, and there were many outstanding students within. In addition, the Light Major students had always hated the Dark Major. This might be because light and dark magic were opposites, especially the Necromancy Major students. The Light Major students loathed them even more, as light magic had a suppressive effect on necromancy magic. Many light magic spells were extremely destructive to the dark creatures summoned by necromancers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that light magic was the nemesis of the Necromancy Major. After Han Shoa returned to the Necromancy Major, he'd learned a great deal of knowledge. He'd learned from the necromancy students that this was common knowledge, and was even more worried for his little skull. Dragging Jack, Han Shoa sprinted all the way. His speed was very fast, and his frail body was even faster than some necromancy students. The necromancy students behind him all jumped in fright, thinking, since when did this idiot's stamina become so good after he'd gone crazy? By the time Han Shuo reached the light major students, Jack had already collapsed from exhaustion. He sat on the ground and panted heavily, yelling, "Brian, you run so fast. I'm about to die of exhaustion from being dragged by you, but you don't even have a sweat on your head." At this moment, Han Shuo's attention was completely focused on the little skull that was bouncing here and there in the School of Light Magic, and he completely ignored Jack's complaints. In the middle of the magic plaza of the School of Light, a little skull that was as black as ink, with 7 bone spurs sticking out of its back, and a bone knife that looked like a small dagger in its hand that sparkled with a dim light, was scurrying around in the plaza. The black little skull's bones had been refined by Han Shuo, and seemed to shimmer with a faint halo of light. The bone spurs sticking out of its back looked natural and didn't give off any sense of awkwardness, as if they should have been there in the first place. As it ran, its 2 calf bones stretched out like springs, and the 7 bone spurs on its back would flap continuously as it ran. Although they couldn't carry it through the air, they seemed to act as a support, making it very fast. Lisa, who was chasing behind him, couldn't hit it with any of her necromancy spells. There were quite a few light magic students in the plaza of the School of Light, as well as some enormous stone pillars carved with intricate patterns. The little skull darted between the students and the stone pillars with an unspeakably nimble and strange body, leaving Lisa helpless. Han Shuo was a bit taken aback when he saw the little skull suddenly become so nimble. He hastily gathered his mental strength and wanted to order the little skull to return to the warehouse, but the little skull didn't seem to receive Han Shuo's mental commands at all. It continued to dart between the stone pillars and the light magic students, causing the light magic students to yell and run in all directions. The plaza was a scene of chaos. "Lisa, your necromancy major has really become more and more unbridled lately. You've actually brought these filthy dark creatures into our School of Light. Are you still not convinced of your loss to me last time and want to take this opportunity to show off the power of your skeletal warriors?" Novice light mage Irene looked provocatively at Lisa and said coldly. Irene was 17 years old, with short, light green hair and a beautiful fringe on her forehead. Her sky-blue eyes were like 2 resplendent sapphires, and she wore a sacred light magic robe with a diamond-shaped sapphire embedded in the chest area. The sapphire sparkled with a misty blue light and contrasted with her eyes, making her look even more beautiful. She was also a little beauty. Han Shuo stared at Irene and secretly compared her to Lisa. He discovered that Irene wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Lisa, and her chest was beginning to show signs of plumpness, much more than Lisa's. "Irene, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're from the Camplin family." Lisa temporarily stopped chasing Little Skull and snorted coldly at Irene. "Humph, filthy dark creatures must not be allowed to appear in the sacred School of Light. Since you can't take him away, then I'll help you." Irene raised her 2 hands with a saintly expression and slowly chanted, "O sharp blade of light, transform into a long sword that purifies evil and cleave apart this lowly life, light sword slash." A long sword made of pure, blinding light appeared after Irene finished her incantation. Under Irene's command, it swiftly charged towards the little skeleton. Han Shuo's little skull had been hiding all this time. When Lisa had stopped just now, Little Skull had also foolishly stopped as well. He didn't seem to be able to react until Irene's light sword slashed at him, and the light sword pierced directly into the skeleton in front of his chest. The dark, ink-colored skeleton seemed to suddenly light up with a faint eerie light the moment the light sword pierced into it. The light sword then disappeared, and a faint puff of black smoke rose from the Little Skull's chest. Little Skull wobbled a bit after being hit, but steadied himself again. He held the little dagger that shone with a cold light and looked around, as if trying to see who had hit him. Phew, this dark creature didn't immediately fall apart after being hit by the holy light of light magic. Yes, this is really strange. Light magic is the bane of dark creatures. His skeleton should have turned to dust under the holy light. What's going on? Ah, could it be that the necromancy major has already researched a way for dark creatures to not be afraid of the holy light of light magic? How is this possible? If this is the case, then aren't the dark creatures of the necromancy major too powerful? Han Shuo looked around and discovered that the surrounding light major students all had shocked expressions on their faces. All of them looked in disbelief at the little skull that was looking around. When dark creatures of the necromancy major were hit by light magic, they would suffer additional damage in addition to their normal attack power. Higher-level dark creatures would begin to rot, and low-level ones like the skeletal warriors should have immediately turned to dust and disappeared. But now, this little skull that Han Shuo had refined with the demonic treasure had subverted the common sense of magic and proved an unimaginable truth to the light and necromancy major students. Cries of surprise continuously rang out from the mouths of the light major students. Even Lisa was dumbfounded, stunned by this valiant little skull. But just as everyone was in shock, the little skull looked around for a long time and finally found who had hit him. Its 5 bony fingers grasped the small bone dagger that glittered with a cold light and rushed towards Irene. 7 bone spurs flapped rapidly as it appeared in front of Irene with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a skeletal warrior. The little bone dagger gripped in its hand and suddenly stabbed towards the panicking Irene. Irene paled in fright as she watched the little skull rush in front of her. She knew that she didn't have time to chant another incantation, so she hastily used all her strength to dodge to the left. Irene suddenly cried out in surprise when she heard a ripping sound. Because Irene had dodged quickly, the little skull's dagger didn't stab her. Instead, it tore open Irene's magic robe from her right shoulder to her chest, revealing her snowy white skin. The little skull still had a small piece of her chest on top of the bone dagger. He stood there in a daze and didn't take advantage of the situation to continue attacking. Damn it, that was beautiful. I'd like to see her use her lightsaber slash and tear open all her clothes, Han Shuo thought to himself in a carefree manner. As soon as this thought came to mind, Han Shuo suddenly felt his mental strength become extremely focused. The little skull's calf bone straightened and its body stood ramrod straight. The bone dagger in its hand flashed with a cold light as it once again rushed towards the flustered and embarrassed Irene who was covering her upper body. It was obvious that it wanted to carry out Han Shuo's order, to tear open all her clothes. Ha, now it's receiving an order. This perverted skeleton. Chapter 9. Erin's shirt was slashed open, revealing her snow-white skin. Even a small part of her right breast could be vaguely seen. At this moment, she was so embarrassed and panicked that she couldn't help but scream. That snow-white area attracted the fiery gazes of the male students of the light major. Erin was a beautiful girl to begin with, and she had an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura of holiness about her. This made her even more beautiful. Some of the male students nearby were in the phase where they were most curious about females. Their gazes were all drawn to Erin, and they actually forgot to help her. By the time everyone realized that the little skull was moving again, it was already too late for them to act. The little skull had already drawn close to Erin with the black bone dagger in hand. In order to avoid accidentally hurting Erin with their magic, they didn't dare to act rashly. Erin felt a sense of despair and helplessness when she saw the dark holes in the little skull's eyes. She seemed to have been frightened, and stopped moving. Erin's face was full of grief when the little skull raised the gleaming bone dagger close to her. She hadn't thought that she would be killed by the dark creature she hated the most, and by the weakest of dark creatures, a skeleton warrior at that. It was quite sad. Rip, Erin felt a chill on the right side of her waist. She thought that she had been stabbed, but when she turned her head to look, she discovered that she hadn't been stabbed. However, the magic robe from the right side of her waist to her calf had been slashed open again, revealing even more of her breasts. Her firm and smooth waist and smooth, firm, and beautiful legs were revealed once more after the slash. Even the light green, tight-fitting lace underwear had been torn open from the right side. Erin could already hear the sounds of some of the male students swallowing their saliva, and the female students chattering. Ah, to her, it was indeed terrifying to be killed by the little skeleton with a single slash, but to be stripped naked in front of everyone's eyes was worse than death. An ear-piercing shriek came out of Erin's mouth. She covered her lower body with one hand and her upper body with the other as she ran in an extremely disorientated manner. What's with this little skull? Why would it cut Erin's clothes? Don't just stand there, quickly eliminate him. Amidst the heated discussion, the students of the School of Light Magic finally reacted. One by one, they raised their arms, as if they were going to chant an incantation to attack the little skull. After the attack, the little skull stood there in a daze, as if he needed Han Shuo's continuous command before he knew what to do. Seeing the little skull's dumbfounded look, Han Shuo became anxious and did not know what to do. Lisa seemed to be about to say something, but when she saw that Erin's magic robe was torn, she hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything in the end. Damned dark creatures, how dare you attack the beautiful Miss Irene? Accept the punishment of Claude, a mid-ranked knight. At this moment, a figure sprinted over from the distance. Because his speed was too fast, Claude had already appeared next to the little skull by the time he'd finished speaking. Claude's figure dashed agilely towards the little skull as soon as he appeared. His right hand punched out, and a beam of pale green light shot fiercely at the dazed little skull, who was completely unaware of the danger. The little skull was flung into the air involuntarily after receiving the blow, landing with a thud on the ground. Beautiful Miss Irene, I've come a step too late, and I've startled you. Claude bowed courteously to Irene after sending the little skull flying with a punch, speaking humbly. Claude was 18 years old, and his silver hair was tied up and casually draped over his back. He wore a white training robe, and his features were extraordinarily handsome. The female students of the light magic cast furtive glances at him as soon as he appeared, their faces bright red as they whispered to the girls around them. Wow, it's Claude. He's a journeyman knight at 18, and the youngest son of the commander of the Griffin Legion. So strong. Love-struck fool, Claude likes Irene. You're only from a small family, and you're not as beautiful as Irene. He won't take a fancy to you. The female students of the light major nearby discussed in low voices, all of them sneaking furtive glances at Claude as if he were the prince charming of their dreams. The male students, on the other hand, looked at Claude with expressions of hate and fear. Just as the crowd was discussing in low voices, the little skull that had been sent flying by Claude's sword stood up shakily. The dark ribs in front of his chest wobbled along with his short, skinny body. Irene covered her upper and lower body with a bedraggled expression. Her face was bright red, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Claude appear. She was about to speak to Claude when she saw the little skull standing up shakily behind Claude. Irene's pure and holy beauty immediately revealed an expression of panic and disgust. She pointed behind Claude and said frantically, "Claude, destroy that ugly dark creature and I'll eat with you." Claude turned back when he heard Irene's words and made a light, sound, as if he hadn't thought that the little skull would still be alive. He then smiled brightly and bowed to Irene, "I'm willing to serve you." Claude's aura changed abruptly as he turned around. His previous refined and courteous demeanor faded away, replaced by a fierce light in his eyes. He also punched out with his right hand, and the light green light appeared once again, quickly shooting towards the little skull. Who would have thought that at this moment, a small, skinny figure would suddenly rush out from the left and stand right in front of the little skeleton. The light green light that Claude shot out from his fist landed on the small, skinny figure. With a bang, this thin figure stumbled a few steps back, and suddenly fell with his head facing upwards. Who's this errand boy? Why did he suddenly rush out? Surprised voices sounded from the surroundings. Damn it, Brian, have you gone mad? Jack was equally baffled as he cried out with a face full of grief. Lisa was also stunned, her mind a bit sluggishly looking at Han Shuo who had suddenly rushed out and blocked the blow for the little skull. Something even more unexpected happened. Han Shuo didn't immediately spit up blood and die after being hit by the light green light. Instead, he stood up shakily just like the little skull, with a confused and silly expression on his face and a silly smile on his face. As for the little skull, he suddenly swayed as if he was having a seizure, then suddenly turned around. Before anyone could react, his two calf bones suddenly bent and straightened, and he ran swiftly in the direction of the school of necromancy with a whoosh. As for the attacker, Claude's body suddenly staggered for some reason and he also fell to the ground. He panted heavily a few times before standing up, as if he'd used too much strength. But when he stood up, Claude's handsome face was full of astonishment and surprise as he looked oddly at the silly Han Shuo. As the person in question, the bewilderment on Han Shuo's face wasn't completely feigned. Claude's light green light had just entered his body through his chest, and in that moment, Han Shuo felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. He almost thought that he'd died. It was also in that moment that Han Shuo's mental strength was stimulated, and he once again successfully commanded the little skull to quickly flee. In order to not be detected, Han Shuo even had the little skull flee to the garbage dump to hide. What was most inconceivable to Han Shuo was that Han Shuo felt that the light green light that had entered his body was strangely wrapped up by the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body. It couldn't move at all, and was unable to destroy Han Shuo's internal organs from within. "Brian, what are you doing here?" Lisa finally reacted and couldn't help but call out to Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't know what was going on within his body at this moment. The magical yuan had wrapped the light green light around his chest, and Han Shuo only felt a slight tightness in his chest. Apart from the pain from before, his body actually didn't suffer any major injuries. But in the eyes of others, Han Shuo was just an idiot who couldn't even hear what others were saying. The blank and silly smile on his face seemed to further solidify his identity as a madman. "Oh, so it's the crazy errand slave of the necromancy major. No wonder he's so reckless." Yes, only an idiot would run into Claude's attack at this time. Little Fatty Jack's legs were trembling at this moment, but he still walked towards Han Shuo in the end. He pulled on Han Shuo's arm and dragged him outside, saying repeatedly, "Brian, what are you running around for? It's not fun here. Come, let's go back." "Hold on." Claude suddenly called out at this moment, his eyes fixed firmly on Han Shuo. He didn't care about the little skull's escape for now, but wondered why he felt that his fighting aura had disappeared a bit. What was going on? Was it his imagination? He'd only used fighting aura to punch once. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have felt tired, not to mention that he'd tripped. This was too strange. Could it be that this errand slave knew some evil magic? Impossible, he was just an errand slave. This was too outrageous, he must have made a mistake. "Noble Knight Claude, you wouldn't bicker with an errand slave, would you? And this errand slave is a madman. This doesn't seem to match your noble status, does it?" At this moment, unexpectedly, it was Lisa who spoke up for Han Shuo. Claude bowed to Lisa from afar when he heard Lisa's words, then looked deeply at Han Shuo and nodded, "You can leave now. These two errand slaves can leave, but you Lisa, you must give me an explanation for summoning such a dirty skeletal warrior and tearing my clothes." Erin had draped a loose white robe over her body at some unknown time. She'd recovered from her panic at this moment and looked coldly at Erin as she spoke. "What does this have to do with me? I didn't summon that strange black little skull at all, otherwise how could I have lost control of him? He snuck into my room in the middle of the night and kicked me twice. I'm also a victim." Lisa snorted lightly and responded coldly as well. "How is this possible? If it wasn't you who summoned him, then who did? It must have been someone from your necromancy major who summoned him. No matter who it is, I'll make him pay," Erin said furiously. Hugh, Bach, when I was throwing the trash, I saw him run out of Bach's room." Han Shuo had a silly smile on his face as he stammered as if he couldn't express himself clearly, but everyone understood what he meant. "All right, it was him all right. He's definitely trying to get revenge for me beating him up last time. Lisa's face darkened as she said coldly. On the other side, Erin's face was also ashen as she ground her teeth so hard that crunching sounds could be heard. Just as the two of them were about to settle scores with Bach, the school bell suddenly rang. Everyone froze when they heard the bell, and the light majors ran off to the light majors, while the necromancy majors ran off to the dark majors. Only Han Shuo and Jack stood there dumbly. Han Shuo laughed dumbly again and said to Jack, "Bach's done for." Jack nodded heavily and said in complete agreement, "Yes, he's really done for this time." Chapter 10. The students had already gone to class, but Han Shuo and Jack's work for the day had yet to begin. After everyone had left, Han Shuo and Jack also went their separate ways to attend to their own matters. Han Shuo completed his task of cleaning the stone statues and felt the heavy feeling in his chest gradually disappear. Arriving at a secluded area with no one around, Han Shuo unbuttoned the coarse cloth around his chest and saw that there was actually a faint green light leaking out from his chest. It seemed that under the magical Yuan's wrapping, Claude's green fighting aura was gradually leaking out from his chest through this method. Letting out a light breath, Han Shuo's heart began to relax. He thought to himself that the magical Yuan used to train in magical Yuan was indeed miraculous. From the knowledge that Han Shuo had recently obtained, knights were also divided into strict ranks. Every knight had a different rank, and the color of their fighting aura was also different. They were, Apprentice Knight, Light Blue, Novice Knight, Dark Blue, Journeyman Knight, Light Green, Advanced Knight, Dark Green, Earth Knight, Milky White, Sky Knight, Silver, and Holy Knight, Golden Yellow. Since Claude's fighting aura was light green, this meant that he truly had the strength of a journeyman knight. When a journeyman knight used his fighting aura to strike a normal person, it would certainly be a fatal blow. There was absolutely no luck involved. The reason why Claude was able to survive without any serious injuries was obviously because he had trained in magical Yuan. Feeling the magical Yuan tightly wrapping around the light green fighting aura, Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to train in magical Yuan anymore. He was afraid that the magical Yuan would follow his will and flow to other parts of his body. Without the restraint, the light green fighting aura would suddenly explode and damage his internal organs. It was a good thing that as time passed, the magical Yuan gradually dissipated in the form of specks of light. This made Han Shuo feel less worried. Because class had already started, no one had come to search for the little skull when he was hiding in the garbage dump. This storm wouldn't end so quickly, and it was broad daylight right now. Han Shuo didn't dare to order the little skull to return to the warehouse, lest he be discovered on the way back. In the afternoon, in the dark major training field. The facilities of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were very complete. Every department had their own training field, and the training field was for the students to use to test their magic. There were all kinds of testing equipment inside, such as the divine testing stone for testing mental strength, and magic refining equipment for testing the power of magic. The necromancy major also had a few spacious rooms for students to conduct magic tests. Han Shuo was holding a mop and mopping a few practice fields belonging to the necromancy major when he suddenly saw some necromancy students walking over. Among them was Bach, who hadn't come looking for trouble for a long time. Bach's face was swollen, and he looked miserable. It seemed that Irene and Lisa had already taught him a lesson. Barker's face suddenly turned ashen when he saw Han Shuo mopping the floor. His face, which was already ugly to begin with, became even more distorted. It was almost impossible to make out his original appearance. Han Shuo was secretly pleased with himself as he wore a silly and honest smile on his face. He was even humming some light, indescribable ballad as he gripped the mop in his hand and pulled it here and there in a variety of ways. "Damned Brian, when did you see that black little skull run out from my room?" Barker's face was distorted, and he roared angrily at Han Shuo. With a blank expression, Han Shuo lifted his head to look at Barker and gave him a silly smile. He didn't respond at all as he pulled the mop and quickly walked away. Don't run, I won't let you go today. Buck, how many times have I told you not to bully Brian? Don't tell me that you dare to disobey me. Fanny walked in from the door and immediately put her hands on her hips when she saw that Barker was about to chase after Han Shaw. Master Fanny, look at my face. It's all because of Brian's lies that I was beaten up by Lisa and Irene. It's Brian who is bullying me. Oh, I've heard about what happened this morning. Maybe Brian saw things in his days. He's already like this, why are you still bickering with him? Humph, with your level of magic, you really can't summon the powerful and strange little skull. At this point, Fanny murmured to herself, just who summoned it? Master is also very curious. There's a rumor going around that our necromancy major has made a great breakthrough, and that we've discovered a spell that makes dark creatures unafraid of light magic attacks. Han Shua walked to the corner of the room and looked at the beautiful Fanny from afar. Fanny's long, pale purple hair was coiled into a purple bun today, with only a few strands of messy purple hair left on her forehead. It added a few hints of charm and beauty, and made Han Shua sigh with admiration in his heart. Brian, your agony of the soul should be over. You can practice zombies with me today. Come, let's go to training field number 3. The little witch Lisa swept a glance at Han Shua in the corner and said haughtily. Lisa, practice is practice, but you can't use the wraith to attack like last time. Fanny was worried that something would happen to Han Shua when she heard Lisa's words and spoke up to remind her. Got it, Master Fanny. Lisa responded carelessly and walked towards training field number 3. Helping students practice magic was one of the duties of an errand boy. On the other hand, Han Shua also wanted to wait for an opportunity for revenge, so he obediently put down the mop and walked towards training field number 3. When Han Shua entered the training field, he heard a click. Lisa had already closed the door to training field number 3. This meant that she wanted to use it alone. Lisa stood behind the door proudly and stared at Han Shua. Let's see where you can run off to today. Lisa immediately raised her hands after saying this and started chanting a magical incantation, Fallen Zombie Warrior, answer the call of the Dark Herald and reveal your existence. A zombie warrior with a dark green body and tough muscles appeared in response to incantation's summon. It held a thick wooden stick in its hand. Zombie warriors were a level higher than skeletal warriors. Zombie warriors weren't zombies. Their bodies were tough and sturdy, and their movements were faster and stronger than skeletal warriors. Only novice magicians could summon them. A magician's apprentice like Barker couldn't do anything. These dark creatures could attack the enemy according to the summoner's mental commands. However, these low-level dark creatures were often very unintelligent and could only carry out the simplest attacks. If the summoner wanted to bring out the greatest attack power of the dark creatures, they had to constantly control them with mental strength and make them carry out all sorts of complex attacks according to the summoner's will. However, if one wanted to use mental strength to control the dark creatures to attack the enemy, they had to go through repeated practice before they could find the knack. Therefore, the errand boys of the necromancy major had become the targets of this training. All this time, Lisa and the others had only used the errand boys to practice the techniques of controlling skeletal warriors. However, it was obvious that Lisa was up to no good this time that she had summoned a zombie warrior. When Han Shua saw that Lisa hadn't summoned a skeletal warrior, but an even stronger and higher-level zombie warrior, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He'd already cursed Lisa dozens of times in his heart and immediately retreated a few steps with full concentration. Brian, I've seen that you've been running faster recently and that your strength has increased quite a bit. Using a skeletal warrior to practice with you is looking down on you too much. Today, accompany the future Grand Magus Necromancy and practice how to better control zombie warriors. Lisa's beautiful face was flushed red and her bright eyes carried a devilish smile that harbored evil intentions. As she spoke, she had already directed the zombie warrior to rush towards Han Shua. This zombie warrior held a thick wooden club and ran towards Han Shuo under Lisa's control. Its speed was quite fast and it arrived in front of Han Shuo in an instant. The thick club in its hand smashed down towards Han Shuo's head. This thick club was thicker than Han Shuo's arm and the zombie warrior was extremely strong. If this hit landed, even if Han Shuo didn't die, he would still be half dead. For some reason, when he saw the thick club descending on his head, not only did Han Shuo not feel any fear in his heart, he actually felt a faint bloodthirsty excitement. This kind of feeling was very strange to Han Shuo, as if his body and mind were both thirsting for battle. Suddenly, Han Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly and the stupidity on his face disappeared. Instead, a hint of fierceness appeared in his eyes as he abruptly straightened his left leg and moved a meter to the right. Bam! The zombie warrior's thick club smashed fiercely onto the hard ground where Han Shuo had just stood, emitting a muffled sound. Lisa, who was controlling the zombie warrior, suddenly cried out in surprise. In that instant, Han Shuo's temperament seemed to have changed greatly, causing Lisa's heart to tremble. Lisa had never seen his expression and eyes like this before, and she immediately let out a soft, in that moment of surprise. Lisa then forgot to continue giving orders to the zombie warrior and instead rubbed her eyes somewhat nervously, staring closely at Han Shuo once more. At this moment, Han Shuo's expression was one of stupidity, but he seemed to have an instinctive fear of the zombie warrior as he cowered backwards, dodging to the side. He looked like an idiot no matter how one looked at him. I must have been seeing things just now. This damned Brian, how could he have that kind of aura, that kind of gaze? Lisa thought to herself, then snorted coldly and continued to focus her mental strength, commanding the zombie warrior to chase after Han Shuo. Han Shuo was still being chased back and forth by the zombie warrior, but although he no longer revealed the temperament and eyes that had surprised Lisa, he could always escape from the zombie warrior's club at the most critical moments. This aroused Lisa's competitive spirit and excitement, and she directed the zombie warrior to chase after Han Shuo with all her might. She thought to herself, who would have thought that Brian would run so fast after going crazy, and his body seems to have become much stronger. As the one being chased, Han Shuo didn't know when he'd suddenly developed a strong desire for revenge against Lisa. When this desire for revenge arose, Han Shuo rationally told himself that he shouldn't and that he couldn't. He wanted to firmly suppress it, but for some reason, he just couldn't. Moreover, as the zombie warrior became more and more agile, the speed at which it chased after him also increased. The desire for revenge in Han Shuo's heart also grew stronger and stronger. A demonic practitioner can do as he pleases, a demonic practitioner can do as he pleases. A memory suddenly surged into Han Shuo's mind. In that instant, Han Shuo seemed to understand the true essence of cultivating demonic arts. Then, a demonic practitioner can do as he pleases, seemed to become a voice, constantly floating in Han Shuo's mind. Finally, with a low growl, Han Shuo bent his body and lowered his head. The direction in which he had been dodging suddenly changed, and he swiftly charged in Lisa's direction. Chapter 11. At this moment, Lisa was still putting all of her attention on manipulating the zombie warriors. Han Shuo suddenly changed directions and charged straight at her. Lisa was a bit stunned and then panicked. She hurriedly controlled the zombie warrior to follow Han Shuo, while she gave a soft cry and dodged to the side. Han Shuo was hunched over with his head down, so Lisa couldn't see the expression on his face. However, Han Shuo's frail body had an aura that was as sharp as the edge of a sword as he ran. This aura was completely different from Han Shuo's usual behavior, and was the source of Lisa's panic. Because the zombie warrior was a beat slower, its speed couldn't catch up to Han Shuo. It looked like it wouldn't be able to help Lisa in the short term. Lisa could no longer maintain her previous composure at this moment and ran around with a face full of panic. In this way, a strange scene appeared in the training field. The zombie warrior held a wooden club and chased after Han Shuo, huffing and puffing. Han Shuo didn't say a word and only chased after Lisa with his head down. Lisa was dodging left and right around the training field, even forgetting to join forces with the zombie warrior to deal with Han Shuo alone. "Brian, are you crazy? How dare you chase after me?" Lisa yelled as she ran, her voice a bit frantic. As the pursuer, Han Shuo's mind was muddled at this moment. Only the voice of "a demon cultivator can do as he pleases" seemed to be repeating in his mind. Han Shuo himself knew that he couldn't get into a big conflict with Lisa at this moment. Otherwise, not only would he be punished by the academy, but he would also be retaliated against by Lisa's family. With Han Shuo's identity as an errand boy, either side would make him suffer. However, logic was logic, and thoughts were thoughts. Even though he knew he shouldn't, Han Shuo seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and chased after Lisa with a death grip. This was truly in line with the saying, "a demon cultivator can do as he pleases." Suddenly, Lisa gave a soft, "ah," and slipped in the middle of running, falling head over heels. At this moment, Han Shuo was about to catch up to Lisa and took advantage of this opportunity to appear next to Lisa with a slight push. "Ah, Brian, what are you doing? If you dare bully me, I'll kill you for sure." Lisa hadn't gotten up yet when she saw that Han Shuo was already standing next to her, raising his left foot and kicking towards her. She couldn't help but threaten him in her panic. Han Shuo had a very strange expression on his face at this moment. His eyebrows were tightly knit together, as if he was hesitating and struggling. Logic didn't allow him to kick Lisa, but when Lisa said, "I'll kill you for sure," a trace of violence suddenly flashed across his face. His left foot didn't stop and kicked towards Lisa's round and perky butt. With a bam, the kick landed squarely on its target. Han Shuo felt as if his left foot had kicked a smooth rubber ball, with a soft bounce to it. "Ah!" Lisa, who'd been kicked, unsurprisingly let out a cry of pain like a pig being slaughtered, and cursed Han Shuo incessantly. At the same time, the magical yuan on Han Shuo's chest that had been enveloping Claude's light green fighting aura suddenly began to rapidly circulate like a whirlpool. Han Shuo could clearly feel that as the magical yuan rapidly circulated, Claude's light green fighting aura gradually turned into strands of strange energy that dissolved into the whirlpool. In just a moment, the light green fighting aura that had remained in Han Shuo's body for a day disappeared without a trace within the circulation of the magical yuan. The magical yuan in Han Shuo's body grew noticeably stronger, making Han Shuo feel that the light green fighting aura seemed to have been digested by the magical yuan. At this moment, the magical yuan in Han Shuo's chest once again flowed aimlessly within Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo felt that the physical strength he'd just expended was suddenly restored, and even his mind was at its peak, as if he'd eaten some extremely nourishing elixir. At this moment, Han Shuo seemed to understand the true meaning of the phrase, "a demon can do as he pleases." It seemed that as long as he acted according to his heart's desires, the magical yuan would circulate faster, and he would be able to absorb and transform the fighting aura that remained in his body into nourishment for the magical yuan within his body. A demon can do as he pleases, and a demon can harm others to benefit himself. So even cultivation has to be like this. Han Shuo thought to himself with a strange expression on his face. "Woo, it hurts, damn Brian, I'll definitely kill you, you're hurting me." At Han Shuo's feet, the little sorceress Lisa was still yelling threats at Han Shuo, clutching her perky little butt. There were faint glimmers of tears in her eyes. It seemed that Han Shuo's kick just now had not been light. His contemplation was interrupted by the loud yelling. Han Shuo saw Lisa's current appearance and immediately knew that he was in trouble. Han Shuo was well aware of Lisa's temper. She was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. She would definitely not let this matter rest after kicking her this time. Especially since Lisa was already crying. Looking at her appearance, her butt seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. If the school found out about this, Han Shuo would definitely be finished. At this moment, the zombie warrior finally arrived in front of Han Shuo with the wooden club in hand. Under Lisa's control, the club smashed towards Han Shua's head. Looking back, Han Shua was startled to see the wooden club descending towards his head. However, he suddenly felt that the speed of the club's fall seemed to have slowed down. Han Shua's feet moved and he actually easily dodged the attack this time. Han Shua was a bit surprised. He watched as the club fell again, and he also easily dodged to the side. Then, Han Shua understood that it wasn't that the zombie warrior's movements had slowed down, but rather that his speed and eyesight had improved. Heh, still missed. With a strange laugh, Han Shua set aside his thoughts and continued to dodge the zombie warrior's attacks. Every time he ran, Han Shua could feel that his body was becoming more and more nimble. He actually had the leisure to tease Lisa. The little demoness Lisa had originally controlled the zombie warrior to take revenge for herself, but who would have thought that the despicable Han Shua would suddenly become as nimble as a little monkey, jumping left and right to avoid the zombie warrior's attacks. He even shamelessly opened his mouth to yell again and again, as if mocking her helplessness. "Damned Brian, I won't let you get away with this." Lisa saw that the zombie warrior was helpless against Han Shua, and that her butt was sore and her spirit was a bit low. She screamed a threat and immediately sent the zombie warrior back to the other dimension. At the same time, Lisa wanted to get up from the ground, but her butt was kicked by Han Shua. It hurt so much that she cried out in pain as her legs gave out and she once again sat on the ground. After the zombie warrior disappeared, Han Shua no longer felt any pressure. Instead, he smiled foolishly and came to Lisa's side. He even stupidly extended his skinny left hand and said foolishly, "I'll take you to the infirmary." "That's none of your business, you damned lunatic." Traces of tears were still on Lisa's small face as she felt the pain on her butt. She immediately said fiercely to Han Shua. Han Shua seemed to be a bit dazed when he heard these words, and then a mischievous light burst forth from his eyes. He actually reached out his left hand and suddenly felt Lisa's smooth, perky butt. He said foolishly, then I'll help you rub it." Although this little she-devil Lisa had an exceedingly bad temper, she was indeed a beautiful little girl. Although her breasts weren't fully developed yet, her little butt was abnormally full. Han Shua's heart immediately skipped a beat when he touched it. It felt exceedingly soft and perky, extremely nice to the touch. "Ah, Brian, go to hell. Don't come near me." There were still traces of tears on Lisa's face when she felt her buttocks being rubbed by Han Shua. She immediately screamed like a madwoman and used all her strength to hit Han Shua's body with all her might. In particular, Lisa's kick landed squarely on Han Shua's ankle. Han Shua lost his balance and fell face to face with Lisa, his left hand still on Lisa's butt. A delicate fragrance seeped into Han Shua's nose. This fragrance came from Lisa, and Han Shua's heart skipped a beat when he smelled it. Lisa's body was soft beneath him, and his left hand was still supported by Lisa's butt. Han Shua could clearly feel Lisa's softness. In that instant it was as if Lisa had suffered a heavy blow. She stood there dumbly, staring blankly at Han Shua. However, Lisa only stared blankly for a moment before she stopped making a fuss. She suddenly raised her two hands high and chanted an incantation with a frosty expression: "Endless darkness, transform into annihilating bone arrows, destroy with my will." Han Shua was horrified as he knew that this was the starting incantation for the necromancy spell, Bone Arrow. At such a close distance, Han Shua wouldn't even be able to dodge if the bone arrow were to shoot at him. Who knew if some part of his body would be pierced through by the bone arrow? That wouldn't be a laughing matter. Moreover, Lisa's expression was frosty, and it was obvious that she wasn't joking. She seemed to really want to kill Han Shua. Lightning flashed through his mind. Without waiting for Lisa to finish chanting the incantation, Han Shua immediately stretched out his two hands and abruptly pressed down on Lisa's jade-like arms, hugging her tightly. He then abruptly moved his face closer to Lisa and hurriedly opened his mouth to kiss Lisa's rosy little lips. "Destroy in front of, woo-woo." Lisa's incantation stopped there, and she finally didn't finish chanting. The two kisses met, and a soft, wet feeling drifted into Han Shuo's heart. Han Shuo's entire body was muddled, and he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. His entire body was floating, and he didn't know what was going on. Even before he attached himself to Brian, Han Shuo had never kissed a woman before. The feeling of kissing only existed in his theoretical imagination. Now that he'd actually done it, he was dazed for the first time. He only felt that this feeling seemed to be even more wonderful than he'd imagined. Lisa's face was crimson red, and her breathing was ragged. Her eyes were dazed, and she was as stupefied as Han Shuo. She was completely unaware that she was being violated by Han Shuo at this moment. After a while, Lisa suddenly pushed Han Shuo away and pointed at Han Shuo with a red face. "Idiot Brian, why do you always carry so many random things in your pants? Last time it was a rock, this time it's a stick." Han Shuo. Chapter 12. Han Shuo opened his mouth, but before he had time to speak, Lisa had already launched a flurry of punches at Han Shuo. She cursed as she hit him. "Damned Brian, you actually kissed me. My first kiss was stolen by a lunatic. Heavens, this is too scary, I'm going to kill you." After kissing Lisa, Han Shuo's heart was in a state of panic. It was Lisa's first time, but wasn't it the same for Han Shuo as well? Lisa's expression was terrified, and with the injury on her buttocks, her punches had no strength at all. Han Shuo didn't feel any pain or itch, so he didn't resist again. His mind raced as he thought of how to get Lisa to stop pursuing this matter. Lisa seemed to be tired after hitting him for a while. Her eyes were a bit red and swollen, but she still stared at Han Shuo with an ominous glint in her eyes. After a while, Lisa frowned and said coldly to Han Shuo, "Brian, I promise to let you go if you tell me one thing." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked dumbly, "Tell you what? Why have you become stronger and stronger recently? You couldn't even dodge the skeletal warriors before, but now even the zombie warriors can't touch you. You even taught that idiot Bach a lesson last time. Claude's fighting aura clearly entered your body this morning, why didn't you die immediately? What's the reason for all of this?" Lisa stared closely at Han Shuo as she inquired. Startled, Han Shuo cursed inwardly. His body had indeed become stronger due to training in magical yuan, and he hadn't thought that Lisa would detect it so quickly. After thinking quickly for a moment, Han Shuo smiled foolishly and said, I don't know either. I just ate something recently that made my body feel stronger and stronger." Han Shuo saw Lisa's eyes light up when she heard this. Lisa then approached Han Shuo in high spirits, her eyes focused on Han Shuo as she said, "What did you eat? If you tell me, I won't pursue this matter any further. Mix the lizard-tailed aardwolf tooth with the magic reagent. Soak it in warm water for a day and drink it all together. You'll get better and better stamina." Han Shuo frowned and thought for a while before telling Lisa with a silly smile. Lisa's face was solemn as she listened attentively to Han Shuo. She repeated Han Shuo's words and then muttered to herself, Can it be that these disgusting things have this kind of effect when mixed together?" Han Shuo didn't answer and just looked at Lisa with a silly smile. "Humph, I'll let you go today. I'll find you to practice my magic next time." Lisa thought for a bit and got up from the ground to leave. Then, she let out an ouch, and cursed, "Damned Brian, how can you kick me so hard? Why am I so unlucky every time I run into you lately?" Lisa cursed as she rubbed her butt and walked out of the training field. As soon as Lisa opened the door and left the training field, Han Shuo immediately followed and left when no one was paying attention. When night fell and no one was around, Han Shuo snuck to the junkyard and tried to use his mental strength to command Little Skull to come out. Who knew that Little Skull wouldn't receive the command? With no other choice, Han Shuo could only endure the stench and rummage through the junkyard. In the end, he found Little Skull underneath the garbage. Little Skull was paralyzed under the garbage and didn't seem to be breathing, as if he'd fallen asleep. The ribs in his chest seemed to have fallen apart, and he looked like he'd suffered heavy injuries. Based on his connection with Little Skull, Han Shuo knew that Little Skull hadn't been crippled. When he thought about how Little Skull had received his orders to take revenge on Lisa and then looked at Little Skull's pitiful state, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Claude, oh Claude, just you wait, I'll settle this with you sooner or later." Picking up Little Skull, Han Shuo took advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak back to the junkyard. The broken ribs in front of Little Skull's chest still made clanging sounds as Han Shuo ran. This caused a bout of heartache for Han Shuo. After returning to the junkyard and carefully closing the door, Han Shuo thought for a moment and once again placed Little Skull into the wooden barrel. He then rummaged around and found 7 broken bones, sticking them into the barrel and continuing to infuse magical yuan into it. He once again deployed the Yin magical concentration matrix and attempted to use the method of repairing demonic treasures to repair Little Skull's body. This time, after Han Shuo infused magical yuan into the small wooden barrel, he discovered that his body seemed to feel much better compared to the previous time when he'd been completely drained. It was as if his magical yuan had increased after enveloping and melting Claude's fighting aura in the morning. This caused Han Shuo to have another thought in his mind. After placing Little Skull in place, Han Shuo took out the foundations of necromancy magic from under the small wooden bed and continued to study it. These days, Han Shuo would read the foundations of necromancy magic every time he returned home. Although this book was only a book on the basics of magic and didn't record any powerful necromancy magic, it was still too profound for a novice like Han Shuo who knew nothing about magic. Today, as he flipped through the pages of the Magic Dictionary and compared it with the Foundations of Necromancy Magic, Han Shuo had unwittingly sunk into infatuation. However, even with the Magic Dictionary in hand, he still couldn't understand some of the terms within. Sighing deeply, Han Shuo put down the 2 books in his hands. He thought to himself that he had only understood magic for 10 days after all. If he could understand everything in the books, then there would be no need for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to exist. After some thought, Han Shuo decided to take advantage of the convenience of his position and eavesdrop in the Necromancy Major's classroom. After calming his mind and focusing his mind, Han Shuo once again sank into meditation, making use of all the time to increase his mental strength. He unwittingly meditated until late at night and then fell asleep peacefully. When he woke up early the next morning, Han Shuo was full of energy again, as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. The Little Skull in the small wooden tub next to his bed was silent and lifeless. There were 7 small whirlpools around the 7 broken bones in the tub, faintly flowing with a dark light. Upon closer inspection, the few broken ribs in front of the Little Skull's chest had actually been rearranged without him noticing. In addition, there seemed to be a dark light shining in the 2 empty eye sockets of the Little Skull, appearing quite strange. Han Shuo used his mental strength to contact the Little Skull and immediately felt that the Little Skull seemed to be overjoyed at being reborn. Feeling the same, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said to himself, "Little Skull, oh Little Skull, you're lucky to have followed me, Han Shuo. As long as my magical yuan is strong enough, I can continuously refine you and make you stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, that brat Claude will be in big trouble." Because the Little Skull was still being refined in the wooden tub, Han Shuo could only get out of bed himself and throw away yesterday's trash. After washing his face with clear cold water, Han Shuo energetically wiped the stone statues on the road clean. He then completed the tasks that he had to do, received a piece of black bread, grabbed a broom, and ran excitedly to the necromancy classroom. If magic is to be released perfectly, incantations and hand gestures are interconnected. If the incantation is not correct or the hand gesture is not correct, then the magic will not be released. Magic is a mysterious power. Through mental strength and some profound incantations, one can borrow power from the elemental energy of the sky and earth, and then find the target of the magic according to the hand gesture. The necromancy students were either lazily or attentively listening to teacher Jin's lecture. Separated by a few windows, Han Shuo listened attentively, the broom in his hand moving unconsciously. Jin was the same as Fanny. He was an adept necromancy mage and also a necromancy magic teacher. Jin mainly explained the general outlines and foundations of magic, and was also responsible for helping the students explain some difficult points in their studies. Fanny taught the students how to use some auxiliary necromancy magic, and was also responsible for leading the students to practice necromancy magic. In the entire Babylon Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, there were not only adept mages as teachers in other majors, but also archmages who were more knowledgeable and more powerful. However, because there were too few necromancy students, there were also only 2 of them as teachers, and both of them were only adept mages. On one hand, there was no need to invest too many teachers in a small necromancy major. On the other hand, because the necromancy major had declined, there were too few archmages. In the Babylon Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, as long as the students passed through the various trials and became adept mages, they could graduate. Of course, if the students wanted to continue their studies in the academy, they could still stay and study. Because there were more students in many majors, they were divided into classes of magic apprentices, beginner mages, and intermediate mages. However, there were too few necromancy students, so all the students were in the same class. At this moment, Han Shuo was incomparably focused. He lowered his head with a trace of a happy smile on his face. In this short while, Han Shuo had already understood a few things that he had never understood before from Jin's explanation. In this moment, Jin's dull, old-fashioned voice was like the sound of nature in Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo was completely intoxicated by it. With a plop, a student wearing a magic robe suddenly fell down in front of Han Shuo. He stuck his butt up, his face making intimate contact with the white jade floor. He then crawled up from the ground, grimacing, and turned to look at Han Shuo. He said angrily, "Brian, how dare you use a broom to rub my feet?" "Ah, I was only sweeping the floor." When Han Shuo saw that it was Fitch who had stood up, he immediately spoke in a panicked voice. Fitch was 176 meters tall. He had light blue hair, a bony body, and a loose magic robe that made him look like a covered stick. He was a journeyman mage in the necromancy major and had always wanted to pass the trial to advance to adept mage. It was a pity that he hadn't passed the trial time and time again. He'd heard that he'd gone to another trial a few days ago and had only just returned. Han Shuo had been so enthralled by Jin's lecture on the foundations of magic that the broom in his hand had swayed unconsciously. It wasn't strange that Fitch had been caught in it. It's Fitch who's back. Heh, did you fail the trial again? It looks like you still need to work hard if you want to become an adept mage. Teacher welcomes you back very much. Brian must have done it unintentionally, don't take it to heart. Jin laughed lightly in the classroom and spoke lightly with a mocking tone. However, Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude when he heard Jin speak up for him. Instead, he cursed Jin in his heart for meddling in other people's business. Fitch's temper wasn't too good to begin with, but it wasn't too bad either. Even though he'd repeatedly failed the adept mage trials, he still had an infatuated love for necromancy magic and had been diligently and tirelessly practicing. Fitch was the boss of Bach and the others, but he normally wouldn't bully the errand boys like Brian. However, both Fitch and Jin were unrequited in love with Fanny. A large part of the reason why Fitch was working hard to advance to adept mage was because of one sentence from Fanny, "I'll only consider it when you become an adept mage." It was precisely because of this that the teacher and student had always disliked each other. If it wasn't for Jin's pleading, Han Shuo might have been able to avoid this calamity. But now that Jin had spoken, it was certain that he'd become a hindrance. Chapter 13. Indeed, Fitch's face darkened as if someone had stepped on it with a dirty shoe as soon as Jin's voice fell. He glared fiercely at the naive Han Shuo and said to Jin, "Master Jin, this audacious errand slave dared trip me, how can I not teach him a lesson? Fitch rolled up his sleeves as he spoke and took out his grey magic staff, swinging it towards Han Shua's forehead. Han Shua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fitch hadn't used magic and was only using the magic staff to hit him. Although Fitch was tall, he didn't have much strength. Han Shua saw that the blow didn't have much force behind it and directly ignored it. He stood where he was and didn't dodge, only smiling foolishly. Slap! When the magic staff hit Han Shua's forehead, Han Shua suddenly felt pain and immediately cried out in agony. He grimaced in pain as he looked at the magic staff in Fitch's hand. He hadn't thought that the seemingly wooden magic staff would be as hard and heavy as iron and stone. Han Shua only felt his head buzz in that instant as a large, round bump appeared on his forehead. Damn it, why is this magic staff so hard and heavy? I've miscalculated. Han Shua thought to himself as his head buzzed, and before he could react, he was hit on the forehead again. His head immediately sank and he fainted on the ground. When Han Shua woke up, he found himself lying on a large, soft bed. The faint smell of medicine permeated the air. He reached out to touch his forehead and found that the two large bumps on his head had already subsided. Some kind of medicine seemed to have been applied on them, and they felt cool and comfortable. You're awake. A pretty face suddenly moved closer. She had long, lavender, wavy hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her sexy red lips breathed a faint fragrance onto Han Shua's face. Master. Fanny. Han Shua's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed softly when he saw the pretty face in front of him. He then straightened his body and sat up on the soft bed, looking around. The room was 20 square meters in size and was surrounded by large cabinets that held all sorts of medicine bottles. There were also some skeletons of magical creatures to the side. The walls were covered in magical patterns and words, and there was a round black stone table in the middle that formed a simple magical matrix. With just a glance, Han Shua knew that this was Fanny's lab. While Han Shua was looking around, Fanny was also looking at Han Shua in surprise. It was only when Han Shua's head turned around and looked at her that Fanny stretched out her slender finger and lightly touched Han Shua's forehead. She then exclaimed softly and said in surprise, the swelling has subsided so quickly. There's not even a drop of blood after being hit by such a heavy magic staff. How is this possible? Han Shua's heart skipped a beat when he was touched by Fanny's finger. His nose even greedily inhaled deeply, and a trace of a satisfied smile blossomed at the corner of his mouth as he smelled the delicate fragrance that came along with her finger. Han Shua's behavior gave Fanny quite a fright. Han Shua's actions just now had a few hints of teasing and wanton, completely different from Brian's usual timid and cowardly behavior. This caused Fanny to be a bit taken aback for a moment, and then sighed in realization. She murmured softly, I didn't believe them before, but now it looks like Brian is indeed a bit crazy. Who would have thought that an agony of the soul would make him like this? Sigh. Although Fanny's murmur was exceedingly quiet, Han Shua just happened to hear it loud and clear. He laughed wryly in his heart, thinking that yet another person had really believed that he was crazy. Suddenly, an expression full of interest appeared on Fanny's pretty face. She said in high spirits, Brian, the bruise on your forehead healed so quickly and you're completely fine now. Could it be because of the agony of the soul last time? Aya, this is too incredible. I have another topic to research. Necromancy magic is incredible indeed. Han Shua could only smile wryly at her self-righteousness when he saw Fanny's face full of excitement as she frantically rummaged through the items. Right now, the impression that Han Shua gave her was that of a crazy person. He naturally couldn't explain that his body's abnormalities were entirely due to practicing magical yuan. Fanny hadn't brought her glasses with her again today. Her slender, supple hands quickly rummaged through the magical items around her. After a while, she held a pale green ball the size of a palm in her hand and walked quickly towards Han Shua, swaying her hips as she suddenly chanted an incantation. The pale green ball abruptly lit up with a gentle green halo and was pressed against Han Shuo's forehead by her jade hand. Strong magical pulses emanated from within the ball, and the pale green ball imprinted on Han Shuo's forehead was like a magnet, drawing out a trace of mental strength from Han Shuo's brain. The pale green ball suddenly flashed like a broken green light bulb. "Oh, this is incredible. Brian, you actually have mental strength in your brain. My goodness, what's going on? Could it be that the agony of the soul magic also has the effect of baptizing ordinary people with mental strength? This is too amazing." Fanny suddenly cried out, shock and astonishment written all over her face. It looked like Han Shuo had mental strength in his brain, and the impact on Fanny wasn't small. "I've decided, this will be my research topic in the future. If the agony of the soul doesn't turn people into lunatics, and can still retain mental strength in the body, then wouldn't it be possible for an ordinary person to become a mage? Oh, this is just too amazing. Gurgle gurgle." At this moment, Han Shuo's stomach protested with hunger. The excitement on Fanny's face hadn't faded yet, and she said to Brian in high spirits, "It's getting late, go back and rest. I'll look for you often in the future. I'll discuss this with the school authorities in a while, and will reduce your workload appropriately and increase your meals appropriately until I've successfully researched this topic." Han Shuo couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he heard Fanny's words. He couldn't help but have wicked thoughts as he looked at the alluring Fanny. He thought to himself that luck really couldn't be stopped now that his workload had suddenly been reduced, his meals had increased, and he could even take the opportunity to get close to Fanny. It looked like Fitch's battle had done him a great favor. After leaving Fanny's lab, Han Shuo lifted his head to look at the afterglow in the sky and knew that it was already evening. He rubbed his forehead and discovered that apart from a bit of a slight pain, there were no major issues. He completed the afternoon's mission with great speed and ran into Jack at the bread collection area, panting heavily. Jack revealed a surprised expression when he saw Han Shuo appear and looked oddly at Han Shuo's forehead. He asked suspiciously, "Brian, didn't I hear that you fainted after Fitch hit you with his magic staff? How come there aren't any marks now?" "Master Fanny helped me apply a magic reagent, so the redness naturally faded quickly." Heh, Master Fanny is so beautiful and gentle." Han Shuo laughed heartily as he spoke to Jack. "Brian, this is your food for today." A shout traveled from the canteen window. Han Shuo immediately ran over and received a piece of white bread, a small cup of milk, and a fried egg from the window. Mr. Gotha, are you mistaken? Brian's food should be the same as ours, and it should be smaller than my bread." Carrie, who'd been beaten up by Han Shuo last time, shook a piece of black bread in his hand and spoke loudly to the fat Gotha who was in charge of distributing the errand boys' meals. Gotha looked coldly at Carrie and snorted lightly. "That's right, the school authorities ordered this. From now on, Brian's food will be like this. Take it up with the school authorities if you have any objections." "Humph, but you're just a little errand boy, you'll be asking for trouble if you say anything." Holding the white bread, milk, and fried egg in his hands, Han Shuo laughed heartily as he looked at Carrie and Borg's angry expressions. He purposefully chewed on the bread loudly, and couldn't help but praise, "TSK, this white bread tastes different from black bread indeed. Ah, there's even milk and eggs. Oh my gosh, what a happy day. Brian, let me drink some milk. That milk looks delicious to me." Little fatty Jack licked his lips and looked at Han Shuo with a face full of envy. "There's still half a cup left, take it." Han Shuo generously handed it over to Jack and then pulled Jack away with a wide grin, leaving behind a furious Carrie and Borg. When he returned to the warehouse that night, Han Shuo took a look at the little skull and discovered that the little skull was still lying in the small wooden bucket. However, the 7 small whirlpools within the bucket had stopped spinning. One look at Han Shuo and he understood that this was because the magical yuan had been used up. He reached out to condense his magical yuan and re-infused it into the 7 broken bones. Only when the whirlpools appeared around the 7 broken bones did Han Shuo finally stop and go to bed. The Yin magical concentrating formation was only one method of refining demonic treasures. Logically speaking, a single infusion of magical yuan should have been able to maintain the formation for 36 days. However, Han Shuo's magical yuan was too weak, and the materials he'd used were all scraped together haphazardly. Therefore, he hadn't been able to achieve the desired results. Sitting on the bed and practicing for a while, Han Shuo felt that the magical yuan within his body had grown quite a bit. A light bulb went off in his head at this moment. Since he had magical yuan in his body, could he practice the offensive demonic yuan that Chu Kanglin had left behind? Han Shuo immediately furrowed his brow and thought hard after the thought occurred to him. He could vaguely sense that there were many demonic cultivation methods in his mind, except that many of these demonic cultivation methods were a bit hazy and indistinct, as if they were separated by a thin, blurry paper that he couldn't immediately pry into clearly. Han Shuo furrowed his brow and painstakingly searched through his memories. He discovered that the memories in his brain seemed to be a complete mess, and he couldn't remember everything. There were only 3 methods that he could completely remember. One was the basic demonic method, the other was the Yin magical concentration matrix for refining demonic treasures, and another was the mystical glacial spellfire. The mystical glacial spellfire was a method of utilizing magical yuan. Its power could be continuously increased as one's realm increased. Circulating the spellfire according to a special meridian route, one could produce red and purple magical flames in one's fingers and palm. The red flames were scorching hot and the purple cold. If one's magical yuan was strong enough and his realm reached a high enough level, he could condense the magical yuan into 2 enormous balls of red and purple magical flames in the palms of his hands. They had the attacking power of burning and piercing coldness. After clarifying all this, Han Shuo immediately felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Ignoring the other obstructed memories, he immediately began circulating the magical yuan according to the spellfire and slowly gathered the magical yuan in his right hand. As the magical yuan flowed through the meridians of Han Shuo's right hand, he felt a burning pain. His entire right hand was numb and stiff, and the thin and weak meridians felt as if they had been electrocuted. If he didn't circulate the spellfire according to the spellfire's route, the magical yuan would reach his palm in an instant. However, once the magical yuan circulated according to the spellfire's spellfire, it seemed to encounter layers upon layers of obstacles. Every time it moved forward, it was an unbearable pain. It wasn't until late at night that Han Shuo finally circulated the magical yuan from his shoulder to his wrist. However, his entire arm was already aching and powerless. Han Shuo understood that the mystical glacial spellfire could only be truly used when he circulated all the magical yuan to his palm and fingers. The pain he was experiencing now was due to the process of opening up those tiny meridians and allowing them to adapt to the magical yuan. The prickling pain was unavoidable now, but it would be gone once all the meridians were opened up. Han Shuo's eyelids were twitching due to the extreme fatigue. Remembering that he still had work tomorrow, and that training in magical yuan wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, he threw himself onto the bed and slept first. Han Shuo had another dream that night. He dreamt that the little skull had obeyed his orders and beat up Fitch, who had hit him on the forehead, to avenge him. Chapter 14. The next day, Han Shuo was woken up by the impact of a heavy garbage bag. Han Shuo, who had been in the midst of a beautiful dream, felt a heavy mountain pressing down on him. He hastily scrambled out of bed and rubbed his eyes to see that there was an extra heavy garbage bag on his bed. He immediately understood that it must have been someone who had thrown the garbage through the small window of the warehouse. As he cursed, he kicked the trash bag off the bed. With a plop sound, the trash bag rolled toward the door. Han Shuo was just about to bury his head and go back to sleep when he thought that someone had thrown a garbage bag at him. This meant that it was definitely getting late. He pushed open the window and looked outside, discovering that the sun was indeed high up in the sky. He immediately sighed to himself that he must have overslept today because he was too tired from practicing demonic magic yesterday. He got up and was about to rush out of the door when he suddenly remembered the dream he had yesterday. In the dream, it seemed that Little Skull had helped him teach Fitch a lesson. Remembering that the dream had come true last time, Han Shua's heart jumped and he hurriedly looked towards the small wooden barrel. Inside the small wooden tub, the little skeleton's 2 dark hand bone rings were placed on the edge of the wooden tub. Its left leg bone was placed on top of its right leg bone, swinging back and forth, as if it was enjoying a sauna. It looked very carefree and relaxed. Han Shua couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Little Skull was still in the barrel. He muttered to himself for a moment, then got up and pushed the barrel under his bed. He used a garbage bag to block the bottom of the bed before opening the door and preparing for a new day of work. "Hey, Brian, why are you only here today?" Jack was wiping the stone statues on the road and greeted Brian with a smile from afar. Han Shua looked around and saw that there weren't any students passing by on this road. He knew that class must have already started by now. He had woken up late today. "Oh, I was hit twice on the head by Fitch yesterday. My head was groggy, that's why I overslept. Hee hee." Jack suddenly chuckled lightly, taking pleasure in others' misfortune. He then sneakily moved closer to Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Brian, don't be angry. I heard from the students on the road this morning that Fitch was beaten up by that Little Skull with 7 wings who appeared last time. His face is swollen now." Han Shua, it turned out that yesterday's dream was real, but it was different from what he had imagined. This time, the Little Skull was much faster, and he had already finished his task. No wonder when he saw the Little Skull in the morning, the Little Skull's posture was obviously different from last night. "Hey, Brian, why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy?" "Huh, I think so too. That black Little Skull is really powerful. After Fitch woke up, I heard that he only saw 7 little wings flapping before he jumped out of the window and escaped without a trace. Oh. Fitch lives on the 4th floor, it's incredible that he didn't break into pieces." Han Shua laughed dryly and felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. He laughed it off and said, "Well done, I wonder who summoned that Little Skull to help me vent my frustrations. I've been so lucky recently." Nothing unlucky happened to Han Shua in the following days, and no one came looking for Han Shua to practice their magic. During these rare days of peace, Han Shua would arrive outside the necromancy class early in the morning and eavesdrop on Jean's lessons with a broom in hand. Fitch didn't know if it was because he'd been viciously beaten up by the Little Skull, but he didn't come to class these days. Instead, he eavesdropped on Jean's explanations of magic every day. Han Shua was suddenly enlightened about many things that he hadn't understood in the past after a few days of eavesdropping. When night fell, Han Shua first practiced the mystical glacial spell fire and circulated the magical yuan bit by bit to the 5 fingers of his right hand through the mystical glacial spell fire. He felt a burning pain every time, but Han Shua could already circulate the magical yuan until it was almost near his wrist these days. Han Shua continued to study the foundations of necromancy, as usual, and committed some of the parts that he didn't understand to heart. He waited to eavesdrop on Jean's lessons in the morning to see if he'd mentioned it. Now that Han Shua's meals and treatment had improved, the nutrients in his body had been replenished. Add to that the fact that he was training in magical yuan, Han Shua's originally frail body had unwittingly started to solidify some of his muscles. His short stature seemed to have grown a bit taller, and his entire demeanor seemed to have changed. The necromancy students took note of Han Shua's changes and categorized it as a sign that he'd gone mad. No one paid too much attention to Han Shua, and Han Shua was happy and at ease. He continued to work and secretly practice magic as usual, happily feeling the changes in his body. Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything before me, bone arrow. As the incantation was completed, a sharp bone arrow suddenly formed in the air and flew towards a straw doll in front of Han Shuo under his fingers. However, the bone arrow suddenly changed direction midway. Pa! The bone arrow abruptly exploded midway, and from the looks of it, the arrow had deviated by a large margin. It hadn't shot towards the straw doll at all. Shaking his head, Han Shuo sighed lowly. Understanding was one thing, and using it was another. Han Shuo had been practicing this lowest level of bone arrow magic near this tomb during this period of time, but he'd never been able to successfully cast it. Either he couldn't summon it, or the direction was too far off, or the bone arrow would explode midway. Han Shuo understood that repeated practice was necessary in order to successfully cast necromancy magic. Only through repeated practice would one be able to grasp the knack and successfully cast the magic without any mistakes or loopholes. Every night these past few days, Han Shuo would first practice for a period of time, and then take advantage of the dead of night to come to this tomb that had once been abandoned to secretly practice necromancy magic here. Little Skull held 2 bags of trash in his hands, and after throwing them away, he obediently stayed in one of the tombs, motionless. Just as Han Shuo was thinking about his incantation and hand gestures, as well as what went wrong with the use of his mental strength, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from afar. Han Shuo's heart jumped, and he hurriedly hid in the pile of rocks next to the tomb. This tomb was very wide, and it was very quiet at night. Apart from Han Shuo occasionally coming over to throw away some discarded magical materials, very few people would come here. Of course, Han Shuo didn't want others to discover that he was secretly practicing magic here. Now that he heard the sound of footsteps, he naturally hid immediately. After a while, a tall, blue-haired, middle-aged man suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's line of sight. His clothes were dyed crimson with blood, and he was foaming at the corner of his mouth. He held a broadsword in his hand. His footsteps were unsteady, and his expression was anxious. He stumbled over without a sense of direction, and kept peeking behind him. When he arrived at the place where Han Shuo had been practicing his necromancy magic, his body suddenly trembled, and his footsteps swayed as he fell to the ground. At this moment, he swiftly fished out a gray handbag from his chest, and carelessly poked at the soft ground a few times. He stuffed the handbag into the soil, wiped it flat with his hands, and crawled back up to run forward. "Dylan, where else can you run to?" A kind voice traveled in from the distance as a black light flashed by. A kind, emaciated old man appeared behind the middle-aged man. He wore a kind smile on his face, and wore a gilded magic robe. He held a magic staff embedded with 3 red, yellow, and blue gems in his left hand. One could tell with a glance that it was a very valuable magic staff. A ball of dark green light quickly flew over from the distance after the emaciated, benevolent old mage appeared. When it stopped here, the dark green light suddenly disappeared, and a sturdy, muscular swordsman with a long sword appeared. "Mr. Duke, what should we do with Dylan?" The swordsman stood respectfully next to the mage and asked humbly. The benevolent old mage Duke furrowed his sparse eyebrows and looked at Dylan, who was lying on the ground with blood foaming at the corner of his mouth. He sighed lowly, "Poor Dylan, I'm afraid he can't make it. He shouldn't continue to suffer like this. Eric, help him. Mr. is truly merciful." The swordsman Eric exclaimed with an odd expression. He suddenly rushed towards the still running Dylan like lightning. Han Shuo only saw a ball of dark green light flash through the air before Dylan's back splattered with blood. He finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Eric put away the long sword in his hand and immediately crouched down to rummage through Dylan's body. His face gradually grew unsightly as he finally stood up and said helplessly to Duke, "Mr. Duke, the item isn't on him." "How is this possible?" Duke was startled, and his complexion slightly changed. He waved the magic staff in his hand, and Dylan's corpse suddenly flew in front of Duke. Duke chanted a wind magic incantation, and several sharp wind blades suddenly formed in the air. So, the wind blades danced in the air, and the clothes of Dylan's corpse were torn apart. Han Shuo hid behind the rubble and saw everything clearly. Eric's longsword had blossomed with a dark green light when he'd suddenly flown out just now. It was obvious that he was a senior swordsman. Such a senior swordsman was so respectful to Duke, indicating that Duke's identity or strength was even greater. This was the first time Han Shuo had seen someone kill someone. His heart was in a state of chaos and his heart thumped rapidly. It really isn't on him. Duke frowned as he muttered to himself. He shook the magic staff in his hand and threw Dylan's naked corpse to the ground like trash. Duke shook the magic staff again and a strong mental strength rippled towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's body was involuntarily brought flying towards Duke. How did you know I was there? Han Shuo was flustered in his heart and even more so with his mouth. He made a big fuss as he danced in the air. Heh, what a cute and pure young fellow. Judging from your clothes, you seem to be from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, am I right? Duke looked at Han Shuo benevolently. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Yes, I'm an errand boy from the Babylon Academy. I'm here to throw out magical waste. I didn't see anything just now. It's getting late. You guys continue chatting, I'll be heading back first. Han Shuo stood up from the ground and spoke with a face full of innocence. He took 2 unhurried steps in the direction of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, then abruptly increased his speed and ran with all his strength. He thought that these two's strange behavior might be disadvantageous to him, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. Heh, this young fellow is quite crafty. Eric, you see him off. Duke laughed softly behind Han Shuo and said benevolently. Han Shuo had already felt a strong gust of air rapidly approaching him as soon as Duke's voice had sounded. Chapter 15. Han Shuo understood in his heart that Eric must be rapidly approaching him with his sword in hand, wanting to kill him just like how he killed Dylan. This was because Han Shuo could feel the killing intent faintly approaching from behind. At this moment, Han Shuo focused his attention for the first time in his life. He didn't know if it was because of the magical yuan he was training in, but the current Han Shuo was not only extremely nimble, even his courage had grown. Otherwise, if it was according to his previous personality, there would only be fear left in his heart, and no other thoughts. At this moment, the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body circulated at a much faster speed than usual. As he ran, he felt that his entire body was filled with inexhaustible strength. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo was extremely familiar with the terrain, he turned left and right as he ran, and actually managed to shake off Eric by a distance. Eric was startled. He didn't seem to have anticipated that Han Shuo would run so fast. Seeing that not only was Han Shuo running fast, but he was also running in a tricky direction and was gradually disappearing from his line of sight, Eric's face couldn't help but turn cold. The long sword in his hand glowed with a dark green light, and he abruptly picked up a few large rocks along the way. Han Shuo ran further and further away, feeling that this run was very carefree. When he sensed that Eric's aura was getting further and further away, a sense of joy involuntarily arose in his heart. It was at this moment that the sound of something piercing through the air suddenly rang out. Han Shuo only felt his legs being struck heavily a few times. His knees immediately weakened, and he fell flat on his face in the midst of his rapid running. His face intimately came into contact with the soil, and he fell flat on his face. "Young man, my apologies." Eric softly called out apologetically. He raised the long sword in his hand, and a ball of dark green light abruptly lit up in the air, violently stirring towards Han Shuo. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. The magical yuan within Han Shuo's body circulated wildly, and his previously sore and powerless legs no longer hurt. Facing this fatal blow, Han Shuo pressed both his hands and feet to the ground at the same time, and with a ferocious push, he abruptly rolled to the left. Clang! Eric's longsword brought with it a dark green ball of light as it landed on the ground where Han Shuo had been lying, carving out a dozen or so well-proportioned cracks in the hard ground. It was like a chessboard, and each crack was a dozen centimeters deep. If Han Shuo had been there just now, he'd likely have been dismembered. I really didn't see anything. Don't kill me. Han Shuo dodged the attack and looked at the strange condition of the ground he was lying on earlier. He was immediately frightened out of his wits. He spoke with a bitter face as he hurriedly climbed up, looking like he was going to run away again. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so agile. But you saw something you shouldn't have seen today. I'm very sorry, but I have to kill you. Eric shrugged and smiled helplessly. He then raised his longsword, and a few head-sized rocks suddenly flew up and fiercely smashed towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled and dodged left and right with trepidation. While Han Shuo was dodging, Eric suddenly appeared behind Han Shuo without a sound and pointed his longsword slightly. A ball of dark green light suddenly fell into Han Shuo's body. In an instant, Han Shuo flew out and once again fell flat on his face. A bone-piercing pain seeped into his spine, and the magical yuan within his body madly converged towards his back, tightly wrapping around the ball of dark green light that had fallen into Han Shuo's body. Phew, why does it feel like I've lost a bit of my fighting aura? That's strange. Could it be that I've been too tired lately? Yes, that must be it. This kid runs quite fast. Good thing I've finally taken care of it. Just as Han Shuo was about to continue running, he suddenly heard Eric mumble to himself. The state of Han Shuo's body just now was exactly the same as when Claude's fighting aura had entered his body. The only difference was that Eric's dark green fighting aura was a bit more powerful, and the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body wasn't able to completely wrap around it. Therefore, right now, Han Shuo's back was a bloody mess, and he looked quite horrifying from the outside. With a thought, Han Shuo held his breath and lay there, not daring to move. However, at this moment, the little skull seemed to have sensed Han Shuo's danger and seemed to be planning to rush over to save him. Perhaps it was due to the excessive pain, but Han Shuo felt that his mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. In a split second, he issued an order for the little skull to stay where he was without moving. The grave that the little skull was in was some distance away from Duke. However, if the little skull climbed out of the grave and rushed over, Duke would definitely notice. Although he didn't know Duke's mage rank, Han Shuo knew from his previous actions that he was very powerful. Naturally, he wasn't willing to let the little skull die in vain. Eric took a few breaths and mumbled a few words to himself. He grabbed Han Shuo from the back of his robe and brought him to a broken grave. Without even checking the condition of Han Shuo's body, he confidently threw Han Shuo into the grave, as if believing that Han Shuo was already dead. Thinking about it, Han Shuo was only an ordinary errand slave. Naturally, he would die without a doubt after taking a blow from a senior swordsman. How could there be any accidents? After throwing Han Shuo into the grave, Eric didn't continue to stay there. He directly went back the way he came. After a while, there was no more movement in the area. Han Shuo's back was in extreme pain. At this time, he cursed Eric and Duke's entire family in his heart. He stayed in the grave and didn't dare to come out immediately. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that Han Shuo endured the pain in his back and slowly climbed out of the grave. Stretching out his hand to touch his back, Han Shuo felt that his back was a little sticky. Looking at the bloodstains on his hand, Han Shuo secretly remembered this hatred. He planned to pay them back one by one in the future. Gritting his teeth, he carefully walked back to the previous place. Along the way, Han Shuo was very sneaky, deeply afraid that the two were still there. It wasn't until after returning to the original place that Han Shuo discovered that even Dylan's body had disappeared. It seemed that they had casually thrown it into a nearby grave. Summoning Little Skull from the grave, Han Shuo cursed and left with Little Skull. In his heart, he cursed at his bad luck. It seemed that he should come here less to practice for the next few days. After walking to a certain place, Han Shuo suddenly stopped. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Han Shuo suddenly remembered that when Dylan was running, he had fallen here and buried a gray bag under his feet. Duke and Eric seemed to have been searching for something on Dylan's body. Could it be the bag that Dylan had buried? Squatting down with a grin, Han Shuo carefully pushed away the soft soil on the ground and took out the gray bag. It was heavy in his hand, and when he shook it, it made a crisp, ding sound. Looking at the style and quality of the bag, it was much better than the one he used. Pulling the string of the bag, Han Shuo reached out and grabbed a few silver and copper coins. "I'm rich. I'm rich." Han Shuo knew that silver and copper coins were the currency of this world. Brian had been an errand slave for so many years, yet he had never received even a single copper coin. Looking at the few silver and copper coins in his palm, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the pain in his back didn't seem to be that painful anymore. Voila! The contents of the bag all fell to the ground, and a dark green jade box the size of a palm appeared on the ground. The box was heavy and had a cool feeling to it. There was also a groove that seemed to be a keyhole. Next to the dark green jade box, there really was a green key. However, this clearly wasn't the object of Han Shuo's attention. All he saw was Han Shuo's eyes glowing as he stared at the money in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter with a silly smile, "I'm rich. I'm rich. 3 gold, 12 silver, and 56 copper." This was the amount of money in the bag. 1 gold could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver could be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Even though Han Shuo's diet had improved, the bread, milk, and eggs he ate a day didn't even add up to 10 copper coins. If this money was exchanged for food, it would be enough for Han Shuo to eat for a year or two. When Brian was sold to the Babylon Magic Academy by the slave traders, it was only 5 gold coins. This sum of money was equivalent to half of Brian's life. After a moment of joy, Han Shuo put the money back into the bag with a smile. His eyes turned and saw the dark green jade box and the green key. Han Shuo creased his eyebrows. He could tell from Duke and Eric's clothing that they were of high status, especially Duke's magic robe and magic staff. They looked to be priceless items. This amount of money was naturally a large sum to him, but it shouldn't be much to Duke. They definitely wouldn't chase after Dylan for this amount of money, much less kill him. Could it be that it was because of the item in the jade box? When he thought of this, Han Shuo couldn't help but focus his gaze on the dark green jade box that stood silently on the ground. Under the moonlight, the jade box sparkled with a faint green light that was hard to detect unless one looked closely. The hazy green light was very faint, and it appeared to have a kind of bewitching beauty. As Han Shuo silently stared at the jade box, his mental strength was surprisingly concentrated on the jade box. He suddenly felt a cold and sinister presence within the jade box. This presence followed Han Shuo's mental strength and seemed to seep into Han Shuo's bones. Han Shuo couldn't help but shiver and suddenly shut his eyes. This thing is a bit strange. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Han Shuo nervously looked left and right. He suddenly put the jade box and the key back into the gray handbag and staggered back to the warehouse. After returning to the warehouse, Han Shuo didn't continue to study the jade box. He didn't touch the money inside either. He hid the handbag under his bed and let Little Skull clean and bandage his back before falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 16. Noon, at the training field of the Necromancy Magic Academy. Han Shuo was sweeping on and off as he thought back to Master Jean's lecture on necromancy magic that morning. His brow was slightly furrowed and he was quite engrossed. A fat figure suddenly rushed in from the door and stopped in front of Han Shuo. Jack was panting heavily as he said urgently, "Brian, it's bad, Carrie and Borg are coming to settle scores with you." Han Shuo was a bit displeased that his thoughts had been interrupted. He frowned and asked when he saw Jack's panicked expression, "What's going on?" "These two idiots, Carrie and Borg. I beat them up last time, why are they looking to die again?" "I don't know, I'm not too sure either. I only heard that they ate something this morning and seem to be in a lot of pain. Their faces are all green and they're shouting that they're coming to settle scores with you. Lisa is also looking for you." Han Shua felt a bit of pain on his back, but it was much better than last night. The dark green fighting aura on his back was still wrapped up by the magical yuan. The dark green fighting aura seemed to be shrinking and disappearing bit by bit, making Han Shua feel a bit more at ease. "They're looking to die, don't blame me." Han Shua snorted coldly and tightened his grip on the broom in his hand, looking towards the door. Jack's expression was still anxious as he rubbed his hands and said urgently, "Brian, things are different this time. Carrie and Borg have found some helpers this time, and they don't seem to be the errand boys of the necromancy major. They're all tall and strong, you better run." "Damned Brian, how dare you plot against us? I'll show you what's coming today." Carrie's voice had already traveled in from outside amidst Jack's urgent urging. A group of people had already blocked the door to the training field by the time his voice had sounded. Carrie's and Borg's faces turned green. As soon as they entered, Borg let out an "ugh" and suddenly hugged his stomach. His body convulsed and he spat out a mouthful of black liquid. His breath immediately emitted a bitter sour taste. When Carrie saw what Borg had vomited out, his already pale face turned even uglier. It seemed that his stomach was also in discomfort. He reached his hand into his throat as if he wanted to vomit something out, but nothing came out. "Brian, what did you make Lisa refine for us to eat? You're the death of us. I'll kill you today." After vomiting for a while, Borg's body was a little weak. He held on to the door with one hand and pointed at Han Shua with the other and said angrily. Smiling inwardly, Han Shua couldn't help but be speechless. Last time Lisa had asked him why he'd suddenly become so nimble and strong, he'd just randomly spouted some nonsense to brush her off. Who would have thought that Lisa would take it seriously and actually brew out those disgusting things? It looked like she'd experimented on Borg and Carrie, no wonder the two looked like they were on the verge of death. "No, I didn't." Han Shua shook his head and said with a blank face, looking quite silly and innocent. "Lisa already told us, how dare you deny it? I won't leave until I teach you a lesson today." Carrie shouted angrily and gestured to the helpers beside him. A total of 6 errand boys, including Borg, rolled up their sleeves and walked fiercely towards Han Shua. Apart from Carrie and Borg, the other errand boys were from the Dark Major, but they were a bit different from what Jack had described them to be tall and strong. There were indeed tall ones among the 4, but the tall ones were all skin and bones. There were also some strong ones, but they weren't as tall as Han Shua. On the whole, the tall ones weren't strong enough, and the strong ones weren't tall enough. Judging from their fighting strength, they probably weren't all that impressive. Clenching his fists, Han Shua's expression was still naive. There was an irrepressible desire to vent in his heart, and it seemed that he needed to beat all of these people to the ground in order to quell this desire. This desire came abruptly and instantly flooded Han Shua's mind, urging Han Shua to act like a spell. Han Shua's personality had always been rather passive, and he rarely took the initiative to offend anyone. He also didn't dare stir up trouble with too much arrogance. But if he were to fight them now, with Han Shua's current strength and speed, he might make a big deal out of it. Han Shua was a bit unwilling, but his rationality couldn't restrain it. This feeling was exactly the same as when he'd wanted to make a move against Lisa last time in the training fields. At that time, Han Shua had abandoned his rationality and acted according to the desires of his heart. In the end, the fighting aura that Claude had injected into his body had been dissolved by the magical yuan. Now, the situation was exactly the same. The magical yuan on Han Shua's back was still wrapped in Eric's fighting aura, and the desire in his heart was already extremely strong. Turning around to look at the shivering Jack, Han Shuo no longer had a trace of honesty on his face. His eyes were as sharp as blades, carrying a trace of gambler's fanaticism. Handing the broom in his hand to Jack, Han Shuo said callously, "Take this. Beat whoever dares to hit you." Pausing, Han Shuo pointed at the other sharp end of the broom and said faintly, "Use this sharp corner." Jack was stunned by Han Shuo's current appearance. He stared stupidly at the current Han Shuo, his legs trembling. Han Shuo was now displaying a calm and callous demeanor. There wasn't a trace of Brian's cowardice. Shoving the broom into Jack's hands, Han Shuo turned around. His face was still simple and wooden, and he was instinctively afraid. He said in a panic, Don't hit me. I'm hitting you." The group of 6 swarmed forward and suddenly exerted force with their fists and feet, aiming for Han Shuo's entire body. Clutching his head with both hands, Han Shuo first took a few steps back in fear. When he'd taken 3 steps back and arrived next to Jack, Han Shuo suddenly howled wildly as if he'd been provoked. He charged straight at the 6 like an enraged bull. Carrie was at the forefront. Seeing that Han Shuo had gone berserk again, Carrie, who'd been beaten up last time, felt his heart tremble. His right foot, which had already been lifted to kick, paused in midair and didn't dare land. However, just because Carrie didn't kick over didn't mean that Han Shuo would let him go. Han Shuo could already feel the magical yuan circulating rapidly in his back as he ran. It looked like it was already starting to digest the dark green fighting aura that Eric had left behind, just like last time. At this moment, Han Shuo only had one uncontrollable thought in his mind, and that was to beat down all the troublemakers in front of him one by one, dead or alive. Spreading his hands, Han Shuo grabbed Carrie's right foot in midair with lightning speed and lifted him up. Carrie flipped backwards in midair and landed with a plop. He grimaced in pain as his teeth made intimate contact with the ground. Traces of blood had already appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 4 who'd come to help Carrie and Borg were immediately startled when they saw Han Shuo's ferocity. Their originally sinister smiles suddenly froze as their expressions became a bit odd. "Don't be afraid, he's just one person. There are 6 of us here, we can beat him to death with a flurry of punches." Borg straightened his neck and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. He pulled out a 4-legged wooden stool from somewhere and threw it at Han Shuo with a yell. The other 4 who'd just lost their momentum were all shaken by Borg's words. They slowly pulled out sticks from their waists and followed behind Borg, swinging them at Han Shuo's head. They'd even prepared their weapons. Han Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw that Borg's stool was about to smash into him. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs and dodged it. Bam! The stool smashed into the stone floor and its 4 legs swayed wildly with a creak. It looked a bit unsteady. Borg let out a soft "eh" as he missed. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected that Han Shuo would be able to dodge it. Bam! Han Shuo's fist smashed into the bridge of Borg's nose, causing blood to blossom. Borg threw his head back and staggered 2 steps back. He even loosened his grip on the stool in pain. Han Shuo lowered his head and laughed coldly. He grabbed the stool that Borg had dropped and turned to face a short, stocky red-haired ambusher behind him. The wooden stick whooshed through the air. Just as it was about to land on Han Shuo's head, the stool was abruptly lifted and forcibly stopped the stick. Grabbing a stool leg with one hand, the magical yuan in Han Shuo's back circulated faster and faster. Han Shuo could clearly feel the fighting aura that had been wrapped around him disappearing into the magical yuan. Han Shuo's hands seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength as he grabbed a stool with one hand and abruptly tore it apart. The entire stool was torn in half with a creak. Han Shuo grabbed one side with one hand and kicked out with his right foot, hitting the ambusher squarely in the lower abdomen. The ambusher's face immediately turned deathly pale as he crouched down in pain. Han Shuo wasn't going to let him off so easily. He was feeling extremely carefree at this moment and only wanted to vent his frustrations. His left and right hands worked at the same time, smashing the stool repeatedly at the ambusher's head and face. Blood instantly burst out from the ambusher's forehead and dyed the stool in Han Shua's hands red. "Stop him. This damned lunatic, he'll kill Alva." Borg cried out in terror as his nose was flattened by Han Shua's punch. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils like worms. Even Carrie struggled to his feet. Although he was a bit terrified, he still raised the wooden club he'd hidden earlier with trembling hands and charged towards Han Shua with the rest of the group. Crack! Crack! The sounds of intense collisions rang out incessantly. Jack, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had his legs bent and trembling as he looked at Han Shua in disbelief. Han Shua was holding on to half of the stool with one hand, completely unfazed by the combined attacks of several people. A bone-piercing chill seeped out of his eyes on his crazed and barbaric face. Han Shua's body kept shifting and dodging, but the stool never stopped. It continued to smash at the noses and faces of those who were surrounding him. In just a short while, all 6 of them had blood bursting out of their faces. At this moment, Jack was completely dumbfounded by Han Shua's callous methods. He never dared to imagine that the cowardly and meek Han Shua would one day have such a ruthless side to him. Just as Jack was in a daze, the fighting aura that Eric had left behind on Han Shua's back was finally being slowly refined by the magical yuan as he fought as he pleased. It was only at this moment that Han Shua was startled. He suddenly realized what he was doing and couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. There are sounds of fighting. What's going on? Let's go to the training field and take a look. Suddenly, Han Shua heard Fanny's voice from afar, followed by the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. On the other hand, Carrie, Borg, and the others were still completely unaware. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear as they looked at Han Shua with faces full of fear and shock. They all held clubs in their hands, but no one actually dared to take another step closer. Han Shua knew that this was not a small matter. His mind quickly churned with ideas, and he suddenly ran towards the entrance of the training field. As he ran, Han Shua carelessly wiped the fresh blood on the stool on his face and forehead, then casually threw away the 2 blood-stained halves of the stool. He grabbed at the wound on his back where Eric had stabbed him yesterday and tore it forcefully. With a pained howl, the wound that hadn't completely scarred split open in an instant, and fresh blood flowed out and dyed his back red. When he reached the entrance, Han Shua's sprinting speed came to an abrupt halt. He abruptly lay on the ground and struggled to crawl towards the entrance. When he saw Fanny and the others appear, Han Shua extended his blood-stained hands. His forehead and nose were covered in blood, and he whimpered with a face full of fear, many of them hit me, save me. Chapter 17. Fanny panicked when she saw Han Shua's pitiful appearance. Her long, slender, and beautiful legs moved quickly as she ran towards Han Shua. "Ah!" Han Shua screamed and looked at Fanny with a deathly pale face. He stammered in pain, "Master Fanny, you stepped on my hand." Fanny was nearsighted to begin with and ran too fast in her panic. She didn't pay attention to what was beneath her feet at all. Add to that the fact that Han Shua was lying on the ground with his hands outstretched in order to make it look real, and so it resulted in the current situation where he was being stepped on. Fanny was wearing a pair of tall boots with a long, thin heel. Adding to the fact that Fanny had a burst of momentum as she ran, she stepped on Han Shua's left hand. The pain on Han Shua's face wasn't fake at all, it was real pain that seeped into his bones. Han Shua hadn't suffered any injuries in his fight with Carrie and the others, but now that he was stepped on by Fanny, he felt a bone-piercing pain. "Ugh. I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't see your hand reach out so long." Fanny was greatly shocked and hurriedly apologized. She then stepped on Han Shua's left boot and hastily dodged in her surprise, quickly falling to the right, but the place where her foot landed just happened to be Han Shua's outstretched right hand. Seeing that the sharp boot was about to harm his right hand, Han Shuo was scared out of his wits. He pulled his right hand back like lightning and wiped the blood off his face. He pointed at the dumbfounded Carrie and the others behind him and complained, They hit me. Fanny's face instantly darkened when she heard these words. Although Carrie and the others' faces were full of wounds, they had already wiped the blood off their faces when they heard that someone was coming and were afraid of being held accountable. It was just that in their panic, the blood had been smeared on the weapons they had thrown away. They had originally planned to swallow the bitter pill in silence and cover up the matter. Who would have thought that Han Shuo would be so vicious as to frame them after beating them up? Fanny's beautiful eyes were sharp as she stared at Carrie and the others. She discovered that although their clothes were disheveled, there were no traces of blood on their faces. There were, however, some traces of blood on the wooden rods in the distance. With just a glance, and then looking down at the blood on Han Shuo's face and back, Fanny had already, wisely, figured out the matter. Carrie and the others had joined forces to beat up Han Shuo, and the blood on the wooden sticks was the evidence. I will explain this matter to the school authorities. You people can just wait to be punished. So many people bullying a thin and weak Brian, I really feel ashamed for you all. Fanny looked coldly at Carrie and the others and said in a sharp voice. Master Fanny, it's not like this, he was the one who hit us. Jack, you saw it, don't you think it was Brian who hit us? Carrie was shocked and shouted in panic. On the other side, little fatty Jack's legs were still trembling. He had been shocked by Han Shuo's crazy actions. When he heard Carrie's words, Jack glanced at Han Shuo from afar and found that Han Shuo was lying on the ground and was winking at him. Emboldened, Jack puffed out his belly and pointed at the others with his chubby right hand, saying righteously, Carrie, don't lie. I'm not afraid of you now that Master Fanny is here. You people hit Brian and you want me to lie for you? Honest Jack can't do it. Carrie and the others wanted to say something, but Fanny snorted coldly and raised her hand to stop them, stop quibbling and wait to be punished. Turning around, Fanny looked at the miserable Han Shuo and walked up to grab Han Shuo's collar. She helped Han Shuo up and said softly, Let's go, I'll take care of your injuries first. You're my research subject, you can't get injured so often. As Fanny spoke, the fragrance from her mouth sprayed onto Han Shuo's nose. Han Shuo suddenly felt that the back of his hand that had been stepped on no longer hurt. With his back facing Fanny, Han Shuo gave Jack a look to tell him to hurry up and leave. He then looked at Carrie and the others with a silly smile. However, they were first beaten up by Han Shuo and then set up by Han Shuo. Now that they saw the silly smile on Han Shuo's face, they felt that it was the most terrifying and evil smile in the world. 10 minutes later, in Fanny's lab. Apart from Fanny, the little witch, Lisa, also came to Fanny's lab with the excuse that she wanted to ask Fanny some questions. Along the way, Lisa looked at Han Shuo with an odd look in her eyes, making Han Shuo feel that something wasn't quite right. When they arrived at Fanny's lab, Fanny had Han Shuo lie down on the bed and found a bottle of medicine. She was about to help Han Shuo apply it when Lisa laughed lightly and snatched the bottle from Fanny's hands, chuckling, Master Lisa, you don't have your glasses, let me help him apply the medicine. Fanny didn't mind Lisa's words and nodded, that's fine. Help him treat his wounds and I'll find some gauze. I don't know where I put it. Fanny muttered to herself as she rummaged around the lab. At this time, Lisa held the medicine bottle in her left hand and dipped a drop in her right hand on Han Shuo's back. She even moved closer to Han Shuo and said in a low voice, this wound doesn't look like it was just pierced. How come the surface is already scabbing? Shocked, Han Shuo cursed inwardly. It looked like he had underestimated the strangeness of his body. After training in demonic arts, his recovery rate had increased. The wound that he had received in the early morning had already started to scab, and now Lisa had seen through it. Not making a sound, Han Shuo knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. He might as well play dumb to the end and pretend that he didn't hear what Lisa said. He kept groaning as if his wound was very painful. At this time, an intense pain suddenly came from the wound on his back. Han Shuo immediately cried out in pain and abruptly turned his head to glare at Lisa. When he saw that Lisa's eyes were filled with the smugness of having discovered someone's secret, Han Shuo inwardly cursed that something was wrong. He then laughed foolishly and said the word pain before turning his head away. "Brian, what's going on?" On the other side, Fanny was still rummaging through the gauze when she heard Han Shuo cry out in pain. She couldn't help but ask from afar. "Oh, Master Fanny, I accidentally touched his wound just now." "It's nothing, I'll be more careful this time." "Then be careful." Fanny responded and didn't pay any more attention to the situation on this side. A delicate fragrance seeped into his nostrils, followed by hot breaths by his ears. Lisa said lowly, "Damned Brian, do you think I don't know that you're pretending to be crazy?" "Humph, you scared me by pretending to be dead and then gave me the wrong method of refining medicine. If I hadn't been smart enough to experiment on Carrie and Borg, I would have died because of you. I'll tell you the truth, I arrived at the lab before Carrie and the others. I saw your conversation with Jack through an evil spirit, including the beating up of Carrie afterwards. You've grown up now, you've even learned how to frame people. He, not bad, not bad." Lisa continued to apply the medicine on Han Shuo as she spoke. However, it was obvious that Lisa was purposefully messing with Han Shuo and often applied force to Han Shuo's wound. Now that Lisa had seen through Han Shuo's disguise, he was a bit perturbed. He didn't know what Lisa was planning. Although his wound was in great pain, he didn't dare cry out loudly and could only grit his teeth and cry out in a low voice. Her small, fragrant lips moved to Han Shuo's ear and her fragrance wafted into Han Shuo's face. Seeing that Han Shuo wouldn't make a sound, Lisa immediately said viciously, "Damn it, you even kissed me in the training fields last time and touched that place of mine. I won't let you go. I'll wait for you at the fake mountain behind the school building tonight. You're dead if you don't come." Lisa pressed down hard on Han Shuo's wound again after she'd finished speaking. Seeing that Han Shuo was grimacing in pain and groaning, she giggled delightedly. She then walked in front of Fanny and handed the medicine to Fanny, saying, "Master Fanny, I've already applied the medicine on him. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do and will be leaving first. I'll ask you about the difficult problem tomorrow." "Oh, then go do what you need to do." Fanny responded carelessly and then exclaimed in surprise, I've finally found it. So it was here." After exclaiming, Fanny held the gauze in her hand and moved her beautiful legs to Han Shuo's side. She was about to bandage Han Shuo's wound when she moved closer to take a look. She couldn't help but say in confusion, why are there signs of scarring on the surface of the skin?" Han Shuo's head was tilted towards the bed. He'd been worried about Lisa's actions just now and didn't know how he was going to face her tonight. Now that he heard Fanny's words, his heart jumped again, wondering if even Fanny was suspicious of him. Fanny furrowed her brow and thought for a moment after she'd said this. Her brow then relaxed and she exclaimed in a self-righteous manner, "The swelling on your forehead also quickly subsided when Fitch hit you last time. Don't tell me it's because you were hit by the agony of the undead magic that caused the change. Oh, this is unbelievable." Han Shuo. Han Shuo had nothing to say to Fanny's self-righteousness. He really didn't know how her brain could be so imaginative, to be able to find a suitable explanation for something so outrageous. Fanny sighed to herself after she'd finished speaking and then started to bandage Han Shuo's wound. Her movements were quite gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting Han Shuo. Han Shuo sighed inwardly that Fanny's technique was indeed much better than Lisa's. He turned his head to thank Fanny when he suddenly saw a tall, thin figure looking at him jealously from the open lab door behind Fanny. The figure only disappeared in front of the door when he discovered Han Shuo's gaze. It was Fitch. Chapter 18. Because Han Shuo was injured, Fanny didn't plan on tormenting Han Shuo any further today. She let Han Shuo go after bandaging his wounds and seeing that he was fine. Han Shuo felt a bit vaguely vexed along the way. He hadn't thought that Lisa would see through his act so quickly. He'd caused her quite a bit of trouble recently, but she'd thought that he was a bit crazy and hadn't taken it to heart. Now that she knew that he'd been playing tricks on her, she was definitely looking for trouble. He didn't know how Lisa was going to deal with him when he arrived at the back of the school building tonight. Just as Han Shuo was frowning and thinking wildly, he'd unknowingly returned to the warehouse where he lived. Just as Han Shuo was about to open the door and enter, he discovered that Carrie and Borg were cowering in front of the door. These two had been beaten up the worst by Han Shuo back in the training fields because they were the main conspirators. Both of them were now badly battered and their faces were a bit deformed. Han Shuo's heart raced when he saw the two and he began to size up his surroundings. He wondered how many people were lying in ambush since the two had come so quickly for revenge. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes after looking around and stared at the two without saying a word. He slowly walked to the side and came to the washing area. He picked up a hard rock and laughed foolishly. "Do you still want to fight?" Carrie and Borg both shuddered and they saw Han Shuo bring back a rock. Carrie hurriedly said, "Brian, please let us go. We know that it's our fault for offending you in the past. We won't dare do it again, please let us go." Borg was also looking at Han Shuo with fear on his face. With trembling hands, he took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and walked timidly to Han Shuo. He handed them to Han Shuo and pleaded, "Brian, this is our sincerity. Please ask Master Fanny to let us go. Otherwise, the school will expel both of us. Our families are very poor, and we rely on our odd jobs at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to earn a few silver coins to survive. Please let us go." So it was begging for mercy. Han Shuo casually threw the stone in his hand to the side. The naive look in his eyes faded away. He placed his hands on his shoulders and looked at the two of them leisurely. After a while, Han Shuo smiled and said, "I don't want these 2 silver coins." Borg and Carrie glanced at each other and then looked at the calm and unruffled Han Shuo. They both knelt down on one knee and begged, "Brian, please let us go. We won't dare do it again. Get up and talk, get up and talk." Han Shuo hurriedly moved closer to the two and helped them up from the ground with a smile. He then said, "I don't want the silver coins, but I'll ask Master Fanny to let you go if you agree to one condition. I won't make trouble for you in the future." At this point, how could Borg and Carrie not know that Han Shuo had been playing the fool all along? Han Shuo's cruel methods in the training fields had intimidated them to the point that they no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of revenge. The current Han Shuo had completely exceeded their imaginations. "No matter what condition it is, we'll agree to it," Borg said hurriedly and looked fervently at Han Shuo. Nodding his head, Han Shuo looked at the two unruffled in the midst of chaos and said lightly, "In the future, the two of you will be more diligent in helping me with Aaron's missions. As long as you agree, I'll go plead for mercy on Fanny's side." "No problem, Brian, don't worry. We know what to do and will definitely complete your missions well." Carrie hurriedly agreed, as if afraid that Han Shuo would go back on his word. There were only 4 Aaron students in the necromancy major. If Carrie and Borg were really kicked out by the school authorities and no replacements could be found in a short period of time, then the missions that had originally belonged to the two would inevitably fall to Han Shuo and Jack. In this way, Han Shuo would no longer have any free time. This was naturally something that he didn't want to see. Now that Carrie and Borg had agreed to finish Han Shuo's tasks, Han Shuo would have more energy to do other things. What goes around comes around. Brian had always helped the two with a lot of extra work back then. Now that the tables had been turned, it could be said that he was indirectly helping the unlucky Brian take revenge. Seeing that the sky had already darkened, Han Shuo thought that it was almost time for his appointment with Lisa. He couldn't help but say a bit impatiently, all right, I still have to make a trip to the back of the school building. You guys can go back if there's nothing else. Be careful in the future and don't think that I'm crazy and stupid. If you dare reveal what happened today, I'll beat you up until you can't even recognize each other. When Carrie and Borg heard Han Shua's chilling threat, they both hurriedly agreed. Han Shua's merciless and ruthless methods had already left a deep mark in their hearts last time in the training fields, making it so that they didn't dare harbor any thoughts of revenge. Just as Han Shua was about to leave, Borg suddenly thought of something and called out to Han Shua, "Brian, when you get to the back of the school building, don't walk through the fake mountain. Lisa just instructed Carrie and I to set up 3 traps, including a net and a hole. She said that it's to test the intelligence of the summoned creature, so don't walk in by accident." Han Shua was stunned and understood after a moment's thought. It looked like Lisa had long since prepared for this. She wasn't testing the summoned creature's intelligence, she'd prepared it specifically for him. "Where did you guys set up the traps? Tell me in detail so that I don't really walk in when it's dark." Han Shua frowned as he spoke to Borg and Carrie. How would the two know that Lisa had set up the traps specifically to deal with Han Shua? Add to that the fact that they had a favor to ask of Han Shua on one hand and they were truly afraid of Han Shua on the other. They hurriedly explained the locations of the 3 traps to Han Shua in great detail. See you tomorrow. Remember to wipe down the stone statues along the way first. I want to sleep in tomorrow." Han Shua casually instructed the two and walked towards the fake mountain behind the school building as if nothing had happened. At the corner of a fake mountain behind the dark major's school building, the little she-devil Lisa hid behind the fake mountain, a trace of a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Her eyes sparkled as she looked excitedly at Han Shua, who was gradually appearing in the distance. "That damned Brian, he actually dared to play the fool and play tricks on me. Not only did he scare me by pretending to be a corpse, he kicked my butt in the training field, and even gave me a disgusting refining recipe. See if I don't screw you to death this time." Lisa thought hatefully in her heart as she tightened her grip on the rope in her hand. The other end of the rope was tied in a circle and placed on the path that Han Shua had to take to reach the fake mountain. As long as Han Shua's 2 feet stepped into the circle, Lisa would pull with all her might and she would be able to immediately bring Han Shua down. A large net had long since been spread out from a protruding rock in the sky, waiting for Han Shua's legs to be bound. Lisa laughed coldly in her heart as she watched Han Shua walk over in a daze. She only saw Han Shua look left and right as he slowly walked forward like a thief. He said as he walked, "Lisa, where are you? Come out. I'm here. Come over, I have something to say to you. If you don't come, you're dead." Lisa snorted softly from behind the fake mountain. Han Shua looked left and right as if he didn't know anything and walked towards the trap with the rope. Lisa's heart leapt with joy and she tightened her grip on the rope in her hand with some excitement, waiting attentively for Han Shua's 2 feet to fall into the trap. Just as one of Han Shua's 2 feet was about to fall into the trap, he suddenly stopped and yelled out again, "Lisa, where are you hiding?" The trap was just a few inches in front of Han Shua's feet. Lisa almost couldn't control herself and was about to make a move as she watched Han Shua about to step into it. However, when she discovered that Han Shua had suddenly stopped, her heart abruptly trembled in her miscalculation. Just as Lisa relaxed and was about to open her mouth to reply, Han Shua's body that had just stopped abruptly took 2 quick steps forward and instantly passed through the trap. He walked forward and said in a daze, "Lisa, what the hell are you doing?" In this way, Han Shua's trap and rope had been easily evaded by Han Shua's sudden pause and instantaneous movement. A wave of dejection rose in Lisa's heart and she cursed lowly with a huff, inwardly hating Han Shua's good luck. However, she never would have thought that Han Shua's heart was actually quite clear. "I'm here, why did you only come now?" Lisa gritted her teeth in anger and revealed her hidden body from behind the fake mountain, grumbling as she stood there. "Oh, nothing, just that my back still hurts a bit so I went back to rest for a bit. Thank you for bandaging my wounds today." Han Shuo said expressionlessly and walked straight towards Lisa. Suddenly, a crunching sound rang out, as if a fragile wooden raft had been stepped on and snapped. Han Shuo's panicked yell was accompanied by his body instantly disappearing from where he had been standing. However, pained groans sounded from a dark hole that had suddenly appeared. "Huh, damned Brian, you've finally fallen for it. See if I don't take care of you properly today. How dare you play the fool and bully the future Grand Magus Necromancer?" Lisa, who just had a dejected expression on her face, couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw Han Shuo fall into the trap. She immediately yelled excitedly and quickly ran out from behind the fake mountain, walking directly towards the mouth of the trap that Han Shuo had fallen into. Lisa walked to the mouth of the trap with a proud smile, loudly cursing Han Shuo as she took out a rock. She planned on using the rock to smash Han Shuo, who had fallen into the trap, and take revenge for Han Shuo's recent bullying. Suddenly, Lisa's right ankle was tightly grabbed by a hand. She was frightened out of her wits and looked down, only to discover that Han Shuo's left hand was grabbing the mouth of the trap and his right hand was grabbing her ankle. He hadn't fallen into the trap at all and was currently looking at her with a naughty smile. "Come down." Han Shuo laughed evilly and took advantage of Lisa's moment of panic to pull with his right hand. Lisa, who had spent so much effort to set up the trap, staggered and suddenly fell into the trap as she screamed and flailed her arms and legs with a face full of panic. Chapter 19. In her panic, Lisa's hands clawed wildly and coincidentally caught the bottom of Han Shuo's trousers in midair. She gave it a sudden tug and Han Shuo's body swayed violently, falling down to the bottom of the trap along with Lisa. Han Shuo had taken the time to take a look at the bottom of the trap just now. Using the moonlight, he could see that there weren't any sharp spikes placed at the bottom of the trap, only a few protruding rocks. But even a few protruding rocks would cause one's body great discomfort if one were to fall into it. Han Shuo's heart was surprisingly calm as he listened to Lisa's screams. He didn't know if it was because of his training in magical yuan, but Han Shuo wasn't the first to feel panic whenever danger loomed over him. Instead, he would rapidly think of how to resolve the crisis. This time was no exception. The trap had been hastily set up and was only 3 meters deep, but Han Shuo still had the energy to think of other things in the time it took for a spark to fly. Hearing Lisa's screams, Han Shuo's magical yuan, which had just dissolved the fighting aura, suddenly flowed several times faster than usual. Just as the two were about to fiercely crash into the protruding rock, Han Shuo suddenly reached out and grabbed Lisa in midair, grabbing her by the waist as she screamed in panic. Immediately after, Han Shuo paid the price of sacrificing his back and buttocks to crash into the protruding rock at the bottom of the trap. Ouch! Han Shuo grimaced as he cried out in pain. The wound on his back that had been bandaged not too long ago split open again, fresh blood gushing out in an instant. His buttocks, as the main point of impact, were also in great pain. Lisa hadn't suffered too much injury as she was held in Han Shuo's arms. Hearing Han Shuo's pained moans, Lisa couldn't help but look suspiciously at Han Shuo's body after discovering that she was unharmed. She asked in surprise, "Why did you save me?" Han Shuo's pained cries were cut off by Lisa's question. Suddenly, Han Shuo's face darkened as he shook his head and sighed lowly, "Because I like you." Lisa felt as if she'd been struck by lightning when she heard these words. She immediately stared dumbly at Han Shuo and only reacted after a while. She pointed at Han Shuo and stammered, You. What did you say?" "I like you, Lisa." Han Shuo looked at Lisa with a face full of sincerity and said sincerely, "I've actually always liked you all these years, so I've been willing to let you experiment on me without complaint or regret. Even when you nearly killed me with the agony of the soul a few days ago, I've never resented you. However, I understand that I'm just an odd-job servant. My status is too different from yours, so I can only bury these thoughts deep in my heart, never daring to reveal them. Then, I'll use some crazy actions to beg for more attention from you." Lisa, am I stupid for doing this? I'm too despicable, I'm too shameless. Han Shuo lied with a face full of sincerity as he sighed inwardly. He didn't know if it was because he'd trained in demonic arts, or because he was evil to begin with, but had slowly revealed himself in this world without too many restrictions. Lisa was completely dumbfounded by Han Shuo and stared dumbly at Han Shuo, forgetting to speak. It wasn't until Lisa's hands moved blindly and touched a bare thigh that she abruptly came to her senses and stood up in a panic. She glanced at Han Shuo and actually blushed for the first time, seeming a bit embarrassed. Han Shuo started and immediately looked down, discovering that his trousers had been torn by Lisa when he'd fallen just now. Apart from his underwear, the lower half of his thigh was completely exposed. Lisa had been sitting on his bare thigh just now. Frantically turning her head away, Lisa's voice was a bit rushed as she shouted, "I don't care if you're telling the truth or not, I won't like you anyways. You're just an errand boy in the necromancy major, I'll never have anything to do with you." "I understand, Lisa. I just want to stay in the necromancy major and watch over you from afar. I don't have any other extravagant hopes. Now that I've said the words I've held back for so many years, my heart suddenly feels much more relaxed." Han Shuo's voice was low as he spoke with a face full of sorrow and sincerity. I'm leaving. I'll let bygones be bygones, but don't be delusional. You're just an errand boy, it's impossible for us to be together. Lisa had her back to Han Shuo and hurriedly spoke these words when she heard Han Shuo's sincere confession. She immediately chanted an incantation and summoned a skeletal warrior, having the skeletal warrior throw down the rope she'd prepared to use on Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood in his heart that if a woman knew that a man was secretly in love with her, no matter how much she'd hated this person in the past, she wouldn't lay her hands on someone who was secretly in love with her. Lisa was indeed the same. Lisa wouldn't like Han Shuo because of his words, but she would forgive Han Shuo's previous actions because of Han Shuo's words. She would even help Han Shuo in future matters, because she believed that Han Shuo was silently in love with her. Even if she would never like Han Shuo, she would still be moved and affect her future actions and judgment. Seeing that Lisa was about to leave, Han Shuo revealed a devious smirk with his back to Lisa. Shortly after, he said in a low voice, "Lisa, I can do anything for you. I've tried every possible way to find out that if you want your breasts to develop fully, you must drink more papaya milk, swim more, and massage both sides of your breasts when you shower. It's said that doing this will definitely help your breasts develop well." "Damned Brian, who did you hear this from?" Lisa held the rope and still didn't turn back to look at Han Shuo. After saying this angrily, she paused and spoke again, "What's papaya milk?" Milk is fine too, 2 cups in the morning and night." Han Shuo suddenly remembered that this world didn't seem to have papaya and couldn't help but hastily explain. Abruptly turning her head, Lisa glared fiercely at Han Shuo and said angrily, "Shut up. You're not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, and you're not allowed to tell anyone that you like me, or I'll kill you." After saying this, Lisa gave an order to the skeletal warrior above. The skeletal warrior pulled on the rope and pulled Lisa up. Soon after, a series of rustling sounds could be heard, and the surface returned to silence. Exhaling lightly, Han Shuo let out a carefree chuckle. He thought to himself that he really was getting more and more wicked. How could his lies be so smooth and untraceable? Now that Lisa had let him off so easily, it was clear that this method was surprisingly effective. Snickering, Han Shuo walked a few steps and saw that the rope that Lisa had left behind was still there. He reached out and tugged at it, discovering that the other end should be wrapped around the fake mountain. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He understood that Lisa must have lent him a hand in passing before she left. After grabbing the rope and climbing out, Han Shuo swaggered back to his warehouse. Letting the little skull rebandage his back, Han Shuo first practiced his magical yuan. He felt that not only had the magical yuan in his body grown a bit stronger, but it was also circulating a bit faster. After practicing the mystical glacial spell fire for a long time, the magical yuan could already circulate to his wrist. Han Shuo couldn't help but be overjoyed. Could it be that the magical yuan had digested the fighting aura that Eric had injected into his body? Han Shuo furrowed his brow as he thought to himself. He recalled Claude's performance after he'd been injured by Claude's fighting aura. Han Shuo slowly began to suspect that the magical yuan within his body had the ability to absorb fighting aura to strengthen himself. Why would the magical yuan that he was training have such a strange effect? Han Shuo couldn't figure it out after thinking for a while, so he didn't continue thinking about it. He then began to meditate and train his mental strength. As his mind went blank, Han Shuo suddenly felt restless as he was training his mental strength. He couldn't immediately enter a meditative state like he normally would, as if something in his surroundings was disturbing his meditation, as if it was calling him. This feeling was very strange. At first, Han Shuo didn't pay attention to it, but after being repeatedly disturbed in his meditation, he began to pay attention to this feeling. After Han Shuo calmed his mind and sensed, he immediately sensed that the thing that had disturbed his meditation seemed to be coming from under the bed, and there was only the bag that he had gotten from Dylan under the bed. With a thought, Han Shuo reached into the bag and took out the sinister dark green jade box. Feeling the cold air from within the dark green jade box, Han Shuo couldn't help but shiver. He began to carefully examine the green jade box. The thing that had interrupted Han Shuo's meditation was the dark green jade box in front of him. Han Shuo still didn't know what was inside the jade box. Han Shuo hadn't paid much attention to it last time, but now, in order to smoothly meditate, Han Shuo had no choice but to pay attention to this jade box. Picking up the green key, Han Shuo inserted the key into the groove in the jade box. After exerting force left and right, he discovered that he couldn't twist the key. He couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. The key couldn't open the jade box. Han Shuo was surprised and began to feel puzzled. Carefully recalling the situation from last time, a thought struck Han Shuo and he slowly focused his mental strength on the jade box. Suddenly, a cold air invaded Han Shuo's mind from within the jade box, causing Han Shuo's head to hurt. Forcefully enduring the pain, Han Shuo's mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. Even the magical yuan within his body circulated much faster than usual. Enduring the invasion of the cold air from within the jade box, Han Shuo tried to twist the key again. With a snap, the key twisted to the right and the jade box suddenly sprang open, revealing the item hidden within. Chapter 20. As soon as the jade box was opened, a gust of frigid air overflowed. The temperature in the warehouse began to plummet rapidly. Han Shuo couldn't help but shiver once again. He then focused all his attention on the item within the green jade box. It was an emerald green ball. The surface of the ball was like jade, and it even sparkled with a faintly discernible green halo. There was a small red dot in the center, like a rolling drop of fresh blood, swaying continuously within the ball. A sudden pain in his head, Han Shuo felt his mental strength begin to rapidly drain into the ball. It was somewhat similar to the feeling when he used necromancy magic. The green surface of the ball became even more emerald after Han Shuo's mental strength had flowed into it. The red dot in the center, like a drop of fresh blood, suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. Piercing pain. It was like a sharp dagger violently stirring in Han Shuo's brain. As his mental strength rapidly drained away, Han Shuo's brain was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. Han Shuo had never experienced such cruel pain in his entire life. At this moment of extreme pain, Han Shuo should have fainted in a daze, but the strange thing was that Han Shuo's mind was unprecedentedly clear. Han Shuo even felt that it was precisely because his mind was unprecedentedly clear that the pain was infinitely magnified. Clutching his head with both hands, Han Shuo was like a wild beast being minced into pieces, emitting low, hoarse growls that didn't sound human. Han Shuo's mental strength continued to flow slowly into the ball as the inhuman pain continued. At this moment, the veins on Han Shuo's forehead, neck, and bare arms were bulging, twisting and writhing on Han Shua's body like earthworms. The muscles on his already somewhat robust body seemed to be brimming with explosive power. Just as Han Shua felt that his mental strength was about to be completely drained, the magical yuan in his body flowed from his neck to his brain. As soon as the magical yuan entered his brain, which felt like it was about to split open, the unforgettable pain seemed to increase tenfold in intensity. The mental strength that had just been rapidly drained into the ball surged back like a stormy sea, instantly drowning Han Shua. Han Shua finally could not bear it and directly fainted. When Han Shua slowly awoke, he felt as exhausted and powerless as if he'd gone through a long journey of 10,000 li. However, his mind was abnormally clear. When he focused his attention on his surroundings, Han Shua discovered that he could clearly see the grain on the wooden door in front of him. Han Shua let out a soft, as he was stunned by the changes. The last time he had this feeling was when he had accidentally gained mental strength. Only then did he feel that his senses had become more sensitive. Now that this feeling was even clearer, Han Shua hurriedly concentrated his mental strength to test it out. His face was instantly filled with ecstasy. Han Shua thought to himself, the saying that one who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on is indeed true. How could he not have died in that dangerous situation just now? Now that he had profited from his misfortune, he inexplicably felt that his mental strength had greatly increased. It was even more than the mental strength that Han Shua had painstakingly increased over the past 2 months of meditation. This kind of unimaginable thing had happened just like that, causing Han Shua to be shocked. His gaze once again landed on the dark green ball in front of him. At this time, the faint green halo on the surface of the ball seemed to have dimmed a bit, but the captivating red that resembled a drop of fresh blood was even more vivid. Frowning, Han Shua moved a few inches away and carefully sized up the emerald green ball. He suddenly felt that this ball was extremely similar to something else. After some careful thought, Han Shua was startled. He suddenly felt that this ball was very much like an eyeball. After this feeling arose, Han Shua carefully observed the ball, feeling that the more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed. As the bright red drop of blood within the emerald green ball rolled, it was as if an eye was turning and sizing him up, giving Han Shua an extremely strange feeling. Shuddering, Han Shua abruptly closed the jade box, feeling his hair stand on end. With a clack, the jade box was locked again, and the key that had been inserted into the groove automatically popped out. Shaking his head, Han Shua discarded the association between the ball and the eyeball from his mind. He pondered silently in his heart, feeling that this ball was a bit odd the more he thought about it. If it wasn't for the fact that his magical yuan had suddenly circulated to his brain today, his mental strength would certainly have been sucked dry by this ball, and he wouldn't have been able to withstand the inhuman pain and become a true lunatic. However, when the magical yuan had finally circulated to his brain, the mental strength that had been sucked out had suddenly returned like a river flowing backwards, and had even greatly increased his mental strength. This made Han Shua feel that this ball was even more bizarre and unfathomable. He vaguely felt that this ball was absolutely not an ordinary item, otherwise Duke wouldn't have killed Dylan for the sake of this jade box. As for the emerald green ball within the jade box, Han Shua couldn't figure out what it was no matter how hard he tried, and what it did. However, this ball had almost turned Han Shua into an idiot, and he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He immediately put the jade box away and once again placed it under his bed, preparing to investigate what was inside and what it was for. The next day, when Han Shua got up, he felt that his body was much better than it had been yesterday. When he was washing up early in the morning, he saw Carrie and Borg cleaning up the stone statues on the road. The two of them seemed to have woken up much earlier than usual, and were even yawning now. When Carrie and Borg saw Han Shua, they forced smiles on their faces towards Han Shua from afar, reminding Han Shua to plead for them with Master Fanny as soon as possible. After eating breakfast, Han Shua walked straight to the training fields after listening to Master Jean's lecture on the basics of magic while sweeping the corridors in front of the necromancy classroom. Brian, Fitch is in the training fields, asking Master Fanny for some magical knowledge. I beg you, you must hurry and plead for us, or we're really done for. When he was at the door, Han Shoa ran into Carrie and Borg, who had just helped clean the training fields. The two hurriedly begged when they saw Han Shoa. Nodding, Han Shoa said lazily, all right, I'll go find Master Fanny now. Fitch and Jean were estranged, and Fitch had long since become a journeyman mage, so he naturally didn't need to continue listening to Jean's lectures on the basics of magic. When Han Shoa arrived at the training fields, he discovered that Fanny had her back to the door. A black strip of cloth was tied to the back of her head, and the black magic robe clung tightly to her perfect body. From the back, Fanny had a slender waist and narrow shoulders, and a round, perky butt, drawing out the exquisite curves of a person's heart. On the side, Fitch looked at Fanny with an intoxicated expression. His eyes sparkled with the light of greed mixed with adoration and lust. He couldn't help but roam over Fanny's wonderful body, and didn't notice Han Shoa's arrival at all. Fitch, watch closely. Even though my eyes are blindfolded, I can still use my previous memories to instruct the dark creatures to find the right target to attack. Fanny's eyes were covered by the black strip of cloth. As she spoke, several zombies leapt over some obstacles and viciously smashed the wooden statues with the clubs in their hands. Fanny, who was focused on teaching, naturally didn't know that Fitch wasn't paying attention to what she was saying at the moment. Fitch's attention was completely focused on her wonderful curves. Han Shoa saw that Fitch wasn't paying attention to Fanny's explanations at all, and only kept his eyes roving over Fanny's body. No wonder this kid hadn't advanced to Adept Mage after so many attempts. It looked like Fitch must be using Fanny's magical knowledge as an excuse to spend some time alone with Fanny. Fanny was blindfolded now, and must be teaching Fitch how to use his heart to instruct the dark creatures to attack. Han Shoa saw many obstacles around him as he walked, and couldn't help but carefully avoid them as he inched closer to Fitch and Fanny. When he was about to reach Fanny and Fitch, who'd been staring at Fanny like an idiot, finally came to his senses. When he turned his head slightly and saw that it was Han Shoa, a trace of undisguised disgust appeared in Fitch's eyes. Fitch then waved the magic staff in his hand and chanted a couple of incantations in a low voice. Some of the obstacles on the ground seemed to suddenly come alive, and a few broken white bones abruptly shot towards Han Shoa's buttocks. Some ropes also suddenly tightened and coiled towards Han Shoa like snakes. Han Shoa's body was a bit weaker than usual today due to last night's events. His steps were a bit disorganized as he frantically dodged, and he was finally tripped by a rope that suddenly appeared and fell abruptly towards Fanny and Fitch. Fanny was currently focused on controlling the dark creatures to attack their targets with her mental strength as she continued to narrate to Fitch. Although she heard some sounds, she didn't pay them too much attention. Seeing that he was about to fall towards Fitch and Fanny, although Han Shoa was calm, his hand still flailed about in an attempt to grab onto something that could stabilize his body. But at this moment, a trace of a cold smile tugged at the corners of Fitch's mouth as he raised his magic staff slightly and swung it in the direction that Han Shoa was falling towards. It looked like he was obviously up to no good. His mind in a mess, Han Shoa forcefully twisted his body slightly to the left in the air, wanting to avoid Fitch's attack. When his body fell towards Fanny, the effects of Han Shoa's magical yuan cultivation were revealed. He abruptly tightened his waist and exerted force in his lower abdomen, and his body that was about to pounce towards Fanny actually magically stopped. However, Han Shoa's wildly flailing right hand didn't withdraw in time, and it actually landed on Fanny's perky buttocks. In that instant, the mellow, supple, and soft beauty of ecstasy was immediately transmitted to Han Shoa's mind through the wonderful contact between Han Shoa's right hand and Fanny's buttocks. For some strange reason, Han Shoa actually pinched it softly before he abruptly reacted and flew backwards. Han Shoa was extremely terrified when he understood his absurd actions just now. He thought to himself that Fanny would never let him go, so why had he pinched her buttocks just now? even though it had felt wonderful. As he flew to dodge, he saw Fitch standing next to Fanny. His eyes were spitting fire, and his entire body was trembling as he looked at him, as if he'd committed the evil deed of killing his entire family. Fanny also cried out in shock and immediately tore off the black cloth covering her eyes. Fanny would never let him go this time. It's over, Han Shuo thought. Slap slap. 2 slaps. 2 red handprints suddenly appeared on Fitch's face as he glared at Han Shuo furiously. Fanny's face was filled with rage as she glared at Fitch with a murderous look on her face. Her towering breasts shook repeatedly as she angrily rebuked, "Damned Fitch, how dare you take advantage of the situation to violate me." Chapter 21. I didn't, it was Brian who did it. Fitch's face was wry as he spoke to Fanny with extreme grievance. Slap slap. Another 2 slaps. This time, Fitch's cheeks were already swollen. Fanny looked angrily at Fitch and said hatefully, "You still dare to quibble? How could an honest person like Brian do such a despicable thing? It must be you." Han Shuo was speechless and snickered endlessly in his heart. He hurriedly squeezed out an extremely innocent and honest expression and stared blankly at Fitch and Fanny. He smiled dumbly and said, "What is it?" "Master Fanny, it really wasn't me." Fitch was even more wronged than Do-E as he covered his cheeks and explained with a pained expression. "Stop quibbling and get the hell out of here, now." Fanny looked at Fitch with a face full of exasperation at his failure to live up to her expectations and said viciously. Fitch's face was swollen from the slaps and he knew that there was no point in explaining himself when he saw that Fanny was on the verge of exploding at any moment. He was deathly afraid that Fanny would act again if he pushed her too far. He couldn't help but smile wryly and nod his head, walking out of the training fields with a dejected expression. Fitch's body paused when he passed by Brian and stared hatefully at Han Shuo a few times. He then gritted his teeth and said softly, "You're ruthless." Han Shuo seemed to be completely unaware of Fitch's hatred and even flashed a friendly and silly smile at Fitch. He said dumbly, "Why have you suddenly put on weight?" Fitch was greatly enraged as he covered his face and looked hatefully at Han Shuo again. He then quickly passed through the obstacles in his path and disappeared outside the door in the blink of an eye. "Brian, what are you doing here?" Master Fanny's anger slowly subsided as she asked Han Shuo after Fitch had left. "Cleaning up." Han Shuo minded his own business and picked up a broom in a corner of the training fields, preparing to clean up the field for the necromancy major students to use. "Oh, so it's like this. By the way, how's the injury on your back? When your injuries are healed, I'll have to take a closer look at what's going on with you. It's incredible that an agony of the soul spell could actually give you mental strength." When facing Han Shuo, Fanny appeared to be amiable. She spoke to Han Shuo peacefully while helping Han Shuo clear some obstacles on the ground without putting on any airs. "Good, much better. By the way, Teacher Fanny, can you not tell the school about what happened yesterday?" Han Shuo casually swept the broken bones and dust on the ground. He took the time to sniff his right hand that had just touched Fanny's buttocks. A faint fragrance seeped out from the fingers of his right hand, causing Han Shuo's heart to flutter. His eyes immediately looked strangely at Fanny's perky buttocks not too far away. When Fanny had bent over to clear the obstacles, her body was slightly arched, contrasting the curves of her buttocks even more captivating, as if it carried a kind of magical allure. Fanny was a bit surprised when she heard Han Shuo's words. She straightened her body and turned to look at Han Shuo, asking in surprise, "Why?" Brian, you're too inattentive, you've stepped on the broom." Han Shuo had a guilty conscience when he hadn't anticipated that Fanny would suddenly turn around. He hurriedly removed his foot from the broom and said with a silly smile, "Carrie and Borg are actually very good people. If you tell the school about this, they'll be expelled. Their families will have a hard time without their silver coins in the future." When these words were spoken, Fanny looked at Han Shuo with some surprise. Her dark eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she smiled after a while. Brian, you're always so kind. They bullied you, but you're still pleading on their behalf. Forget it. Since you, the victim, have said so, I won't make things difficult for them. You're the key to my experiment, so remember to tell me if anyone bullies you in the future. Kind. Han Shuo was speechless, thinking to himself that he was indeed very kind now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the opportunity to coerce Carrie and Borg into doing things for him. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had left, he and Jack would have had to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Who would care about their lives? While Han Shuo's thoughts were running wild, Fanny looked suspiciously at Han Shuo and opened her mouth again. Brian, I don't think you're that crazy. Otherwise, why would you say such things? Starting with surprise, Han Shuo's heart immediately trembled. He hastily scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, sometimes I suddenly feel dizzy and I don't know what I'm going to do after that. I see. It looks like the agony of the soul did have some negative effects when it landed on you. Don't worry too much. I'll give you a careful examination when the injury on your back gets better. I'll be sure to cure your strange ailments. It's about time. I still need to take the students to do the next few experiments. I'll go back and prepare. You clean up this place yourself. Fanny said a few words to Han Shuo and recited a necromancy incantation, sending the zombie warriors that had been summoned from the training fields back to the other dimension. She then left the training fields. Not long after Fanny left, Han Shuo also left to find Carrie and Borg, ignoring the mess that was the training fields. He said arrogantly to the two, don't worry, I've taken care of your matters. Now, you two, go clean up the training fields. Carrie and Borg were pleasantly surprised. After thanking Han Shuo, they eagerly picked up a broom and mop and happily left to help Han Shuo clean up the mess. Han Shuo had nothing to do after leaving the training fields. When he thought about what had happened yesterday, Han Shuo was quite curious about what was inside the jade box. He very much wanted to know just what the round ball inside was. Han Shuo couldn't ask anyone else about this matter, so he decided to head to the Dark Major's library after some thought and see if there were any records about the round ball. Each major had their own library within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The books within each library were extremely rich, containing all sorts of detailed descriptions of all sorts of knowledge within the entire major. Normally speaking, the library wasn't open to the public, and there were strict rules and regulations for students from different majors to use the library. Using the excuse of helping Jack clean up, Han Shuo swaggered into the Dark Major's library with a brush in his hand. Brian, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be cleaning the training fields at this time? Little fatty Jack, who was arranging the magic books, couldn't help but exclaim softly when he saw Han Shuo walk in with a brush. Heh, Carrie and Borg, those two idiots, will be helping me clean the training field missions in the future. I've come to the library for official business this time. Han Shuo smiled faintly and casually picked up a magic book to take a look. He put it back after discovering that it was a book on the foundations of Dark Major magic. Carrie and Borg are helping you clean the training fields. How is that possible? Could it be because you scared them after beating them up in the training fields yesterday? Little fatty Jack's face was full of surprise, and then he seemed to recall Han Shuo's performance in the training fields yesterday. He looked at Han Shuo with a bit of fear and continued, "Oh right, Brian, what happened to you yesterday? Why did it seem like you'd suddenly become a different person? We're so close, but even I was scared when I looked at you yesterday." Putting his hand on Jack's shoulder, Han Shuo laughed lightly. That depends on who I'm dealing with. If it's someone who's against me, I naturally won't let them have it easy. With our relationship, I obviously won't beat you up. Oh right, Jack, where are the books that describe magical items in the Dark Major's library? Here, the second bookcase in the back. Why are you asking this? Jack pointed behind Han Shuo and asked in confusion. Nothing much, I'm just helping you clean up. Han Shuo smiled and walked towards the bookcase with descriptions of magical items. But Brian, I've already cleaned that bookcase. Then I'll help you clean it again. Han Shuo picked up a magical book from the bottom row and started flipping through it when he arrived at the bookcase that described magical items. He tossed the brush in his hand carelessly to the side. When he'd been observing the jade box last night, Han Shuo's mental strength had strangely flowed towards the ball within the jade box. This had caused Han Shuo to faintly feel the magical pulses within the ball. The current Han Shuo was no longer a newbie who knew nothing about magical knowledge. He naturally understood that the magical pulses meant that the ball should be some kind of magical item, and so he'd come to the library to search for the origins of the ball. Unfortunately, Han Shuo flipped through the books for a long time and read through most of them, only to discover that these books only had simple descriptions of common magical staffs, robes, and accessories. They weren't what he wanted to know at all. Dejectedly and helplessly tidying up the place, Han Shuo no longer held any hope for the books here. Instead, he went to the bookcase that contained the books on necromancy. Since he'd come to the library, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. No matter what, he should bring a book back to read. Han Shuo thought as he started flipping through the books in the bookcase. Some of the magical books on the bookcase were more advanced, and Han Shuo probably wouldn't be able to understand them even if he brought them back. Therefore, he focused his attention on the bottom row. A magical book titled Introduction to Dark Creatures attracted Han Shuo's attention. Han Shuo picked it up and flipped through a few pages. He discovered that this book mainly talked about necromancers' descriptions of dark creatures that they could summon. Overjoyed, Han Shuo immediately found Jack and waved Introduction to Dark Creatures at Jack. He chuckled and said, Jack, I'll take this book to study. Help me cover it up and don't let anyone notice. With that, Han Shuo didn't wait for Jack to speak. He excitedly hid the book in his clothes, grabbed the brush, and left the library. Chapter 22. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. This half a month was the most relaxing period of Han Shuo's life. Borg and Carrie had taken on Han Shuo's cleaning duties separately. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo's back was injured, and Fanny hadn't sought out Han Shuo for research. Han Shuo had learned from Jack that even Fitch had once again gone to undergo the Adept Mage Advancement trial. Therefore, this major enemy was no longer a threat for the time being. Ever since Han Shuo's shameless confession at the bottom of the trap, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shuo had undergone a drastic change. Not only did she no longer cause trouble for Han Shuo, but she also frequently defended Han Shuo and forbade other students from using Han Shuo to practice necromancy magic at this time. Since then, apart from eating, drinking, and taking a dump, Han Shuo had spent all his free time training his magical yuan and studying the two books, The Foundations of Necromancy, and A Summary of Dark Creatures. Actually, because of his training in magical yuan, the injuries on Han Shuo's back had long since healed. There wasn't even a scar left behind. The current Han Shuo had grown another 2 centimeters taller, and was now 1.7 meters tall. Because of his training in magical yuan and sufficient nutrition from his meals, his originally frail body was slowly becoming stronger and stronger. The muscles on his chest, abdomen, and arms were even beginning to bulge. Without anyone noticing, Han Shuo's body and strength were slowly changing without anyone noticing. The training of the mystical glacial spell fire had also reached a critical juncture. When Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan, he could already follow the path of the mystical glacial spell fire and circulate the magical yuan into his palms. Every time Han Shuo circulated the mystical glacial spell fire and circulated the magical yuan to his 2 palms, he could feel that one of his palms was icy cold, and the other was scorching hot. Furthermore, the skin on his palms would turn a faint purplish red, making his palms look very strange. Regarding the strange jade box, Han Shuo did not act rashly during this period of time, afraid that the situation from last time would happen again. Before figuring out what the ball was and what it could do, Han Shuo didn't dare to take any more risks. After half a month of studying an overview of dark creatures, Han Shuo had a clearer understanding of some of the dark creatures summoned by the necromancy major. He understood some of the communication methods between the summoned creatures and the summoner. He also understood how to send the summoned dark creatures to another dimension. Except, although there was a magical incantation to send the summoned creatures of darkness to another dimension in the Compendium of Creatures of Darkness, and Han Shuo believed that he was completely capable of doing this with his current mental strength, he hadn't dared put it into practice. This was because Han Shuo didn't know if he would be able to summon the little skull again after sending him to another dimension. This little skull with 7 bone spurs had been meticulously refined by Han Shuo through refining demonic treasures. Not only was it stronger than the average skeleton in all aspects, it also had a terrifying immunity to light magic. During this period of time, Han Shuo and the little skull had interacted day and night, and the little skull had helped Han Shuo a lot. Han Shuo already had feelings for him, and was worried that if he were to send the little skull to another dimension, he might not be able to summon the little skull the next time, and then he would lose him forever. It was precisely because of this concern that Han Shuo had the confidence to send the little skull back to the other dimension, but he didn't do so. He would rather let the little skull stay under the bed, even at the risk of being discovered by others, and insisted on keeping the little skull there. The little skull in front of him was lying lazily in the wooden barrel. Its bones were as dark as ink, and shone with a misty light. For the past half a month, Han Shuo had often infused magical yuan into the small wooden barrel, using the magical yin concentration matrix to slowly refine it. The little skull had become more and more agile and strong after being refined by Han Shuo. The little skull's bone dagger was even sharper than the average sword. Han Shuo had once experimented with a bone fragment, and found that the bone fragment was instantly severed with a single slash of the bone dagger. While the little skull was constantly changing, Han Shuo had also benefited greatly from the training of the solid level of demonic yuan. Han Shuo's body had undergone a mysterious transformation. However, up until now, Han Shuo still couldn't break through this level of demonic yuan. Han Shuo carefully recalled the memories of crazy Ol, Chu Kanglan, and his understanding of some of the subsequent events. He came to a conclusion: if he wanted to quickly advance to the solid level, breaking and building was the most effective and fastest method. Every time Han Shuo was beaten up, or his skin and flesh were damaged, his body would recover quickly through the training of demonic yuan. Every time he recovered, his body would be stronger than usual, and his skin, flesh, and bones would be more resilient. Only by being damaged would he be able to speed up the training of the solid level after the demonic yuan was refined. After figuring this out, Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought to himself that the training of demonic yuan was basically suicidal. But now that he had embarked on this path, he had no choice but to find a way to quickly break through the solid level in order to increase his strength and gain even more strength. On this day, Han Shuo's figure appeared at the entrance to the martial arts school of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. After a few days of investigation, Han Shuo understood that the martial arts school was a place that specialized in training warriors and knights. However, the training of warriors and knights was completely separate. The students of the martial arts school were mainly commoners, and they only trained in fighting aura and martial arts, as well as some thoughts of loyalty to the emperor. The majority of the students in the night school were nobles. It was a training ground for the sons of the royal family and warlords of the empire. These students often had extraordinary backgrounds, and their families were either strong or weak. Not only did they have to train in fighting aura and martial arts, but they also had to learn some noble etiquette, battle strategies, and the art of commanding. In the Knight Academy, these people learned all kinds of knowledge in order to have a good future in their own clans or in the empire. These kinds of Knight Academy students were all quite wealthy. In order to advance to senior knight, they didn't hesitate to spend money to find some commoners to be their sparring partners in actual combat to help them practice their martial skills. Some commoners who thought of themselves as physically strong would endure their blows in exchange for money in order to receive generous rewards. Even some commoner warrior students would come to be their human targets for money. Except, it wasn't easy to earn money. Some knight students would even beat some human targets to death when they missed. But because this was a consensual matter on both sides, the knight students paid the money. Even if the human targets were accidentally beaten to death, it was their own fault and no one would care. Han Shuo had come here to become one of these human targets. However, Han Shuo wasn't here for money, but to train his body and break through to the solid realm of magical yuan. Many human targets stood in a spacious hall. These people were all strong and muscular, and wore the uniform of a poor commoner. Han Shuo focused his attention and discovered that there were some warriors mixed in. Some had come from outside the academy because of its reputation, and some were students of the warrior school. You're an errand boy of the academy, but your body isn't strong and you're not a warrior. Aren't you going to your death by coming here? Young man, I advise you not to earn this money, or you'll be beaten to death. A thin old man looked at Han Shuo from the entrance of the hall. Old man Jeff was in his 50s and was in the same profession as Han Shuo. He wore the clothes of an errand boy and was in charge of helping these human targets register. He felt that Han Shuo's body was emaciated and tried to persuade Han Shuo out of goodwill. Don't worry, Mr. Jeff, just help me register. I really want to try. Han Shuo looked at Jeff and pleaded. Since you're so insistent, then I'll help you register. AI, do you think this money is easy to earn? If you really are beaten to death, don't blame me for not warning you. Jeff saw that Han Shuo persisted after many attempts at persuasion, and that there were still people queuing up behind him to urge him, so he finally couldn't dissuade Han Shuo. He sighed and agreed, helping Han Shuo register Brian's name. When Han Shuo walked into the hall, the other human targets all looked at Han Shuo with odd expressions. Most of their gazes were filled with disdain, but there were also a few kind-hearted people who revealed expressions of pity and even urged Han Shuo not to try. Although Han Shuo's body was a bit stronger than Brian's from before after cultivating the demonic arts, because Brian's original body was all skin and bones like a skinny monkey, Han Shuo was only a bit stronger than the original Brian. Compared to these brawny men whose arms were thicker than his thighs, there was naturally a world of difference. Listen to me, you'd better leave this place as soon as possible, or you'll certainly be beaten to death. As Han Shuo sized up his surroundings, a thin young man in his 20s came to Han Shuo's side and spoke up to persuade him. This young man was wearing the uniform of a warrior student. Although his body didn't look strong enough, because he was a warrior himself, there was no doubt that his strength was much stronger than those who only looked strong on the outside, but didn't cultivate any martial arts or fighting aura. Thank you, I'd like to try. Han Shuo revealed a friendly smile, nodded at the young man, and said faintly. My name is Jared, and I often come here to earn some extra money. Even with my strength as a journeyman swordsman, I've been seriously injured by them before. I've seen too many people accidentally beat to death in order to earn this kind of money. I hope you can listen to my advice and leave this place as soon as possible, or you'll really regret it. Jared looked sincerely at Han Shuo and tried to persuade him with a face full of sincerity. Smiling and shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, My name is Brian. Jared, it's nice to meet you. I'm very grateful for your good intentions, but I must try. Seeing that Han Shuo was so insistent, Jared couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and didn't say anything else, but his gaze when looking at Han Shuo was full of sympathy. It looked like he believed that Han Shuo would die without a doubt. Chapter 23. Alright, our noble future knights have arrived. Good luck to all of you. Jeff suddenly called out as Han Shuo and Jared were speaking. As Jeff's voice fell, a dozen or so knight students in gorgeous clothing and exquisite swords walked in one after another from the entrance of the hall. Most of them were young men, but there were also a few young women. After they came in, they all looked at the human targets in the hall with arrogant and scrutinizing gazes. The warriors in the hall were the first to be noticed, because these people were much stronger than ordinary people. They were also the most useful to their actual combat training, so they were naturally the first to be noticed. Some of the warriors, led by Jared, were the first to be targeted by these people. After both parties had agreed on a price, they were brought to the training grounds for training. Jared was one of them. Before he left, he even cast a regretful glance at Han Shuo from afar. Among the human targets, the warriors were the most powerful, and thus the most useful to the knight students in actual combat. If the knight students wanted to hire them, they would naturally have to pay far more than the average well-developed commoner. After the human targets in the hall were hired, the rest were commoners. The commoners with well-developed limbs and well-built bodies were the first to be chosen. These people all bulged out their huge muscles and posed as if they were very strong and muscular. They wore ingratiating smiles on their faces as they looked at the future knights, hoping that they would be chosen to receive generous rewards. Han Shuo's figure was not eye-catching to begin with, and he was completely blocked by these tall and muscular men, making him seem even more unimportant. Seeing these knight students choose their targets and leave one after another, Han Shuo couldn't help but feel anxious. The three muscular men stood in three different directions around Han Shuo, almost completely blocking Han Shuo's body. Some of the knight students probably wouldn't even be able to see Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo anxious, and he began to look for ways to make himself more conspicuous. "Hey, big guy, let me pass," Han Shuo said with a friendly smile as he patted a 2-meter mountain of meat in front of him. The strong man's skin was bronze in color. From the back, he looked like a tiger with a bear's waist. He was about 2 meters tall and had strong muscles. He looked like a bodybuilder that Han Shuo had seen before. When he heard Han Shuo's words, he turned around and glared fiercely at Han Shuo. The muscles on his right biceps suddenly bulged and tightened, forming a small mountain of flesh. Only then did he let out a proud, cold laugh and turned his head away without saying a word. "Damn it, so what if you're big?" Han Shuo sneered in his heart as well. He reached out with his left hand and placed it on the back of his waist. Suddenly, he pushed out with his left hand. Thud thud thud. The muscular man's body staggered as Han Shuo's force surged into his lower back. He stumbled forward 3 steps. Because there were too many of these mountains of flesh in the hall, it was already quite crowded. This person's sudden collision caused the people next to him to suffer the same fate. They were also pushed aside involuntarily, and the area in front of Han Shuo suddenly became chaotic. "Damn it, Daniel, are you trying to break the rules?" The other mountains of flesh that had been knocked over by the man named Daniel immediately yelled angrily at Daniel after stabilizing themselves. "It's not me, it's the kid in the back causing trouble," the muscular man Daniel explained innocently to the muscular men next to him. He glared fiercely at Han Shuo and said coldly, "Kid, do you want to die prematurely?" Han Shuo had already taken the opportunity to walk out at this moment. He stood at the edge of the hall and occupied a rather good position. Han Shuo chuckled coldly when he heard Daniel's words. He also extended his right hand and made the same bodybuilding pose that Daniel had just done. He bulged his biceps and adopted an "I'm very strong" pose. His eyebrow arched as he nodded and looked provocatively at Daniel. Suddenly, a few more knight students came in one after the other. These people had been planning on choosing meat targets in the back, but when they saw that there seemed to be a good show to watch, they couldn't help but temporarily stop their hiring and look over with interest. Han Shuo had seen these new knight students come in, which was why he'd arrogantly adopted a provocative pose. With Han Shuo's body, it looked like it would be a bit difficult to be chosen from these people. If he wanted to stand out, just relying on his own body and blowing his own trumpet wouldn't be of much use. The fastest way was to use his tyrannical strength to defeat a mountain of flesh here. Only then would he be able to win the night student's favor. Except, although Han Shuo had adopted a provocative and arrogant pose, in the eyes of others, they only felt that Han Shuo was an idiot. When a mountain of flesh like Daniel adopted this pose, it naturally appeared to be quite intimidating. However, a skinny and small Han Shuo who was only 1.7 meters tall could only be said to be so arrogant in the midst of so many mountains of flesh. It could only be said that he was courting death. "Ha, kid, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish." Daniel didn't immediately fly into a rage when faced with Han Shuo's provocation. Instead, he was amused and laughed heartily. His arm that was thicker than Han Shuo's thigh suddenly swung and grabbed at Han Shuo's head. In this great hall, in order to stand out and gain the attention of the rich and imposing night students, fights between human targets would occur from time to time. It wasn't the slightest bit out of the ordinary. When Daniel saw that Han Shuo's reckless provocation was exactly what he wanted, he thought that he could use this kid to prove his ferocity in front of the night students. Since such a good thing had been delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wasn't angry, but rather delighted. Except, the majority of fierce people with well-developed limbs were usually simple-minded. With the condition of Han Shuo's body, to be able to push him away from the mountain of flesh and cause him to stumble repeatedly, he had never even considered how much strength was required. The errand boy in charge of registering names, Jeff, revealed a pained expression when he saw Daniel reach out to grab at Han Shuo. He couldn't help but shout out, "Daniel, he's an errand boy of our students. You can't injure him badly." "I will." Daniel replied with a smile. His right hand didn't stop, already reaching out to grab Han Shuo's body. Some of the kind-hearted human targets at the side, including some of the more benevolent night students, all revealed expressions that they couldn't bear to watch. In particular, a few young female night students even cried out involuntarily. Just as Daniel's fan-like hand was about to land on Han Shuo's head, Han Shuo's body suddenly shifted, instantly changing the position he was standing in. Daniel's large hand instantly missed. At this moment, Han Shuo chuckled oddly, as if mocking Daniel's helplessness. Then, he extended his left arm again and flexed his left biceps in the exact same posture. He pointed at the small bulge on his left biceps with his right hand and nodded at Daniel. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was completely expressed. "Do you see? I'm very strong. Ah, this kid is very arrogant. Provocation, absolute provocation. Ha, what an interesting kid." A series of exclamations of surprise came from the mouths of the human targets and the night students respectively. When these people saw that Han Shuo hadn't been caught and was even more arrogant, their interest was immediately piqued. Even the night students who were just discussing prices with the human targets couldn't help but temporarily put aside their conversations and focus their attention here. "Kid, how dare you insult me? I will not let you off today." Daniel's face flushed red like a raging bull that had been instantly provoked. The night students beside him were his gods of wealth, and being humiliated by Han Shuo in such a blatant manner immediately ignited Daniel's anger. Looking at his current appearance, it was likely that Jeff's advice had already been tossed to the back of his mind. As Daniel's voice fell, his eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. He glared at Han Shuo and clenched his right hand into an iron fist, smashing it fiercely towards Han Shuo. It looked like he no longer intended to capture Han Shuo, but to directly injure Han Shuo's body. Based on the state of the two's bodies, the speed and strength of this punch were worlds apart from the previous one. It was obvious that Daniel was truly enraged this time. If Han Shuo was really hit, he would probably be severely injured even if he didn't die. The people who had been watching out of goodwill earlier began to worry for Han Shuo again. Seeing that the attack was about to reach him, Han Shuo straightened his heel and suddenly twisted his body, miraculously dodging Daniel's iron fist once again. Daniel's punch missed, and his body staggered and flew far away due to inertia. The spectating human targets in front of him all retreated rapidly in shock, afraid that they would be caught in an undeserved calamity. Looking at Han Shuo again, his arms formed a ring shape and placed them on his chest from both sides of his ribs. His fists were facing up, and the backs of his fists were pressed against each other. His chest was raised high, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He once again displayed the provocative posture of a bodybuilder displaying his chest, biceps, and triceps. A series of gasps of surprise suddenly came from the mouths of some of the spectators. Those night students who'd originally been waiting to watch a good show couldn't help but look seriously at Han Shuo. Dodging once might have been enough to prove that Han Shuo had been lucky, but Han Shuo had also dodged under Daniel's increased strength and speed after he'd caught Daniel's attention. This absolutely wasn't something that could be explained by luck. While everyone was still in shock, Daniel was like an enraged wild beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and he once again charged at Han Shuo like a whirlwind after letting out an angry roar. He used both his left and right hands in an attempt to beat Han Shuo into a meat patty. Miracles repeated themselves. Under Daniel's ferocious attacks, Han Shuo was as cunning as a swimming fish. His speed was also extremely fast, and he dodged Daniel's attacks time and time again. He was even able to take the opportunity to assume all sorts of strange and fancy bodybuilding postures that didn't repeat at all. Han Shuo's actions were definitely a naked provocation, a dazzling display of arrogance. Wow, he's so strong. He doesn't repeat even one of these provocative postures. I've never seen it before, a female night student cried out in surprise. This kid is a bit strong, a male night student cried out in surprise. Daniel, we're in trouble this time, a certain mountain of flesh cried out. The entire hall was suddenly in an uproar. Chapter 24. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Daniel roared crazily. He'd gone completely insane and began to attack Han Shuo as if he were going to throw his life away. However, Han Shuo was like a sturdy boat in the middle of a raging ocean. He looked like he would capsize at any moment, but he was still unscathed. At this point, everyone fully acknowledged Han Shuo's dodging speed. No one thought that Han Shuo's previous dodging was due to luck. Those who'd been worried about Han Shuo all wore relaxed smiles. Even Jeff crossed his arms and looked on with a smile. Finally, Daniel's stamina ran out and he stopped, panting heavily. He glared angrily at Han Shuo and roared, "Brat, take a punch from me if you have the guts. What's the use of just dodging?" Daniel had only been complaining out of anger. Even he himself didn't think that Han Shuo would take a punch from him. However, Han Shuo unexpectedly stopped his various bodybuilding poses and nodded calmly at him. He smiled and said, "No problem." Everyone began to size up Han Shuo again after these words were spoken. Many revealed puzzled expressions. Han Shuo had a small and skinny build, so his speed and agility made sense. However, no one thought that a small and skinny Han Shuo who hadn't trained in fighting aura could compete with Daniel in strength, who was obviously a big muscleman. Even Daniel himself was stunned by Han Shuo's reply. He immediately reacted and laughed wildly, "Good, good, you're courting death, don't blame me." Daniel had always been proud of his strong body and fierce strength, and relied on this to earn this reward. Although Daniel was discouraged that his speed and agility weren't as good as Han Shuo's, he could reluctantly accept it. The opportunity to display his great strength was right in front of him. Whether or not he could wash away the humiliation he'd just suffered depended on this blow. Daniel naturally wasn't willing to let it go. Gathering his strength, Daniel punched out with his right fist. The veins on his entire arm bulged, and his speed and strength were raised to the peak as he suddenly punched at Han Shuo. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a vicious cold light flashed in his pupils. He was like a venomous snake waiting for its prey at the entrance of a cave, giving off a cold and sinister feeling. Just as Daniel's fist was about to land on Han Shua's face, Han Shua condensed his magical yuan into a tight fist in his right hand and abruptly punched out, colliding with Daniel's iron fist. Pa! After a crisp sound, Daniel suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire right arm drooped, and his clenched right fist curled up like a chicken claw, trembling along with his right arm. The viciousness in Han Shua's eyes receded, and a harmless smile once again hung on his face. He withdrew his right fist and shook it slightly, looking at his own fist in astonishment. He muttered to himself, I really did take it. Daniel had seen that Han Shua's body was thin and weak, and had just thrown out a punch with all his strength. He wasn't simply trying to teach Han Shua a lesson, but was obviously planning on killing Han Shua. The current Han Shua was no longer a coward who meekly accepted adversity. Although he would feign ignorance, he naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted when faced with someone who wanted to kill him. The bizarre scene of the two's fists colliding completely stunned the many night students and human targets in the hall. Some of the commoner human targets on the side looked at Han Shua with a trace of fear. Those closest to Han Shua all automatically moved away, allowing Han Shua to occupy the best position. The night students were all extremely excited and started whispering to each other in discussion. Some even suspected that Han Shua was one of the rare barbarians on the continent, or that he was a half-beast in human form. Daniel was still howling in pain as his right arm trembled continuously. Everyone knew what the crisp sound just now meant. They knew that Daniel's right arm was most likely crippled from just one exchange of fists. The old errand boy Jeff looked regretfully at Daniel and comforted him softly, "Daniel, I'm very sorry that this has happened, but I'm afraid that your body is no longer suitable to remain here." When Daniel heard Jeff's words, he couldn't help but glare at Han Shua with resentment and then walked past Han Shua, walking out of the hall. There were too many people who had been injured in the fights here, so there were already a few rules. Daniel understood his own identity and position, plus he was well aware that he was absolutely no match for Han Shua, so he could only leave early. When Daniel left, Jeff called out loudly, all right, everyone can continue with the negotiations." Many night students walked towards Han Shua as soon as Jeff's words landed, all of them staring at Han Shua and calling out, 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins, 3 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, a commoner human target who accompanied the students during their training would only cost around 10 to 50 silver coins, depending on the student's strength. A strong warrior would normally cost between 1 to 5 gold coins, depending on the warrior's level. Now that these people were calling out 2 to 3 gold coins, it was already an extremely high price. Although Han Shua had displayed his strength just now, Han Shua wasn't a warrior after all. If a slightly stronger warrior had exchanged a punch with Daniel, they could have used their fighting aura to kill Daniel in one blow. Therefore, a price of 2 to 3 gold coins was already an unbelievably high price among commoner human targets. When the first night student called out a price of 1 gold coin, Han Shua had already planned to open his mouth and agree. However, when the second price was called out, Han Shua immediately shut his mouth and waited for a higher price to appear. Although Han Shua hadn't come for money, Han Shua understood the importance of money in this world. It was just as important as it was on Earth. If he could earn 2 gold coins, he naturally wouldn't be willing to earn just 1. The night students walked up to Han Shua one by one and called out different and continuously increasing prices. However, Han Shua was only a commoner after all, and not a warrior with astonishing strength. Therefore, most of these people stopped after calling out 2 to 3 gold coins. 5 gold coins. Han Shua's patience finally won him a large sum of money. A handsome journeyman knight with golden curls and a gentle and humble appearance called out a higher price than the others. When he called out 5 gold coins, many people stopped talking and looked at him with some surprise. One of them said, "Lawrence, a journeyman warrior is only worth 5 gold coins. Although this kid has some strength, he's definitely not worth 5 gold coins." Aren't you calling out a bit too high? Lawrence smiled faintly and said mildly, it's a bit high, but we've come a bit late. All the warriors have already been chosen, so we don't have any other choices. We can only choose him. Everyone thought that he was right after he said this. After all, Han Shua's strength was probably the highest amongst the many human targets in the hall. If the warriors from before were still here, perhaps Han Shua wouldn't be worth this price. But now that Han Shua's strength was the highest here, the night students didn't have any other choices. Everyone was in a hurry to find someone to spar with, so Han Shua's price naturally rose. What a wondrous friend, how about 5 gold coins? Lawrence looked at Han Shua with a smile and said amiably. Looking left and right, Han Shua saw that no one else was raising the price. He then looked at Lawrence's strength and saw that he was the highest amongst them. He nodded and agreed, deal. Lawrence walked towards Han Shua and fished out 5 gold coins from his ornate purse, handing them to Han Shua. I'm Lawrence, here are 5 gold coins. I hope you'll be able to help me in the upcoming trials. Han Shua was a bit excited as he accepted the 5 gold coins. When Brian had been sold to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, he'd also been sold for 5 gold coins. Now, 5 gold coins for a sparring partner was enough to buy Brian's life. With Han Shua's identity, 5 gold coins was an absolutely astronomical price. It was enough for Han Shua to regain his freedom. I'm Brian, please advise me. Han Shua smiled courteously at the god of fortune, Lawrence, after putting the gold coins into his shabby purse. Come with me, let me see if you're worth those 5 gold coins. Lawrence walked out of the hall after saying this, Han Shua following closely behind. The training field of the night school was more or less similar to the one in the School of Magic, except that there were fewer magical tools and a few more obstacles in the corners. Only Han Shua and Lawrence were present in this spacious training field. The ground was made of rough, hard rocks, and the ground was hard to walk on. When Lawrence walked in, he changed into a set of white training clothes and took off his sword, setting it to the side. He then looked at Han Shua with interest and said with a smile, those 5 gold coins aren't easy to earn, are you ready? Han Shua thought to himself. Due to the forging of magical yuan, his body was as tough and strong as the sky and the earth compared to the original Brian. Add to that the odd magical yuan, which seemed to have some miraculous resistance to fighting aura, and he wasn't afraid that Lawrence would use fighting aura to completely damage his body. He didn't make any preparations either, so he nodded directly at Lawrence. Take note, you're a sparring partner. You can only dodge and block, but not attack. Lawrence seemed to have noticed that Han Shua was a newbie, so he gave some instructions before making his move. He only slowly walked towards Han Shua after seeing that Han Shua understood. Just as Lawrence was about to reach Han Shua's side, he suddenly sped up like lightning. His empty left hand was like an unsheathed sword as he stabbed towards Han Shua's chest with the 5 fingers of his palm closed together. Because knights trained in fighting aura, their strength and speed were completely incomparable to that of ordinary strong commoners. Lawrence's thrust was more than 10 times faster and more powerful than Daniel's. Han Shua's vision blurred as he saw Lawrence's arm reach his chest. He was startled and immediately circulated his magical yuan, twisting his body abruptly and dodging to the side. With a ripping sound, the clothes in front of Han Shua's chest were torn open by Lawrence. Han Shua felt a chill in front of his chest and then saw his clothes flutter. He couldn't help but rejoice that he'd dodged in time. It was a pity that before he'd even finished rejoicing, a strong force suddenly surged into his lower abdomen. Han Shua's body involuntarily stumbled backwards, finally landing on his butt on a hard rock. He felt as if his stomach and intestines were tangled together, and the pain was extreme. He abruptly lifted his head and discovered that Lawrence's foot was still suspended in midair. Lawrence was looking at him with a face full of ridicule. Brian, I've already held back this time and didn't take the opportunity to attack. I won't be so merciful next time. Lawrence had condensed fighting aura in that kick just now. However, although Lawrence had used fighting aura on his physical strength and attack, he'd only withdrawn it and hadn't released it. He'd only used fighting aura to increase his physical strength and attack power, and hadn't used fighting aura to directly enter Han Shuo's body to destroy Han Shuo's body. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo's magical yuan hadn't undergone any changes. His body had forcefully endured the violent impact this time, and his gradually strengthening body had also been immediately damaged. Nodding, Han Shuo's brow furrowed tightly as he endured the pain in his lower abdomen. He stood up from the ground and looked coldly at Lawrence. "I'll be careful from now on." Again. Chapter 25. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo with a bit of surprise, then smiled and said, "Very good." His body suddenly moved again, appearing in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. His leg once again kicked out fiercely like lightning, his target still being Han Shuo's lower abdomen. At this moment, Han Shuo's lower abdomen had been violently kicked, and his body was already in extreme pain. He knew very well that the speed and strength of Journeyman Knight Lawrence's attacks weren't something that he, who hadn't even passed the solid level of magical yuan, would be able to completely defend against. However, for some reason, Han Shuo didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a vague sense of anticipation and excitement. The magical yuan within his body instantly circulated a few times around his lower abdomen, and Han Shuo immediately felt the pain in his lower abdomen lessen. He was unprecedentedly focused and calmly faced Lawrence's attacks from behind. Just as Lawrence's kick was about to land, Han Shuo had already pushed off with his feet and abruptly retreated backwards, dodging Lawrence's kick with lightning speed. However, Lawrence wasn't the slightest bit surprised, and his body didn't pause in the slightest. After his kick had missed, he instantly caught up to Han Shuo's retreating figure. A series of punches and kicks rained down on Han Shuo like a torrential storm. This was Lawrence's Journeyman Knight realm. When he circulated his fighting aura to his physical strength and attack power, all aspects of his body would completely surpass that of an average strong man. Even with Han Shuo's current agility, he still couldn't avoid being hit repeatedly. Crackling sounds rang out continuously, and apart from Han Shuo's face, his chest, waist, abdomen, legs, and arms couldn't be completely defended and were continuously injured by Lawrence. As his body was repeatedly hit, the pain in Han Shuo's body grew more and more intense. The speed at which he continuously dodged also began to slow down due to his body's influence. Because of this, he received more and more attacks. In the end, Han Shuo's legs felt as heavy as lead. Every movement he made seemed to weigh more than 10,000 kilograms. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had continuously tempered his body with demonic yuan during this period of time, Brian's originally frail body wouldn't have been able to withstand a minute of Lawrence's storm-like attacks. He would have been beaten to death. The last time they faced Claude and Eric, both of them had used Qi to directly enter Han Shuo's body. The violent fighting aura was immediately enveloped by demonic yuan the moment it entered his body. This was why Han Shuo's physical body didn't suffer too much damage. Han Shuo hadn't suffered too many injuries after having his fighting aura enter his body twice. This caused Han Shuo to faintly look down on these warriors and knights. But after being beaten up so badly by Lawrence, Han Shuo finally understood that his previous thinking was completely wrong. The reason why he hadn't been injured before was entirely due to the miraculous effects of the demonic yuan. If it wasn't for the demonic yuan within his body, his internal organs would have been completely destroyed when the fighting aura entered his body. No wonder he hadn't died on the spot when Claude's fighting aura had entered his body. Why were so many people astonished? Why was Eric so confident that he would undoubtedly die when his fighting aura entered his body and didn't even bother to examine himself? Lawrence had now changed the way he used his fighting aura. He didn't directly use the fighting aura to destroy his internal organs, but instead increased the power and speed of his attacks. This way, the miraculous effects of the demonic yuan couldn't be utilized and he could only passively endure it with his physical body. Bam! The same kick once again landed on Han Shua's lower abdomen. Han Shua stumbled backwards and finally fell to the ground again, unable to withstand the force. Han Shua now had 2 broken ribs and countless other injuries. Apart from the skin on his face that was fine, his entire body had suffered unprecedented damage. Han Shua's body trembled and he constantly tried to stand up, but every time he stood up, he would sway and fall again. Now, every time Han Shua's body twisted, it would bring him intense pain. But at this moment, Han Shua was actually ecstatic. He could clearly feel that the speed at which the magical yuan circulated was much faster than usual. It continuously flowed to all the painful parts of his body, causing those painful wounds and broken bones to have a strange burning sensation. Han Shua understood that his previous judgment had been correct. Breaking through to the solid realm was indeed the quickest method. The magical yuan was circulating abnormally now and was continuously repairing his damaged physical body, forging and polishing his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh over and over again, making his physical body more and more resilient in the future. Although his body was in unbearable pain, Han Shua was extremely satisfied in his heart. He grit his teeth as he screamed and grinned. He finally forced himself to stand up and look directly at Lawrence, saying, "I think our deal can continue for a long time." Lawrence stopped and stood in front of Han Shua, frowning as he watched Han Shua's body sway and finally stand up after falling over and over again. As the attacker, Lawrence naturally understood the power of his attack just now. Even an ordinary novice warrior wouldn't be as tenacious as Han Shua when faced with such a violent attack, even with the protection of fighting aura. What surprised Lawrence the most was that Han Shua could still laugh and scream in agony even after enduring such a fierce attack. Lawrence could also feel from Han Shua's laughter that Han Shua was truly filled with joy. This made Lawrence feel incredulous. When Han Shua said that he wanted a long-term deal, Lawrence first started and then smiled faintly, "Brian, you're very interesting. But if you want a long-term deal, it'll depend on your body and if you can take it. To be honest, I didn't use my full strength today, nor did I use my sword. I have plenty of gold coins. If you still want to earn money like this, you can come find me anytime next time. We'll keep the same price in the future, 5 gold coins each time. How about it?" Nodding, Han Shua said, "No problem, I'll be back soon." "Very good, Brian, you're a very interesting person. I hope you'll recover soon. My attacks will be even fiercer next time, so you better be prepared." Lawrence changed his clothes as he spoke, put on his sword, and left the training field. Han Shua didn't immediately get up and leave after Lawrence left, but rather sat down cross-legged and began to use magical yuan over and over again to forge and repair his heavily injured body according to the training methods of magical yuan. After a while, Han Shua felt that the strength that he'd lost was slowly returning as the magical yuan flowed through his body. His 2 legs that had originally weighed over 10,000 pounds also regained some strength. Although his body was still in pain, it was a bit better than before when he'd been completely powerless and in excruciating pain. Han Shua grimaced as he moved his body, feeling the pain in his body. He grinned and laughed heartily as he endured the pain in his body. He slowly got up and wobbled his way out of the training field. It's Brian, are you alright?" Han Shua had just walked out of the training field when he heard someone exclaim next to him. Turning around, Han Shua discovered that it was the young warrior Jared who'd kindly advised him in the hall earlier. Jared's tight-fitting robes were a bit dusty and there were some traces of sweat on his forehead and clothes, but he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. "It's nothing." Han Shua nodded at Jared with a faint smile and responded faintly. As a warrior with plenty of battle experience, Jared could tell with a glance that Han Shua's condition wasn't as unharmed as he'd said. He'd had plenty of experience as a human target and naturally understood that although nothing could be seen from the outside, it didn't mean that the body wasn't injured. Han Shua's current condition, whether it was his gait or his facial expressions, all indicated that his body was in terrible shape. Jared quickly approached Han Shua and reached out to support Han Shua. He frowned, "You're still saying it's nothing? Your body must be in terrible shape right now. How about this, I'll send you back. It's a good thing you made it out alive. I thought you'd be beaten to death." Jared had good intentions, but Han Shua was now an errand slave of the necromancy major, and a crazy one at that. If he went back with Jared, it would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. In addition, Han Shua didn't want to owe anyone favors. Although his body was in terrible shape right now, as long as he endured it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to walk slowly. Therefore, Han Shua pulled away Jared's supporting hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Jared. It's really nothing, I can go back myself." After saying this, Han Shua was about to leave, but when he turned around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him from afar, Claude. Claude had a human target behind him and was also walking towards the night student's training field. It looked like he was also planning on training himself as a human shield. When he'd come to the night academy, Han Shua had already made preparations to meet Claude. Last time in the Light Magic Academy, Han Shua's little skull had almost been smashed to pieces by Claude's attacks. Even Han Shua's fighting aura had entered his body. If it weren't for the magical yuan wrapping around his fighting aura, Han Shua's life would have been lost at Claude's hands. Claude didn't take this matter to heart, and didn't know that the owner of the little skull was Han Shua. However, Han Shua had already secretly noted down this debt and planned on paying it back in the future. Although he'd long since made preparations to meet Claude, his body was in terrible shape right now. Han Shua wasn't willing to meet Claude at this time. Otherwise, if he guessed wrongly and Claude took revenge because he was unhappy with him last time, only death would await him in his current physical condition. When he saw Claude slowly walk over with a sunny smile on his face and turn his head to discuss something with the night students next to him, Han Shua couldn't help but rapidly think of a way to avoid Claude. Chapter 26. When Claude came closer and closer, Han Shua grinned and gave a low cry. He bent his body and lowered his head to grab at his ankle, as if to examine the injury. Jared frowned involuntarily when he saw Han Shua's movements and leaned towards Han Shua. He supported Han Shua with one hand and said, "How is it? Is your ankle injured? Let me take a look." "It's nothing, I just twisted it a little." Han Shua bent his back and lowered his head as he said lowly. Claude and a few night students had just arrived at this time. These people had all arrived later and didn't recognize Han Shua. There were many who were severely injured or disabled in this place, so Han Shua's current performance didn't draw too much attention. Claude glanced at Han Shua's figure and didn't pay much attention to it. He chatted and laughed with the people next to him and passed by Han Shua to leave. Han Shua's ankle had indeed been twisted earlier and was now a bit swollen. Jared lowered his head to take a look and exclaimed softly, "It's swollen so badly. Let me take you back." Seeing that Claude's footsteps were getting further and further away, Han Shua straightened his body again and twisted on his toes. He smiled at Jared, "I suddenly feel much better." "Thank you, Jared, there's really no need." Han Shua's walking speed increased after he'd spoken these words. He didn't even make a sound as he quickly disappeared around the corner. Jared shook his head with a face full of confusion when he saw that Han Shua seemed to be fine. He said with surprise, "What a strange person." Han Shua returned to the necromancy major of the School of Magic when the sky was about to darken, dragging a body riddled with wounds. Most of Han Shua's necromancy errand boy tasks were taken over by Carrie and Borg now, so Han Shua didn't have to worry about them. After returning and receiving his dinner, Han Shua immediately returned to the warehouse. After locking the door tightly, he immediately began to use demonic arts to continuously forge and repair his body. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones were all severely injured. The demonic yuan circulated through his entire body in accordance with the demonic arts training method. Every time the demonic yuan circulated through his entire body, Han Shuo would feel his strength gradually recovering amidst the burning pain. During this process, the magical yuan circulated unceasingly, seemingly strengthening bit by bit, bringing Han Shuo a new pleasant surprise. He thought to himself, it seems that the process of body forging is also a gradual process of increasing demonic yuan. In the future, I'll have to continuously endure this kind of damage in order to temper my body. In the latter half of the night, the pain in Han Shuo's body had improved a lot. At this time, Han Shuo continued to practice the mystical glacial spell fire, circulating the demonic yuan to the palms of his hands over and over again according to the circulation method of the mystical glacial spell fire. Time flew by quickly, and Han Shuo's entire being sunk into a strange state that he was completely unaware of. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind, only the persistence and tenacity of training. He had long since forgotten the pain from the injuries on his body, and just continued to circulate the demonic yuan according to the circulation method of the mystical glacial spell fire. In the past, Han Shuo had always restrained himself when he practiced demonic arts, and would wake up after a certain time. He had never been so engrossed in it before. The Han Shuo of today seemed to be lost in it, forgetting the passage of time, forgetting his own existence, and forgetting all worldly distracting thoughts. Bam! The small door to the warehouse was abruptly slammed open, and Han Shuo abruptly woke up. His brow creased, and his eyes shot cold lightning straight at Jack. Jack trembled in fright when Han Shuo's gaze landed on him, and only exclaimed softly when he saw the cold lightning in Han Shuo's eyes recede. "Brian, so you really were in the warehouse? I thought something had happened to you." Han Shuo immediately checked the state of his body after he woke up, and suddenly discovered that his body, which had been badly injured, had more or less recovered. The demonic yuan within his body was a bit stronger than before, and his mental strength was also much clearer than before. What could have happened to me? I just woke up a day late. Borg and Carrie helped me clean anyways, so it's no big deal. Han Shuo shook his stiff neck, which emitted creaking sounds. When Han Shuo walked down from the small wooden bed and twisted his body, the bones in his entire body made crisp popping sounds, causing Jack to freeze in place in shock. After a while, Jack seemed to suddenly wake up when the strange sounds in Han Shuo's body had disappeared. He called out involuntarily, "Oh, Brian, you didn't just wake up a day late. You haven't appeared for 6 days in a row. I knocked on the door for a long time, but you didn't respond. I thought something had happened to you." Han Shuo was also startled when Jack said this. 6 days, could it be that he trained for a whole 6 days? Han Shuo suddenly remembered that in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind, there was a saying of entering the demonic path when practicing demonic arts. Due to coincidental circumstances, demonic practitioners would sometimes fall into the realm of entering the demonic path. Depending on the situation, entering the demonic path could be divided into 2 types, active and passive. When someone entered the demonic path, their mind would change greatly and they would become bloodthirsty. Their body would feel no pain, and both their demonic arts and physique would be greatly enhanced as they entered the demonic path. They wouldn't stop for even a moment, and would want to continuously destroy everything and everyone in front of them. This type of entering the demonic path was active. The other type was Han Shuo's previous situation. He had suddenly entered the demonic path in the midst of training. He was muddle-headed and couldn't sense it, but his bodily functions and the flow of demonic yuan would be many times stronger than usual. He couldn't sense the state of his training, but could sense the tremendous changes in his body when he suddenly awoke. Of these 2 types of entering the demonic path, the first one usually occurred when one's mind was disturbed and severely stimulated. If one didn't die from the endless slaughter during entering the demonic path, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and there would be some side effects. Han Shua's peaceful, entering the demonic path, was the better option. Normally, one would enter this realm miraculously during the course of training, and their strength would increase greatly after they awoke. Oh, that's because I've been a bit sleepy lately and have been sleeping too deeply. Oh right, why did you come looking for me? Han Shua felt his stomach empty as he spoke. He immediately understood that his body was in dire need of food and nutrients after not eating for 6 days. Seeing Han Shua rub his stomach, little fatty Jack rummaged through his clothes and took out a large piece of bread for Han Shua. He then said, I was worried about you. Also, Master Fanny asked me to take you to her laboratory. Oh, right, that little witch Lisa also asked me about you. I wonder if she's looking for trouble with you again. I see. I'll go to Master Fanny's first. Let's go. Han Shua said as he nibbled on Jack's bread and walked out of the warehouse. It was a good thing that the little skull had been pushed under the bed by Han Shua during this time, so Jack didn't notice anything strange when he suddenly barged in. After fixing the lock on the door that Jack had smashed open, Han Shua headed straight for Fanny's laboratory. Knock knock knock. Han Shua stood at the door to Fanny's laboratory and raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in. Fanny's gentle voice sounded from within the laboratory. Han Shua pushed the door open and walked in after hearing it. There were a few magic scrolls spread out on a round table in the middle of the laboratory. The magic scrolls were engraved with mysterious and exquisite magical characters and diagrams. Even a rookie like Han Shua who had just entered the Hall of Magic could feel the strong magical pulses from the magic scrolls from afar. At this moment, Fanny was bent over and chanting an incantation. Her slender fingers were dipped in the brown magic potion beside her as she sketched out exquisite lines on the magic scrolls. These exquisite lines seemed disorderly, but they also gave off a very harmonious and wonderful feeling. After a while, Fanny had sketched out a scroll and infused magical elements into the magic scroll after chanting an incantation. A desolate, lonely, and gloomy presence immediately emanated from within the scroll. A dark brown light flashed on the scroll and it automatically rolled up. Putting away the completed magic scroll, Fanny lifted her head to take a look and couldn't help but grin lightly. Oh, it's Brian. How are the injuries on your back? Many thanks to Master Fanny's concern. The injuries on my back have all healed. Han Shua nodded and responded. Han Shua understood that he couldn't keep pretending to be crazy. Although being crazy would bring him some convenience, there would be problems sooner or later if he continued. Since that was the case, he might as well slowly change himself and let everyone unknowingly accept a new version of himself. Even if he changed then, they wouldn't find it abrupt, but would instead think that he had suddenly come to a realization after going crazy. Brian, who had possessed the body, had suffered a great deal in the necromancy major. Han Shua had originally decided to take revenge for Brian after climbing out of the grave. He'd more or less taught Carrie, Borg, and Baklissa a lesson by now. It could be said that he'd taken quite a bit of revenge for Brian. Han Shua was still in the necromancy major because he was making plans for his future. After understanding this world, Han Shua finally understood that he had to continuously increase his strength in order to survive in this world. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was a place where he could continuously improve himself. Han Shua had stayed here to make use of the Academy's resources to continuously improve all aspects of himself, including strength, knowledge, and a complete understanding of this world. Therefore, Han Shua knew that he couldn't continue being crazy like this. He needed to change himself bit by bit. Oh, that's great. We're planning on going out on a trip and letting the students test out their progress in magic in the outside world. Come with us and help them pack their things. I'll also take a good look at your body's condition on the way. What do you think, Brian? Fanny put down the things in her hands and smiled faintly at Han Shua. Startled, Han Shua thought for a moment and felt that this was an opportunity. He nodded involuntarily, all right. Chapter 27. Alright then, we'll set off in 2 days. Make some preparations in the next few days. As for your errand work, I'll have the school temporarily handed over to the 3 of them. You don't have to worry about it. Seeing that Han Shoa had agreed, Fanny smiled charmingly. Her beautiful face was even more enchanting because of her smile, causing Han Shoa's heart to flutter slightly. Before he had been placed in Brian's body, Han Shoa's life could be said to be a failure. Not only had he achieved nothing in his career, but his love life was even worse. He still didn't know what it was like to be a woman. After coming to this world, Han Shoa's self-control had become weaker and weaker due to his cultivation of demonic magic. His various desires had become more and more intense. Han Shoa could be considered a person who had died once. The muddle-headed life in the past had completely bound him. In addition to that, because of his family and personality, although he had some evil thoughts, he didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Now that he had arrived in this completely unfamiliar world, after cultivating demonic magic, and following the gradual increase in his strength, many of the powers that had previously restrained him had also disappeared. He naturally wanted to have no regrets and realize the extravagant hope that had been buried in his heart all this time. Women, especially beautiful women, were one of the desires that Han Shoa couldn't restrain in his heart. Not only was Fanny beautiful and alluring, she also took good care of Han Shoa. Han Shoa was at the age where he longed for women the most, so it was inevitable that he would have strong desires. In addition to that, the cultivation of demonic magic was about following one's heart's desires, so Han Shoa naturally treated Fanny as his emotional prey. Master Fanny, are the dark creatures you summon different every time? Can you summon the dark creature and send it back to the other dimension so that you can summon the original one the next time? Since Han Shoa had promised Fanny that he would go out with them, he began to make plans for his own matters. Han Shoa didn't have anything on him other than the little skull that he had summoned. Within a certain range, Han Shoa could use his mental strength to contact the little skull. However, if they were to go far away and were thousands of miles away, it would be difficult for Han Shoa to contact the little skull with his mental strength. If Han Shoa wasn't here and Han Shoa wasn't there to control the little skull, it would be troublesome if something happened. Although Han Shoa was confident that he could send the little skull to the other dimension, he still didn't know if he could summon it again. Therefore, Han Shoa wanted to solve this problem before he left. As a teacher of the necromancy major, Fanny was naturally more familiar with these matters. Just because Han Shoa didn't have a way didn't mean that Fanny didn't have one. Therefore, she asked. When Han Shoa's words left his mouth, Fanny looked at Han Shoa with a bit of confusion. Her sexy, full lips moved as she asked, Brian, why are you asking this? These things should be the necromancy major's concern. You shouldn't be interested in these things. Oh, that's Lisa's question. I'm just asking you on her behalf. Han Shoa nodded and said with a face of good intentions. Fanny didn't doubt Han Shoa's response. She understood that Lisa often used Han Shoa to practice her necromancy magic, so it made sense that Lisa would ask Han Shoa. After thinking for a bit, Fanny said, so that's how it is. It's not that you can't summon the same dark creature again after sending it to the other dimension, but that there's no need to do so. Every time you summon it from the other dimension, you can only randomly summon one or more dark creatures of the same level based on the strength of your mental strength and the strength of the incantation. Because dark creatures of the same level aren't that different in strength, no one cares about this. Then what should we do if we want to summon the dark creature that was previously sent to the other dimension? A thought occurred to Han Shoa and he hastily asked. Putting away all the magic scrolls on the table, Fanny's beautiful and slender fingers slid lightly over the table. She frowned and explained, if we really want to summon the dark creature that was sent to the other dimension, then we must leave a magical brand on its body before sending it to the other dimension. The next time we summon it, we can use the brand to lock onto the original dark creature. This way, we can find and summon the dark creature that was originally sent to the other dimension. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he heard Fanny's words, but he frowned and murmured to himself, so that's how it is. I wonder if Lisa knows how to leave a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. Looking at Han Shuo in surprise, Fanny grinned and said softly, Brian, you're a very kind person. I know that Lisa has never been very friendly to you, and that the problems with your body were caused by the agony of the soul. To think that not only did you not hold a grudge, but you've always been considerate of her. There are very few people as pure and kind as you these days. Pure. Kind. Han Shuo was speechless inside, but he put on an honest smile and scratched his head, saying a bit embarrassedly, I feel that you can't hold a grudge for anything. As long as you treat others with kindness, they'll understand. Heh heh. Fanny smiled lightly and nodded when she heard Han Shuo's words, but didn't say anything else. She took out a thin yellow piece of paper from a nearby cabinet and picked up a feather with her slender fingers. She dipped it in ink and quickly wrote something on the thin paper. Fanny had filled the paper with words after a while and inserted the feather into the pen holder. She handed the paper to Han Shuo and smiled, this is the incantation and method to leave a magical brand on a summoned dark creature. Give it to Lisa, I think that with her strength as a novice mage, she should know how to do it. Overjoyed, Han Shuo almost trembled as he accepted Fanny's thin paper. He smiled and nodded, saying impatiently, I'll go now, Lisa will be very happy. Han Shuo took the thin paper excitedly and quickly left Fanny's laboratory after he'd spoken. What a pure and innocent young fellow. I hope that Lisa will make less trouble for him in the future with this. Fanny smiled faintly and said ruefully when she saw Han Shuo leave in a hurry. Deep into the night, in the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. O endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything before me, bone arrow. A low magical incantation sounded and a sharp bone arrow instantly formed in the air. It whistled fiercely as it abruptly pierced into the chest of a scarecrow in front of it. I can finally successfully release the bone arrow. Han Shuo laughed loudly and said proudly when he saw that the bone arrow hadn't shattered midway and hadn't gone the wrong way this time. It had been a long time since the incident that had occurred in the cemetery, and Han Shuo was certain that no one would pay attention to this place again when he'd returned to the cemetery and started practicing the bone arrow. Han Shuo's mental strength had increased rapidly in this period of time, especially after he'd played with that strange ball last time. Han Shuo's mental strength had greatly increased after he'd escaped death. After continuous practice and understanding of magical knowledge, Han Shuo could finally completely grasp this low-level necromancy spell, bone arrow, without the slightest error. The little skull stood ramrod straight in the distance, its empty eye sockets continuously patrolling the surroundings as it moved its head. The bone dagger in his hand was gripped within the 5 bones of his right hand, sparkling with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. Tomorrow, he would temporarily leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force with Brahma and the others and head to the outside world. The fact that Han Shuo had used Lisa's name to ask Fanny for advice wasn't exposed. This was a small matter after all, and Fanny wasn't someone who would ask about everything. She'd naturally forget about it after a day or two. Han Shuo had consulted the foundations of necromancy and an overview of dark creatures over the past few days. He'd carefully studied and pondered over the contents of Fanny's thin paper, and was now confident that he could leave a magical brand on the little skull's body. Before he left the next day, Han Shuo finally decided to make his move. He began to plant his own magical brand on the little skull according to his own understanding. His mental strength stirred, and the patrolling little skull swiftly dashed towards Han Shuo with the bone dagger in its hand. The 7 bone spurs on the little skull's back flapped slightly as the little skull ran, as if giving it some assistance. This caused the little skull's figure to seem to be skimming through the air as it ran, giving Han Shuo quite a fright. He thought to himself that his efforts in refining the little skull hadn't gone to waste. This little skull's strength was obviously increasing bit by bit, just like him. When the little skull came to a stop in front of Han Shuo held his breath and focused his mental strength like never before. He curled his fingers and raised them slightly towards the sky, starting to chant the incantation in a low voice according to Fanny's notes. My loyal servant, in the capacity of a summoned host, I leave my eternal brand on you, the seal of darkness. As soon as the incantation ended, Han Shuo suddenly felt his mental strength rapidly drain away. A dark, fist-sized ball of air quickly formed between his curled hands. The amount of mental strength required for the seal of darkness was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo remembered something he'd neglected. Lisa was a novice mage, and he was just a magic apprentice. The amount of mental strength Fanny's method required was probably based on Lisa's mental strength. She'd never thought that the target of the spell would be a magic apprentice like Han Shuo. With his mental strength drained in an instant, Han Shuo felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something had been extracted as well. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just at this moment, the ball of air between Han Shuo's hands suddenly floated out and entered the little skull's body through its empty eye sockets. At the same time, Han Shuo felt his entire body collapse as he fell to the ground on his butt, panting heavily. Suddenly, the hazy memories from Chu Kanglan seemed to have been torn apart, and a portion of the incantation and memory suddenly became extremely clear. It was the memory of controlling demonic treasures and the method of magic control. The sudden clarity of the memory made Han Shuo understand that in this baffling situation, he'd learned a bit more of the hazy memories of Chu Kanglan in his mind. A strange whooshing sound abruptly interrupted Han Shuo's thoughts. Han Shuo couldn't help but raise his head to search for the source of the sound. When he turned his head to look, Han Shuo was dumbfounded. All he saw was that the little skull's body was dancing wildly, as a sharp bone dagger glinted coldly under the moonlight. It circled around the little skull's body, and as the little skull's fingers moved, the bone dagger changed directions bizarrely, riddling the grass dolls that Han Shuo had made with holes. Han Shuo recovered from his shock, and his face was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He shouted to the sky, "Fuck me, this is fucking amazing." Chapter 28. A streak of white light flashed past as Han Shuo and a group of necromancy students appeared out of thin air within a circular magic matrix filled with magical symbols. Han Shuo had experimented 3 times last night and discovered that he could really send the little skull to the other dimension and then recall it. He happily returned to his room and put away the money pouch hidden under his bed, making preparations for his training outside. Han Shuo's face was full of astonishment as his eyes spun continuously, carefully examining the magic matrix that he was in. The entire matrix was circular in shape, and there was an enormous hexagram on the rock beneath his feet. Exquisite magical patterns were carved on the magical pillars at the edges, and faint magical pulses emanated from the entire matrix. Han Shuo had been at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force a moment ago, and had stood in a similar transportation matrix. Han Shuo felt a strong magical pulse fill his surroundings when the matrix was activated, and then he appeared here after a flash of white light. Han Shuo understood from the student's words that this was a magical transportation matrix. This kind of magical transportation matrix was very valuable, and it was quite complicated to set up. Even a skilled mage would need a large amount of magical materials to set up a magical transportation matrix. Stop looking, the magical transportation matrix is indeed wondrous, but there's no need to make such a big fuss out of nothing. Lisa couldn't help but speak up when she saw Han Shuo looking around foolishly. This magic was truly magical. Although Han Shuo had heard of magical transportation matrices before, this was his first time experiencing one and naturally felt that it was a bit incredible. Han Shuo finally gave up after carefully examining the surroundings of the matrix. Han Shuo understood that with his current superficial knowledge of magic, he wouldn't be able to understand even if he were to explain the principles behind a magical matrix, much less set up a transportation matrix. Not to mention that the amount of magical materials needed to set up a transportation matrix was enormous. Even the Empire couldn't set it up in every city, and the amount of energy required to operate the matrix was considerable. Even some regular nobles wouldn't be able to afford it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force possessed a magical transportation matrix, Han Shuo would likely never be able to use a magical transportation matrix even once in his lifetime. This was the city of Zajoski at the border of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the largest city in the southwest of the empire. West of Zajoski was the Kurlan Valley. West of the Kurlan Valley was where the orcs lived. To the south of Zajoski was the Dark Forest. All sorts of powerful magical creatures lived within the vast Dark Forest, including elves who worshipped nature. Zajoski had never been peaceful. The Empire had invested many troops in Zajoski to defend against the barbaric orcs' invasion. It was said that the lands that the orcs lived in were extremely barren. The barbaric orcs had always wanted to occupy the fertile lands of the Lancelot Empire. Zajoski was the Empire's largest defense point in the southwest, and would naturally receive the care of the orcs. The Dark Forest wasn't a peaceful place either. Although the elves, who worshipped peace and nature, were on relatively good terms with the Empire, the magical creatures within the Dark Forest would often walk out of the forest and appear in nearby villages. This caused some of the surrounding villages to be quite disturbed. Perhaps it was because Zajoski wasn't peaceful that the Empire had expended a great deal of money to build a magical transportation matrix within the city, in order to facilitate communication between the Empire and Zajoski. However, the magical transportation matrix consumed too much energy to use, and the number of people that could be transported was limited. Therefore, it couldn't support large-scale military deployments at all. Zajoski's unique location made it a haven for adventurers. All sorts of merchants and adventurers desired to come here and make a fortune. The magical creatures' cores, bones, skin, and flesh within the Dark Forest, the priceless magical equipment forged by the elves, the precious gems produced by the barren orcs, and many other items that could bring in great profits were the targets of these gold seekers. Honored mages, welcome to the city of Zajoski. I hope you will enjoy your stay in Zajoski and obtain what you need. An official in charge of managing the magical matrix bowed humbly to Han Shuo and the others. Thank you for your kind words. I think we'll be able to reap the rewards we deserve. Fanny nodded at him with a smile and then looked at the necromancy students. She said softly, "This isn't a peaceful place. Everyone be careful and don't make any mistakes. Let's go." Fanny led the way down the main street after she'd spoken. These students were just like Han Shuo, looking around curiously, sizing up the people and things around them. Including the two teachers, Fanny and Jean, as well as the 9 necromancy students and Han Shuo, there were only 12 people in total. Fanny and Jean were both adept necromancers. Fitch hadn't come with them this time because he was advancing to adept mage. The strength of the 9 necromancy students varied. Apart from a journeyman mage called Derek, the rest were all novice mages and apprentices. Some of the buildings along the street were made from hard rocks. Compared to some of the buildings within the Empire, they lacked some of their artistic beauty, but had a few more traces of solemnity and toughness. Because Zajoski often faced attacks from orcs, not only were the walls built to be incredibly sturdy, but even the buildings within the city were built to be sturdy. Along the way, Han Shuo noticed that there were many weapon stores, potion stores, magical item stores, food stores, small taverns for entertainment, slave auctions, and all sorts of trading places. It looked like because of the special geography, the merchants all knew what kind of business was the most profitable. In and out of these places were warriors, knights, mages of different majors, thieves, archers, merchants, poets, and even some slender, sharp-eared, handsome elves who were obviously from the Dark Forest. The cries of vendors on the street, the low, melodious recitations of poets, the neighing of knights and warhorses, and the sounds of armed combat rose and fell. These scenes completely exceeded Han Shuo's imagination, causing Han Shuo to feel extremely amazed. He also gained a clearer understanding of this chaotic city. There's nothing much to see. We need to leave the city before it gets dark. This isn't a place we should linger in for long. Our next destination is the town of Droll. If we don't get there before dark, we'll have to sleep in the wilderness tonight. Jean called out loudly, urging the students to walk faster. Heh, they're all flowers in a greenhouse. This may be the first time some of them have come to Zajowski City. No wonder they're so curious. They won't be so surprised after they get used to it. Fanny's bright eyes swept over the crowd, and she couldn't help but laugh lightly when she saw that these people were all in high spirits. Brian, you're carrying so many things, are you all right? Lisa, who was next to Han Shoa, frowned as she looked at Han Shoa and asked aloud. Lisa, when did you start caring so much about Brian? This isn't like you. Novice Mage Bella looked at Lisa with a bit of astonishment and said oddly. Apart from being responsible for miscellaneous chores, Han Shoa had also taken on the heavy responsibility of hard labor when he came with them. Although there were miraculous space rings that could store items in this world, they were very expensive. Even ordinary nobles would find it difficult to obtain one, not to mention commoners. None of the necromancy teachers and students had been fortunate enough to obtain a space ring. Everyone had brought quite a bit of stuff with them on this trip. As an errand slave, Han Shoa naturally took on the responsibility of carrying the load. Many items were tied to Han Shoa's back, shoulders, wrists, and even his legs. In the beginning, these people hadn't thought that Han Shoa would be able to carry so many things, but when they realized that Han Shoa was still able to walk easily after putting so many items on Han Shoa's body, they were surprised to put even more items on Han Shoa's body. Although Han Shoa could feign ignorance and bear less, in order to train his body, Han Shoa didn't do anything and instead gladly accepted. Han Shoa's body was now covered with all sorts of items, and even a few pockets hung around his neck, only revealing a face covered in dust. Oh, I'm fine. Han Shoa smiled faintly at Lisa and said lightly. Ever since Han Shoa's sincere and affectionate confession to Lisa in the trap, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shoa had changed greatly. Her words had already begun to defend Han Shoa. Lisa snorted lightly when she saw that Han Shoa didn't appreciate her good intentions and spoke in such a manner. She muttered to herself, he doesn't know what's good for him. What an idiot. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your agony of the soul, Brian wouldn't have been so crazy. But it's strange that Brian seems to have grown taller and stronger since then. His stamina is so good now as well. Lisa, you're really something. Bella exclaimed softly and said eccentrically. Bella, it's none of your business. Who asked you to speak out of turn? Lisa flicked a glance at Bella and said coldly. Who cares about your business? I'm just curious. Bella snorted and responded to Lisa. All right. Behave yourselves and hurry out of the city. If we don't reach Droll before nightfall, your delicate bodies will suffer. Fanny frowned and reprimanded softly. She then looked at Han Shoa and said gently, Brian, are you really all right? Nodding, Han Shoa smiled faintly and said with certainty, I'm fine. My stamina will naturally come back when I eat well. Fanny grinned daintily when she heard Han Shoa's words and said, it looks like my request to the school to improve your meals has really worked. The group didn't waste any more words after that, and the students didn't continue to look around either. They all hurried towards the city gates. Chapter 29. When Han Shoa's group of 12 arrived at the city gates, they were stunned by the grandeur of Zajowski's city gates. The entire city gates were abnormally vast, built entirely from the sturdiest of rocks. Perhaps it was because the rocks had been stained with too much blood, but the color seemed to have been sprayed with blood into a deep brown. The city walls were dozens of meters tall, and were densely packed with powerful soldiers clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. All sorts of defensive measures could be seen on the city walls. From afar, the city gates looked like the bloody maw of an enormous magical creature that had bared its fangs and swallowed everything in its path. Sharp, cold barbs, like the sharp teeth of the magical creature's mouth, filled every corner of the city walls. The cold light on the barbs sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, giving off a fierce, intimidating aura. The two enormous black doors, forged from an unknown material, had already been opened. The city gates were incomparably wide, enough for 10 or so people to ride through on horseback side by side. It was quite crowded in front of the gates. Enormous, strange magical creatures with all sorts of materials and people on their backs slowly passed through the gates and made their way out of the city. These magical creatures were enormous, larger than any beast Han Shuo had ever seen. They were 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Their skin was a deep brown and their heads were a bit similar to an elephant's. There were many wrinkles on their faces, and 2 long, curved, pure white teeth protruded from their cheeks. Just the teeth alone were a meter long. This is an earth dragon, a rather docile magical creature. Earth dragons are easily tamed and are slow, but they can carry heavy objects. They are the Empire's primary means of transportation. Merchants use earth dragons to transport heavy objects and conduct trade in various places. Fanny couldn't help but smile as she explained when she saw many students looking at the earth dragons in amazement. Master Fanny, look after them. I'll go register with the officers and borrow a few warhorses. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it to Droll before nightfall on foot. Jean's eyes glittered as he looked at Fanny and he spoke with a smile. His gaze rested on Fanny's beautiful face and didn't move away for even a moment. Everyone in the necromancy major knew of Jean's feelings for Fanny, and Fanny herself was even more aware of it. However, she had never expressed anything about it. Jean wasn't in a hurry either. He seemed to have the idea of using sincerity to move Fanny. He often found opportunities to express his love, and long periods of intense gazing was one of them. Han Shuo couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Jean's undisguised gaze. In Han Shuo's heart, Fanny had long since become his personal property. Someone else was peeking at Fanny in front of him, so he was naturally displeased. However, he was just an odd-job worker now, and his strength wasn't strong enough to display. So, although he was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. Go ahead. I'll keep a good eye on them. Fanny was unruffled as she agreed with a light smile. She avoided Jean's fiery gaze and turned her head to look at the magnificent city walls. She sighed with emotion, although I've seen it many times, I feel proud of the Zajowski city gates every time I come back. It's because of the existence of the sturdy Zajowski city gates that the savage orcs have repeatedly returned without achieving anything. Han Shuo was carrying all sorts of items on his back, and his body was almost completely submerged in them. Han Shuo didn't completely stop after everyone had stopped. He bent his legs and stood up straight, his wrists moving up and down as he repeated the boring movements. Brian, what are you doing? Amy stood next to Han Shuo and couldn't help but look at Han Shuo in surprise when she saw the piles of items swaying continuously on Han Shuo's body. The others also noticed Han Shuo's movements after Amy's words and also focused their attention on Han Shuo, all of their faces revealing puzzled expressions. Nothing, my body's a bit sore, I'll feel better if I move a bit. Han Shuo said faintly, his expression simple and honest. He really did look a bit foolish. Idiot, be careful. The things you're carrying are all very valuable. If you accidentally break them, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell yourself. Bella frowned and said coldly. Bella, you're such an idiot. Those things are very sturdy, how could they be broken so easily? No one made him carry anything that was truly precious and easily broken. Lisa cast a disdainful glance at Bella and said sarcastically. Don't keep arguing, the two of you. You'll encounter some dangers, big or small, every time you go out for training. You should be united, or else there will be problems along the way. Fanny couldn't help but frown when she saw that Lisa and Bella had started arguing again. Han Shuo completely ignored Bella's cold words and continued to repeat the boring movements. These movements weren't left behind from Chu Kanglin's magical yuan, but were muscle training methods that Han Shuo had seen in the past. In order to continuously improve himself and surpass the solid realm, Han Shuo was making the most of his time to train his body. Jean returned empty-handed with an ugly expression after a while. He said angrily when he arrived next to Fanny, "Damn it, they're asking us for money." Fanny frowned when she heard these words and said in surprise, "Our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force is the cradle of the Empire's knights, warriors, and mages. We nurture so many talents for the Empire every year. Even many of the officers and mages stationed in Zajoski are from our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The Academy has an agreement with Zajoski. How would they dare not lend us their warhorses?" When I said that I was from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, that officer planned on lending us warhorses. When I took out my proof and saw that we were from the Necromancy Major, he actually began to mock and ridicule us. He started demanding 50 gold coins from me, saying that he wouldn't lend us the warhorses if we didn't pay up. He also said that our Necromancy Major hasn't produced any talents for the Empire and that we shouldn't enjoy free treatment. Jean was seething with anger as he spoke. When the students heard his words, they all felt the same hatred for the enemy. They all yelled out angrily, wanting to settle the score with the officer. It looked like the feeling of being looked down upon was quite unpleasant indeed. These students had already felt a bit wronged when they'd entered the declining Necromancy Major. It was naturally difficult to suppress the anger in their hearts now that they were being ignored. "Forget it, take out 50 gold coins from our funds and give it to him. These officers have lived here for a long time. Add to that the fact that our Necromancy Major has indeed declined and our status in the Academy is low, it's inevitable that they'll look down on us. I'll report this matter to the Dean when I return to the Academy. Let's not argue with them for now." Fanny shook her head and spoke a few words of advice with a face full of dejection before speaking to Jean. Jean first disagreed after Fanny's words, saying that they couldn't condone the arrogance of these arrogant soldiers. But after Fanny tactfully spoke a few words of advice, he finally shook his head and sighed lowly. He dejectedly took the 50 gold coins from Fanny's hands and walked towards the corner of the city gates. Han Shuo observed the group and then looked at the dejected Fanny. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on the officer in the distance, thinking that there would be a day when the Necromancy Major would once again regain its former glory in his hands. The name of necromancy would once again strike fear into the hearts of others. Don't be disheartened. No one dared look down on necromancy when it was in its prime. It's just that there was a period of time in the past when necromancy was being squeezed by all the major factions. It's said that there was a great magical war that caused necromancy to suffer heavy casualties. Many shockingly powerful spells were lost, leading to the decline of necromancy. We're exploring the dark forest this time because I've heard that a cemetery of death has been discovered. It's said that the cemetery of death used to be the place where a magus with profound knowledge of necromancy had stayed many years ago. If we can find that cemetery of death and obtain the books on necromancy within, we may be able to change the current situation of our Necromancy Major. Fanny couldn't help but speak words of comfort when she saw that the students were also dejected. Everyone's expressions shook when they heard Fanny's words. Expressions of joy and surprise appeared on their faces. It looked like they were all prepared to face this time's training properly. Fanny sighed involuntarily in her heart when she saw that everyone was incomparably excited. Although there had been news that the cemetery of death had been discovered, the person who discovered it had died not long after walking out of the cemetery. The dark forest was vast and wanting to find the cemetery of death within it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even she herself didn't hold any hope. Not to mention that if such a place had really been discovered, many adventurers would swarm in. When that time came, it would be too unrealistic for the 12 of them to obtain what they needed from the cemetery of death with their strength alone. Fanny was only saying these words to comfort everyone. The main goal this time was to test the students' necromancy magic and help them comprehend magical knowledge in the outside world. Aren't these the necromancy major? Are you also going on an adventure? Hee, why are you all standing here? Just as the necromancy major students were thinking, a delicate voice sounded from afar. They saw the light major student Irene, who they'd seen last time, along with a few other light major teachers and students, as well as the Knight Claude, who'd been pursuing her bitterly, gallop over from afar on a tall warhorse. None of your business, be careful not to fall off your horse. Lisa looked disdainfully at Irene and cursed coldly. Hee, I know. You must have not borrowed a warhorse yet. AI, no wonder. Your necromancy major hasn't made any contributions to the Empire at all. Of course it's a bit inappropriate to want to use the Empire's resources for free, Irene giggled, her pure and holy face full of ridicule and ridicule. Although Lisa and the others were angry, what Lisa said was the truth. They could only grit their teeth and sulk, but couldn't find the words to refute. Hello Master Fanny. The light major adept Mage Beecher smiled at Fanny from atop his warhorse. You and Beecher, are you also going on an adventure in the dark forest? Fanny returned the greeting with a smile and said faintly. Yes, we plan to go to the dark forest and help the nearby villages kill the magical creatures that often cause trouble. We'll share some of the burden with the Empire and also take the opportunity to train the students' ability to use magic. Heh, we'll be leaving first. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Beecher spoke courteously, but Han Shoa could detect a trace of disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was looking down on his group. Jean finally walked over with 6 warhorses after Beecher and the others from the light major had whizzed past on their tall steeds. These warhorses were obviously inferior to the ones the light major students had just used, whether in physical strength or numbers. It looked like even if they'd spent an extra 50 gold coins, the necromancy major still wouldn't be able to receive equal treatment. But the necromancy major had 12 people, but only 6 warhorses. This meant that 2 people would have to share a horse. The students looked at each other and quickly found someone to share a horse with. Only Han Shoa, Fanny, Jean, and Bach hadn't found someone to share a horse with. Bach, you and Brian can share a horse. I'll share a horse with Master Fanny. Jean's eyes spun and his face lit up with delight as he spoke to Bach merrily. No, I absolutely won't share a horse with this dirty errand slave. Bach had a grudge against Han Shoa and immediately cried out in discontent. Everyone knew of Jean's intentions. Now was a good opportunity to get closer to Fanny. He was about to speak angrily when he heard Bach's cry when Fanny suddenly smiled and said, since Bach isn't willing, then Brian can share a horse with me. Heh, many thanks Master Fanny, I'm coming. Han Shoa was overjoyed and happily walked past Jean, walking quickly towards Fanny. Chapter 30. On the way to the town of Droll, the many items that Han Shoa had previously carried on him were taken off and distributed to the other warhorses. Han Shoa sat behind Fanny, and as they moved up and down, Han Shoa and Fanny's dainty body would occasionally come into contact. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Han Shoa's nose and mouth as Fanny's black hair swayed. Fanny sat on the warhorse, her voluptuous waist ramrod straight. Han Shoa could see the enchanting curves of her back beneath her mage robes. As the warhorse continued to gallop, the 2 of them, who had originally been a bit apart, gradually came closer. Eventually, Han Shoa's lower abdomen and Fanny's full, round bottom slowly came into contact. As the warhorse galloped at high speed, the 2 of them weren't steady. Han Shoa's lower abdomen was pressed against Fanny's beautiful bottom, and the thin mage robe was unable to obstruct the feeling of ecstasy and beauty. As his lower abdomen and Fanny's full bottom came into contact, Han Shoa couldn't help but develop a strong masculine characteristic. When Han Shoa's lower body straightened, Han Shoa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the sensations of his body weren't something that he could control at all. His erect lower body continuously moved against Fanny's beautiful bottom as the warhorse moved up and down. Wave after wave of intense stimulation came from the point where Han Shuo and Fanny's full bottom came into contact, causing Han Shuo's heart to stir so much that he almost cried out. Han Shuo gazed at Fanny from behind and discovered that at some point, Fanny's pure white neck had already been dyed red, making her look even more tender and alluring. The beautiful Fanny had always been the object of Han Shuo's fantasies. Han Shuo's body was at the age when it was the most difficult for a man to control his impulses. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo was a virgin who didn't know what a woman felt like, the intensity of this stimulation was undoubtedly as violent as lightning striking the earth and fire. It became difficult to control in an instant. It was difficult to control his lustful thoughts once they started, and Han Shuo's lustful hands trembled as he slowly reached out to touch Fanny's soft waist. His two hands grabbed onto Fanny's waist, making their lower bodies even more closely connected. Two waves of bone-piercing pain instantly came from the back of Han Shuo's hands. When he raised his head in shock, Han Shuo immediately saw Fanny's ashamed and angry face. After turning his head, Fanny's dainty face was bright red as she glared hatefully at Han Shuo. She growled lowly, "Damn it, control yourself, Brian, or I'll throw you off the horse." But immediately after, Fanny saw that something was wrong with Han Shuo. Han Shuo's face was flushed red, his body convulsing, and he panted heavily. This state lasted for 5 seconds before Han Shuo's entire body suddenly froze and stopped moving. His body returned to normal, and only his mouth was still panting intermittently. Fanny could clearly feel that there was something wet and slippery in the cleft of her buttocks. I'm sorry, Master Fanny, I didn't do it on purpose." Seeing that Fanny looked like she was about to go berserk, Han Shuo immediately reacted after venting and mumbled guiltily. However, in his heart, Han Shuo continuously savored the ecstasy of venting and wasn't as scared or guilty as he appeared on the surface. Fanny was exasperated. She now understood that at Han Shuo's age and that it was indeed inappropriate for the two of them to have physical contact. Han Shuo's actions were all instinctive and probably not his original intention. However, Han Shuo's actions had actually violated her. Although the two of them hadn't really done anything, as a woman, Fanny was naturally quite aggrieved and angry to have Han Shuo venting on her back like this. As an adept mage, if Fanny were to make a move out of humiliation, Han Shuo might really not be able to handle it. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo still had a good impression of Fanny, and he was truly afraid that Fanny would throw caution to the wind and make a move. Seeing her like this, he really didn't know what to do, and his heart was a bit unsettled for a moment. Just as Han Shuo was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly felt the inner skin of his thighs pinched fiercely. He immediately let out a low scream and heard Fanny's voice in his ear at the same time, "Damned Brian, I'll deal with you later." "Master Fanny, what's going on?" "Brian, what are you screaming about?" Lisa, who was in front, couldn't help but turn her head to ask when she heard Han Shuo scream. "No, nothing, he didn't sit properly just now and made a fuss out of fright." Before Brian could speak, Fanny had already rushed to explain. After a moment of silence, the group continued on their way. Half an hour later, Han Shuo discovered to his surprise that his lower body was once again erect. When Fanny felt the same, she immediately dropped a distance and reined in the horse, angrily demanding that Han Shuo steer the horse. "Master Fanny, I really didn't do it on purpose, and I don't know how to ride a horse." Under Fanny's angry urging, Han Shuo helplessly rode on the horse and said with an aggrieved expression, "Shut up and listen to me. I'll teach you how to steer the horse." The two had now switched positions, with Han Shuo in front and Fanny in the back. Because of what had happened earlier, Fanny, who had always been gentle and graceful towards Han Shuo, no longer had a good temper towards Han Shuo and said hatefully. In the beginning, under Fanny's directions, Han Shuo couldn't grasp the essentials. The horse continuously pranced, but it didn't know which direction to go and ran wildly in all directions. During this process, the horse constantly neighed and twisted. Han Shua and Fanny's bodies were unsteady, causing Fanny's towering breasts to repeatedly bump into Han Shua's back. Han Shua's mind was like a capricious caper and he was even more unable to focus on steering the horse. After a while of this, Han Shua finally gradually learned how to steer the horse under Fanny's furious cries. Fanny's two hands propped up on Han Shua's back to prevent her full breasts from touching Han Shua's back intimately. She directed Han Shua to determine the direction and make a beeline for the town of Droll. By the time Han Shua and Fanny arrived at the town of Droll, the sky had already darkened and was about to turn dark. Jean and a group of necromancy students were anxiously waiting at the intersection of the street. Jean hurriedly walked out when Han Shua and Fanny appeared and looked at Fanny, asking urgently, "Master Fanny, why did you guys take so long to arrive? I was worried that something had happened to you, I was so worried." "Nothing much, it's just that Brian wanted to try riding the horse on the way, so I taught him a bit. That's why we were delayed." Fanny had already returned to normal when she arrived here. She looked at everyone with a faint smile and said, "Very good, everyone's here. Master Jean, have you found a hotel?" "It's done. As long as we store the warhorses, we can rest. We can set off directly for the dark forest tomorrow morning." Fanny jumped off the horse from behind Han Shua, her body seeming to be quite vigorous. She stretched lazily and Fanny furrowed her brow, "I'm sweaty all over, I'm going to take a shower at the hotel immediately. Brian, after you've stored the warhorse, come to my room at the hotel. I have something to talk to you about." "Understood, Master Fanny." Han Shua agreed with a wry face. He understood that Fanny was definitely looking for him because of his earlier violation. Han Shua felt the stickiness of his lower body and immediately understood why Fanny was in such a hurry to take a shower. A trace of a lewd smile hung on his lips. Under Jean's guidance, Han Shua and the other necromancy students stored the 6 horses and then followed Jean back to the hotel. "Master Jean, the town of Droll is far from the Empire and directly faces the dark forest. There are many strange shops in the town. Let's go for a walk before it's completely dark. We know the hotel anyways, so we can go back in a bit, alright?" Bach suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. The students beside him also had faces full of eagerness and excitement. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have other motives. "No." Jean vetoed firmly and then looked at the others with an odd smile. He said in a low voice, "Do you think I don't know what you're planning as a teacher? The town of Droll is also called the town of depravity because of the special circumstances here. The adventurers and merchants who come here face danger at any time, and so they all seek excitement in a drunken stupor. Therefore, the entertainment industry here is renowned throughout the empire. Humph, you're absolutely not allowed to take advantage of this opportunity to corrupt me." Indeed, Han Shua carefully looked around after Jean's words and discovered that the sky wasn't dark yet. The wide streets of the town of Droll were already lit up with neon lights on both sides. At the corners of the road, a few young girls with heavy makeup and revealing clothing smiled coquettishly at the passers-by and threw flirtatious glances at them, giving the impression that they were free to feast on them. Jean's words had obviously revealed their true intentions. When they heard Jean's words, they all walked back to the hotel dejectedly and listlessly, sighing and complaining about Jean's heartlessness. After entering the hotel, the students followed Jean's instructions and found their own rooms. Jean looked at Han Shua and smiled faintly, saying, "Our funds are limited this time, and we paid another 50 gold coins for the warhorse. In order to simplify things, we've arranged for you to stay in the abandoned storeroom. The storeroom is at the back on the left. If you don't have a key, just go straight." After speaking, Jean spread his hands apologetically towards Han Shua and swaggered off with a smile. After walking a few steps away, Han Shua heard Jean's quiet snickering and muttering to himself, "A little errand slave like you can ride the same horse as my beautiful Fanny." Humph, the current Han Shua was no longer the same as before. Within a short distance, Han Shua's facial features were exceedingly clear and he heard all of Jin's snickering and muttering. He first sneered and cursed lowly, then an evil smile appeared on his face. When I get my hands on Fanny, I'll see how you cry without tears. Han Shua thought viciously as he walked directly towards Fanny's room. Chapter 31. Dong dong dong. Han Shua stood outside Fanny's room and stretched out a hand to knock on the door. Is it Brian? Come in. Fanny's faint and lazy voice sounded from within the room. When Han Shua pushed open the door and entered, he saw that Fanny's light purple hair was wet and stuck to her pale neck. There were still some sparkling water droplets hanging from her charming face. Fanny had obviously just taken a bath as her body was wrapped in a soft white robe, revealing a small patch of milky white skin on her chest. She held a towel in her jade hands and was currently wiping the water stains from her beautiful hair. The interior of the room was simple, and there was an open bathroom in the back. Wisps of steam were emitted from the steam, and Fanny sat next to a circular table. Her bright blue eyes rippled as they roamed over Han Shua's body. Master Fanny, what business do you have with me? Han Shua looked around the room and his heart was stirred by Fanny's alluring beauty. However, his expression remained simple and honest, and even a bit timid. What is it? Humph, you were quite bold on the warhorse today. I've always thought that Brian was a coward, but who would have thought that the things you do when you're lustful are truly impressive. Fanny sized up Han Shua, snorted lightly, and said with a frown. Here it comes, Han Shua thought to himself as his expression became even more innocent. Han Shua scratched his head and his face was flushed red from holding back his breath. He then took a deep breath and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry Master Fanny. You're so beautiful and you're so close to me. I don't even know what's going on and I can't control my actions at all. I was wrong. Master Fanny, please punish me. Pa! Fanny slammed the table with a huff. Han Shua took 2 steps back in shock and looked at Fanny with a face full of fear and trepidation. Damn it, you violated me, do you know that? Fanny glared fiercely at Han Shua and shouted in a low voice. Nodding his head honestly, Han Shua said with an honest face, I was wrong, Master Fanny. I will take responsibility. Ha! You will take responsibility? How are you going to be responsible? Can you afford it? When Fanny heard what Han Shua said, she was so angry that she laughed. She stared at Han Shua while giggling, but there was no smile on her beautiful face. Then I'll do as you say. I'm at your disposal. Han Shua was certain that Fanny wouldn't do anything to him. He sighed helplessly and spoke honestly and sincerely. With this, Fanny didn't know how to deal with Han Shua. In her opinion, Han Shua really hadn't done it on purpose. Add to that the fact that she was the one who let Han Shua get on the warhorse, and although that incident had occurred, Han Shua wasn't guilty of the most heinous crimes. He was just a minor errand slave, so it would be a bit difficult to punish him. Han Shua's thoughts raced when he saw Fanny's brow furrow slightly. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, Master Fanny, didn't you say that I'm your test subject? I've felt that something's not right with my body recently, and there's something strange going on in my head as well. I heard Lisa recite the bone arrow incantation 2 days ago, and when I tried to recite it, I actually managed to cast the bone arrow magic. Fanny was frowning in thought when she heard these words. She immediately looked at Han Shua with pleasant surprise and said excitedly, Really? Is what you said true? Can you test the bone arrow magic for me? Han Shua knew that Fanny was obsessed with necromancy magic and was quite curious about the condition of his body. Han Shua also understood that he couldn't remain an errand slave in the academy forever, so he could make use of this opportunity to slowly change his image in Fanny's eyes. As expected, when Fanny heard of the abnormalities in his body, she immediately forgot about how to deal with him earlier and placed all of her attention on this matter for the time being. Of course. Han Shuo smiled faintly and raised his two hands, chanting lowly, "Endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me." Bone arrow. When the incantation was completed, a sharp bone arrow suddenly appeared in the air in front of Han Shuo. The bone arrow followed Han Shuo's hand gesture and flew towards the wooden wall on the side. However, the bone arrow first wavered in the air before finally exploding with a pop. No, although the incantation is correct, the hand gesture you used to cast the spell isn't correct at all. When you raise your right hand, you should slowly point it into the air. Your left hand shouldn't be in sync with your right hand. Fanny first gave instructions out of habit, then suddenly reacted and exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of shock, her body trembling with excitement as she cried out involuntarily, "Oh my gosh, you're really able to cast necromancy magic." Yes, I don't know what's going on either." "Oh right, Master Fanny, can you explain the correct hand gesture for casting magic to me in detail?" Han Shuo laughed inwardly and asked Fanny with a face full of confusion. "Of course I can." Fanny was truly excited. She carelessly threw the towel in her hand to the side and moved her slender legs quickly. She arrived at Han Shuo's side and began to explain in detail to Han Shuo. Like this, isn't it like this? Raise your hand a bit higher and focus your mental strength. Don't relax at all. Oh right, that's the hand gesture. Slow down a bit with your left hand. Cast it again for me to see. Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me. Bone arrow. Han Shuo recited the incantation, and this time, the direction of the bone arrow was completely correct after it appeared. However, when it was about to reach the wooden wall, it suddenly exploded again. Brian, mental strength, pay attention to your mental strength. You can't relax your mental strength at all. You have to wait until the bone arrow is completely successful before you can completely relax. Otherwise, the bone arrow will explode midway. Try again. Oh, endless darkness, transform into the bone arrow of destruction. With my will, destroy everything in front of me. Bone arrow. As soon as the incantation was completed, the bone arrow was as fast as lightning. It didn't change its direction at all and flew straight towards the wooden wall. Pooh! The bone arrow pierced through the wooden wall and disappeared without a trace. Oh, heavens! Brian, you're a genius, you're definitely a genius in magic. I only guided you twice and you were able to successfully cast this bone arrow spell. Ordinary students would need 1 to 3 months to completely master this spell. You're too incredible. Fanny was completely stupefied by Han Shuo's actions. She made a big fuss and gesticulated with joy, looking extremely excited. Damn it, who's randomly casting magic and almost hit me? Brian, Master Fanny, Brian, why are you in Master Fanny's room? Suddenly, Lisa's cry of surprise came from next door. Lisa's eye peeked over from the broken hole and she cried out in surprise. It's nothing. I'm going to find Brian to practice the bone arrow spell. Lisa, go to bed early, I won't disturb you anymore. Fanny hurried to the broken hole and spoke with a charming smile. She didn't wait for Lisa to speak again and picked up the towel she'd thrown away just now, blocking the hole. Turning to look at Han Shuo in surprise, Fanny walked quickly towards Han Shuo and said, "Stand there and don't move. Let me take a look at your body and see what's going on." "All right." Han Shuo smiled and responded faintly. He thought to himself that he'd only spent 10 days or so to completely grasp the bone arrow spell. According to Fanny's words, perhaps he really did have the talent to train in magic. What's that strange smell? Fanny walked to Han Shuo's side and was about to take a look at Han Shuo's body when her straight nose suddenly wrinkled and she asked in confusion. Han Shuo started and then abruptly reacted. He looked awkwardly at his lower body and said with a wry expression, "There's no bathroom in my room and I didn't shower. That's why there's a lingering smell." Fanny's beautiful face flushed red when she heard these words. She glared fiercely at Han Shuo and cursed lowly, "Pervert." She then pointed at the open bathroom in her room and frowned, urging, "The water is still warm, hurry up and wash your filthy thing." It really was pervert. Han Shuo could feel that there were still traces of sticky liquid flowing uncontrollably from the seams of his lower body. Fanny's words were exactly what Han Shuo wanted. It was indeed uncomfortable to feel sticky down there, so he immediately walked merrily to the bathroom that Fanny had just bathed in. There was a simple and crude ring-shaped pool in the bathroom, and steam rose from the warm water in the pool. There were a few pieces of Fanny's sexy lingerie on the shelf to the side. Han Shuo only took a glance at the few silk pieces that were as thin as a cicada's wing and felt a ball of fire suddenly rise from his lower body. Just as Han Shuo's fiery gaze was staring blankly at the sexy lingerie Fanny had changed out of, Fanny suddenly rushed in from outside and put away the lingerie with a face full of embarrassment. When she turned around and saw the fiery look in Han Shuo's eyes, she couldn't help but spit softly and curse lowly, "Damn it." She viciously pinched Han Shuo's back before leaving in a flurry of footsteps. He took off his clothes and lay in the ring-shaped pool, smelling the delicate fragrance that Fanny had left in the bathroom and feeling the water that Fanny had used. Han Shuo felt that this moment was indescribably wonderful and he simply didn't want to leave. Han Shuo took a long time to take this bath. It wasn't until Fanny urged him several times that he casually washed his underwear and walked out of the bathroom clutching his underwear. "It's getting late, I won't check your body anymore. Hurry up and leave." After Han Shuo walked out, Fanny acted as if nothing had happened and pretended to be calm as she spoke faintly. Nodding his head, Han Shuo had a silly smile on his face as he happily walked out the door. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, Fanny suddenly called out softly, "Brian." Turning his head to look at Fanny in confusion, Han Shuo scratched his head and asked naively, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that you don't look like a crazy person." Fanny sized up Han Shuo and said strangely, "Sometimes I have a headache, I don't know why, but when I'm not stimulated, everything is normal." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. After answering, he quickly left Fanny's room with a guilty conscience. Chapter 32. Within the warehouse of the hotel, Han Shuo didn't immediately rest, but continued to practice his magical yuan as usual. The magical yuan within his body followed the path of magical yuan circulation, silently circulating through every meridian, skin, flesh, tendons, and bone under the control of Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo could clearly feel that after such a long period of practice, both his physical strength and sensory abilities had greatly improved. Han Shuo persistently attacked the last bottleneck according to the mantra of the mystical glacial spellfire. The magical yuan flowed to the palms of his hands, repeatedly attempting to clear the bones, tendons, and meridians of his 5 fingers. Pain continuously radiated from the bones, tendons, and meridians of his 5 fingers. Han Shuo's hands spasmed and trembled as 2 faint lights, one red and one purple, radiated from the back of his hands and the center of his palms, like 2 weak lanterns. The pain grew more and more intense as Han Shuo clenched his teeth and held on. He knew that this was a sign that the mystical glacial spellfire had reached a critical stage. Whether or not he could clear all the tendons and meridians in his hands and successfully master the mystical glacial spellfire, would depend on whether or not his willpower could hold on. The process of the magical yuan attacking the bones in his 5 fingers persisted for a long time. Han Shuo sat cross-legged, sweat pouring from his body like rain, the veins on his forehead pulsing. His originally peaceful expression now looked a bit sinister and sinister, giving off an incomparably evil feeling. After an unknown amount of time, just as Han Shuo felt that he was about to faint from the pain, he could no longer suppress the unforgettable pain in his hands. He couldn't help but let out a low roar and flung his hands out unconsciously. "Pa pa pa, 10 crisp sounds rang out from his 10 fingers in succession. Han Shuo felt a bit exhausted from head to toe, but the magical yuan flowing to his fingers was finally unimpeded. 10 purplish-red flames danced on the fingertips of his 10 hands in an instant. 10 purplish-red flames shone with breathtaking beauty in the dark storeroom. They were like beautiful flowers that had suddenly bloomed, giving people a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. His palms, along with his 5 fingers, were dyed purplish-red. The bone patterns on his palms were abnormally clear, and even his skin and flesh shone with a crystalline luster. It was extremely strange. Overjoyed, Han Shuo couldn't help but let out a low growl. He looked left and right before slowly withdrawing the magical yuan that had flowed into his palms to his abdomen. Without the continuous influx of magical yuan, Han Shuo's hands gradually returned to normal. The 10 blooming flames also disappeared without a trace. Success. This was the result of successfully cultivating the mystical glacial spell fire. Although he was still unable to fully deploy the greatest power of the mystical glacial spellfire due to his weak magical yuan, based on his current accomplishments, Han Shuo was no longer an ordinary person without the ability to protect himself. The red flames of the mystical glacial spellfire burned everything, while the purple flames were bone-chillingly cold. If an ordinary person were to be touched by it, their internal organs would be burnt to a crisp, or frozen into ice. There would be no hope of survival. When the magical yuan was strong enough, an even more ferocious and enormous purplish-red flame could be condensed in the palm of his hand and unleash a terrifying power. After successfully cultivating the mystical glacial spell fire, Han Shuo's body was drowned in a strong sense of exhaustion, and he fell into a deep sleep after a while. The next day, early morning. Under Fanny's lead, a group of 12 gathered at the entrance to the town of Droll. They gathered some food and water from the town of Droll, and all of these items landed on Han Shuo's body in the end. What were you doing in Master Fanny's room last night? Lisa hung a leather bag of water on Han Shuo's body as she approached Han Shuo and asked in a low voice. It looked like Fanny hadn't told anyone about last night's events. Han Shuo glanced at Fanny from afar and discovered that Fanny was busily giving instructions to the students. He said to Lisa in a low voice, "Nothing much, Master Fanny just wanted to test some necromancy magic and used me as a test subject." "Huh, don't lie to me. Even if Master Fanny wanted you to test her magic, she wouldn't test the bone arrow spell. This spell is something that only magic apprentices need to grasp. With Fanny's strength as an adept mage, would she test this spell?" Lisa snorted delicately and looked warily at Han Shuo. Master Fanny was testing the bone arrow spell. It's just that each spell is divided into 5 levels. She just wanted to see what level she could use the bone arrow spell with her strength. You can ask Master Fanny if you don't believe me. Ever since Han Shuo had lied to Lisa, Lisa's attitude towards Han Shuo had indeed changed dramatically. However, women were like this. Even if they didn't like you, as long as they knew that you adored them, they would treat you as their personal property. If you had any ambiguous relationships with others, she would be the first to feel uncomfortable. Lisa was the same. Although Lisa wouldn't have any thoughts towards Han Shuo, after she understood Han Shuo's feelings, she naturally thought that Han Shuo should love her and only her until death, and shouldn't have any dealings with Fanny. Han Shuo had heard people say this before, and it seemed that there was some truth to it now. "Forget it, you wouldn't dare lie to me anyway." Lisa looked at Fanny from afar and spoke lightly to Han Shuo, then left Han Shuo's side. "Brian, let's go. The dark forest is lush with trees and shrubs, and the paths are uneven. We can't ride horses anymore, we can only enter on foot. You're carrying too many resources on you, you can't fall behind because there are many fierce magical creatures in the dark forest. It'd be terrible if you fall behind and are killed by them." Fanny looked at Han Shuo from afar and called out loudly. After yesterday's events, Fanny's attitude towards Han Shuo had changed imperceptibly. Now, Fanny seemed to favor Han Shuo even more, but her original gentle attitude towards Han Shuo no longer existed. She was a bit irritated and rude. I'm coming, I'm coming. Han Shuo had taken great advantage of Fanny yesterday, and she'd even seen his disgraceful behavior in her bathroom. It was only natural that Fanny would no longer be amiable. As long as Fanny slowly changed her attitude now, it would be a kind of progress. The town of Droll was abnormally busy during the day. All sorts of stores had opened early in the morning, and merchants and adventurers with sloppy eyes and disheveled clothing walked out from the nearby streets and alleys. These people had all started preparing for work after a night of debauchery. The merchants and adventurers gathered in groups of 3 to 5, carrying their belongings and setting out from the entrance of the town of Droll into the dark forest. They either went to the dark forest to capture magical creatures, or traded for resources with some of the rarer races in the dark forest. Under Fanny's incessant urging, Han Shuo's group of 12 packed up their belongings and followed Fanny and Jean's footsteps into the dark forest. The dark forest was vast and boundless. Not only were there all sorts of savage magical creatures within, but there were also some rare races. Elves, dwarves, goblins, and barbarians were the main races within the dark forest. However, even these races usually lived in the outer layers of the dark forest. The true inner layer of the dark forest was filled with all sorts of mysteries and dangers. Some of the largest and most terrifyingly powerful magical beasts lived in the inner layer of the dark forest. That was the most mysterious and attractive place in the dark forest. Although it was rumored that there were enormous treasures and precious items there, very few people dared to enter. Those who could enter and come out alive were even rarer. Follow me, we'll head south. Fanny called out loudly when they'd entered the dark forest and started leading the group in a different direction, heading directly south of the dark forest. The paths within the dark forest were indeed rugged. All sorts of hard rocks could be seen everywhere, and some towering trees more than 10 meters tall with lush foliage could be seen everywhere. Some weak and docile magical creatures on the way smartly hid when they saw strangers. In the beginning, there were many merchants and adventurers heading south as well, but as time progressed, they all identified their own directions and left. They'd all disappeared after a while, and no one knew where they'd gone. Suddenly, a few hurried footsteps fell into Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo started and listened carefully. He couldn't help but say, "There's a sound approaching, it doesn't seem to be the footsteps of humans." "Brian, you're an errand slave. How can you hear danger?" "What a joke." Bok was the first to laugh loudly and mock Han Shuo. Ever since Han Shuo had started practicing magical yuan, his senses had become much clearer than before, and he had ample confidence in his ears. The sounds of rapid approach and the soft footsteps weren't something that a two-legged human could make, and it sounded like there was more than one of them. Han Shuo had understood the dangers of the dark forest from Fanny and the others, so he'd spoken up to warn them. However, Han Shuo didn't continue to argue when he realized that his words hadn't attracted the attention of the others. The group continued walking south slowly, but Fanny was the first to frown after 2 minutes. She exclaimed in surprise and said, "There are magical creatures approaching. Everyone put down your things and prepare for battle. We're only at the outermost perimeter of the dark forest and shouldn't be particularly strong magical creatures, so don't worry too much." The students all started when Fanny's words left her mouth. They looked askance at Han Shuo and hurriedly put down the things on their backs, forming a ring of defense. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.